The first thing that came back was the smell. Wet hay, sawdust, and something underneath it that had been alive at some point and had strong opinions about not being alive anymore. Then the jolt. Something under me slammed up into my spine hard enough to knock my teeth together, and a stalk of straw went halfway down my throat. I coughed it out and lay there with my eyes shut, doing the only inventory that mattered. My chest didn't hurt. That was the problem. My chest was supposed to hurt. There was supposed to be a surgical team standing over my open sternum, lowering a quantum chip into the meat of me. There was supposed to be a monitor. The monitor had gone flat, which I had heard, which meant the last thing I did in my life was listen to it happen. Chen Li, 31. The best applied systems man of the 23rd century, which is a sentence I would say out loud at a party, and I had just died on my own table trying to make myself better. So the absence of pain was not reassuring. The absence of pain was a diagnosis. I opened my eyes and got a plank ceiling about 40 centimeters from my face, swaying. Then the second set of memories arrived, and I want to be clear that arrived is doing a lot of work in that sentence. It was less like remembering and more like someone pouring a bucket of another man's entire life directly into my skull. 16 winters, the smell of a warehouse, a woman's face I had never met and missed anyway. I slapped myself on the side of the head, twice. It did nothing, obviously, but it gave my hands something to do while my brain sorted two people into one drawer. When it settled, I was Arik, 16 years old, orphan, Kingdom of Loden, Blackwood Barony, up against the Annabelle Mountains, on a supply cart hauling grain in crates stamped with a soaring eagle. I lay in the hay and did what I do, which is take notes. The continent was called Osphale and had hundreds of kingdoms on it, which is a polite way of saying nobody had won yet. Lodin had a permanent border argument with the kingdom of Saladin, the kind of argument that gets settled every generation and then unsettles itself. Off to the side was the Maslow Alliance, who didn't fight anybody and sold to everybody, and I made a note about them right away, because people who sell to everybody always end up owning everybody. And then the part that made me sit up so fast I hit my head on the plank. There was a night breathing technique. You breathed in a specific pattern for long enough, and something inside you condensed into a thing they called a life seed, and after that, you were not exactly a person anymore. Knight Apprentice meant you could hold a mountain pass alone. Official Knight meant you punched things that had claws and the claws lost. Great Knight meant a translucent shell of your own life force sat on your skin and shrugged off artillery, and you got 200 years to enjoy it. Above that was Paladin, 400 years, splits mountains, and nobody on the continent had seen one in living memory, which in my experience means either they don't exist or they're very good at not being seen. I had died reaching for a chip that would make me slightly smarter. These people had a breathing exercise that turned you into a tank. Cool, I said to the hay. Very cool. Love that for me. The cart belonged to Elder Arik, who had raised me, and Elder Arik was a story all by himself. 15 years back, he'd taken a blade meant for the Baron, and it had gone deep enough to wreck his life seed permanently, so the Baron had parked him as warehouse manager, which is the noble way of saying thank you and please stop bleeding on things. The men who used to laugh at him for being a nobody got fished out of the river that runs through the barony, one after another, and after that, nobody laughed. And one winter, he found a baby in the snow outside the barony wall. He checked afterward. Not one child had been born in the whole territory that day. He decided that meant the heavens had sent me. I decided not to argue with a man who could still, on a good day, put his fist through a door. We rolled into the market with the cart, and Elder Arik went to haggle over salt, and I walked next to him and asked for the breathing technique. When you come of age, he said, not even slowing down. I'm 16. You're 16. He picked up a fish, looked at its eye, put it down like it had insulted him. Cultivate too early, and you burn the vitality you'd have used to grow. The Baron's eldest can do it because the Baron pours his own life force into the boy every night, and an official knight can only carry one person that way. One, his son, not you. Which was, annoyingly, a completely sound answer. So I negotiated, if not the breathing, then swordsmanship, archery, everything that didn't touch the seed. He chewed on it for the length of the market and then grunted, and a grunt from Elder Arik was a signed contract. I got 2 years of preparation out of a man who thought he was making me wait. The castle came up on our left on the way back, and it was genuinely impressive if you'd never seen a building with plumbing. Walls tens of meters high, arrow slits like a bad haircut, a moat that Baron Blackwood had personally ordered dug so the Annabelle River would come around and sit protectively next to his house. Behind it, the warehouse, which was Elder Arik's kingdom, and which contained, as far as I could tell, every broken thing the barony had produced in 20 years. He went in deep, past the sacks, and pulled a cloth off something at the back. Armor. Full plate, old, oiled, cared for the way you care for a thing you can't use anymore. This is passed to you, he said. Tomorrow we start. He put a long sword next to it, then he put a bow next to that, and it was metal, and when he handed it to me, my arm dropped like the string had been tied to a boulder. He didn't say anything. He just watched my arm drop and then walked out, and I stood there holding a bow I couldn't lift in a warehouse full of junk, wearing a dead man's face. Dinner was white bread with honey jam and roast meat, which in this world is roughly the diet of a minor duke, and I understood exactly how much of the warehouse manager's salary was sitting on that table. Then, halfway through the meat, something in the back of my head said, "Ding, sufficient energy intake detected, super intelligent chip activated." I stopped chewing. It had come with me. The thing they'd killed me installing had crossed over and had apparently just been waiting for me to eat enough calories to boot. "Hello," it said. "Truth at your service. Please remember to leave a good review." I named it Truth because that was the project name on the grant application, and because at that moment I would have named it anything it wanted. It did two things. It stored one modified cell of my own body could hold something like 1,000 years of human knowledge, and it analyzed, which meant a supercomputer and a very good reasoning engine living behind my eyes. Then I checked the storage, and it was empty. Completely empty. Not a byte. Every library I'd ever loaded, every dataset, the entire accumulated output of my species, had not made the trip. What crossed over was the machine and nothing to run on it. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the dark and uploaded myself. Everything I could still pull out of my own head poured in by hand because that was now the only copy in this universe. By dawn, Elder Eric had built me a training ground behind the warehouse. He'd been up before light doing it. 3 archery targets, a humanoid stake, reed weights of ascending sizes. He gestured at it like a man showing off a barn and said nothing at all, and I looked at it and understood that this was what he had instead of words. Truth put up a panel, strength 0.9, speed 0.9, physique 1.0. One, it explained, was a standard. Healthy adult. So I was a standard healthy adult with a slight cold. Then it wrote me a training program in the time it took me to stretch and started correcting my running form mid-stride and told me that in 1 week, my speed would go up by 1/10 of a point. I want you to understand that in my old life, personalized athletic optimization was a service you paid a research institute 6 figures for and got back a PDF. I had it as a running commentary on my ankle angle. Months went by like that. Running with rocks tied to me, then lifting, then throwing, then riding. The commoners of the barony would stop what they were doing to watch a warehouse manager's boy run laps for no reason, and the look on their faces was not amusement. It was hunger. In a place where the only way up was a breathing technique nobody would teach you, watching someone train openly was like watching a man count money in public. Then winter came in with snow that sealed the roads, and we moved into the yard behind the cabin, and Elder Arik picked up a wooden sword to show me the basics. He swung once, and the air moved. Truth read him mid-swing, strength 1.7, speed 2.0, physique 0.7 to 1.5. Special injury detected. The 1.5 exists only in combat state, and holding it does permanent damage. That number sat in my chest all day. 0.7. This man walked around at 7/10 of a healthy adult and could still make the air move, and every time he pushed himself up to where he used to live, he paid for it out of the years he had left. Me, at that point, 1.2, 1.3, 1.2. He ran the sequence 3 times. Truth recorded all of it, filed it under basic swordsmanship, and started auditing me on the second repetition. Forearm angle off by a degree, you are losing 20% of your force. Increase waist rotation 3%. Your grip is compensating for a mistake you made 2 moves ago. Elder Arik had needed a dozen days to get these movements to standard. He told me so proudly that morning. I was textbook clean in about 11 minutes. He sat down on the stool by the woodpile. He watched me run the whole thing again, then again, correcting myself against a voice he couldn't hear. And then he got up and walked into the house without a word, and I heard the door shut, and I stood in the snow holding a wooden sword and feeling like the worst kind of thief. Truth, cheerfully. 3,000 full power repetitions will yield plus 0.2 to all attributes. So I did the repetitions. It was the only apology I had. The night it happened, I had the window open on the snow, because the cold helped me think, and I was looking at a mountain range that was supposed to be empty. There was a light in it, small, orange, sitting on the far slope of the Annabelle Mountains where the passes were sealed shut with snow and had been for weeks. Truth replayed its own recording of the last few seconds, cross-referenced it against the map of the barony I had accidentally built by running laps around it for half a year, and put a red dot on the Nason River side of the range. Nobody from the barony was up there. Nobody from the barony could be up there, which left people who weren't from the barony. I closed the window and went and hammered on Elder Arik's door until he opened it with his hair sideways. He didn't ask if I was sure. That's the thing about him. He looked at my face, said, "Bring the cart around," and we drove to the castle in the dark. Corbin, the squad leader, took one look at Elder Eric and led us through the wall. Ethan the butler took him in to the Baron. I stood in a stone corridor and listened to the temperature of the conversation on the other side of a door and learned the important part from the sound alone. There was an old rumor about a pass through the Annabelle Mountains. A way around. Everyone treated it as a story. Somebody had lit a fire on the other side of it. Baron Blackwood came out with the captain of the guard, a slab of a man named Duncan, and they took torches and horses and rode out into the snow. And the thing I remember is that neither of them said a single word on the way past me. They just had that look men get when a story they've laughed at for 20 years turns out to have footprints in it. I got woken up the next morning by 100 men screaming, "Kill," in unison, which is a rough alarm clock but very effective. We'd stayed at the castle. The noble training ground was right under my window, and the guards were drilling on it, and I lay there and listened and did some math I'd been avoiding. Because there was a problem with me. I healed too fast, not a little fast. I'd been pushing my body past its limit every day for months, the kind of load that should have left me stiff for 2 days, and I was fine by morning. Every morning. Truth had flagged it weeks ago, and I'd been sitting on it. So over breakfast, I told Elder Auric. He put his bread down. He came around the table and took my arms and squeezed them in a way that was half examination and half disbelief, and then he sat back down and stared at nothing for a while. "We start the breathing technique," he said. "Early." Which is how I ended up on the noble training ground that afternoon with the metal bow, in front of an audience. Truth ran the wind, the arc, the draw weight, and my own tremor, and put a line in my vision. Raise 3 degrees. Bullseye. Again. Bullseye. Again. Bullseye. It got boring around the 6th one, which is a thing I never expected to say about being superhuman. Brother Auric. Arya was the Baron's 3rd daughter, and 3rd daughter with a commoner mother is a title that means, we will marry her to whoever solves a problem for us. She came up with a fistful of arrows and handed them over one at a time so that the handing over took as long as possible, and she did it standing where the other girls on the terrace could see, which was not an accident. Nothing that girl did was an accident, because here is the situation I'd walked into without noticing. In the entire barony, there were exactly 3 boys worth marrying. Bran, the Baron's eldest, who'd been fed his father's own life force since childhood and was nearly a knight apprentice. Finn, the son of Captain Duncan, conceived after his father broke through, and born with a body that made other children look like a first draft. And me, whose only asset was that everyone knew I would definitely, eventually, get a breathing technique. That is a thin resume. In this barony, it made me a catch. Isla, the 4th daughter, cut me off on the path out. Then Fiora, a poor relation whose mother Mara ran the maids, appeared from the other side in a maneuver that had clearly been rehearsed. Lunch became a party of 4. I did not agree to this at any point. They took me to the noble restaurant which had foie gras and truffles and a wine list that I watched all 3 of them pretend not to look at the price of. They paid. I noted that. In this world, a girl paying for the meal is not a gesture, it is a bid. And while we ate, the room talked, the way rooms do when they think the boy at the corner table is too busy chewing to listen. The theory going around was that the Baron might skip all 3 of them and hand me Rowan, the eldest daughter, straight out. The faces across from me went through a sequence of expressions I would describe as 3 separate weather systems arriving at once. Then the horns went, and the Baron came back. They'd found the fire site. Footprints, packed snow, discarded kit, military kit. A Saladin scouting party had come over the Annabelle Mountains through a pass that was not supposed to exist, and here is the detail that stuck with me. From what was left at the camp, they had come over with 3 times the men they left with. The Lord-grade beasts in those mountains had eaten 2/3 of a professional scouting company, and the survivors had still kept going. Elder Auric sat with his hands on the table and did the arithmetic out loud. Not this year, probably not next year, the year after that, when they'd widened the pass and moved supplies. Then he looked at me. "Rest a few days," he said. "Then I'll teach you the breathing technique." The cellar under the warehouse was sealed, and I'd walked past the spot for years without knowing there was a room under my feet. Elder Auric moved a rack, then a stone, then a hatch, 1 oil lamp, bare walls. As far as I could tell, nobody alive besides him knew it was there. He put the rules down first, and he put them down flat. The life seed condenses in 1 attempt. 1. You get your body into the state, you hold it while the vitality gathers, and either it crystallizes or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, a second attempt almost never works. People spend their whole lives as the man who tried once. Truth read me before we started. 1.3, 1.4, 1.3. Then he put the book on the table. A dozen yellowed pages, hand-bound, storm breathing technique. It has no specialization, he said. It doesn't make you strong faster. It makes every breakthrough after this one reach higher. Like a storm, the more it turns, the more it pulls in from outside until it's carrying force it has no business carrying. And the cost? He was quiet for a second. Every breakthrough is success or death, not failure. Death. Then he offered to go to the Baron and trade it. The Blackwood family's ancestral technique was slow and safe and would take him a year of favors to get, and he was clearly prepared to spend that year. No need, I said. Because in my last life I climbed onto a table and let a team open my chest to install an experimental chip with odds nobody would print, and I did it for a marginal gain in processing speed, and it killed me. If I was going to be that man again, I was at least going to be him for something worth it. He didn't argue. He looked at me for a long moment, and then he opened the book. 2 hours in, truth found the flaw. I was breathing the pattern, the vitality was gathering, and the chip was building an energy circulation model in real time, and the model had a leak in it. As the density rose, a larger and larger fraction of the life force was bleeding straight out through the skin. Not being used, just going. That was it. That was the whole mystery of why the seed fails. It isn't will, and it isn't talent. The barrel has a hole, and nobody in this world has instruments fine enough to see it. Truth plugged it. The technique naturally sustains what it called a life tornado for about 10 minutes before the body can't hold the state. With the leak sealed, mine ran for 30. And once the internal supply outran what my own body could produce, the vortex started reaching outside for more. Heat, cold, weight. 3 different flavors of ambient energy, which Truth labeled Type A, B, and C, and colored differently in the model, just so I could watch them come in. Elder Eric was standing across the cellar with the lamp. At minute 11, he stopped breathing. I found out later he had never in his life heard of a condensation running past 10. Not in a story, not from a great night, not once. He stood there for 19 more minutes watching a boy do something the world had told him was impossible, and he did not make a sound because making a sound might have broken it. At the end, there was a thing sitting under my heart that felt like a glass marble. 2.5, 2.7, 3.0. Physique had jumped hardest. Elder Arik sat down on the cellar steps and put his face in his hands, and I let him have that. A few days later, I went out to the training ground to find out what I actually was now, and I set up targets at 100 paces, 300, 600, and 1,000. 750 meters, that last one. In my old world's history, there's a famous story about a warlord who put an arrow through a spear point at 150 paces, and the whole army stopped fighting out of respect. I figured I was worth several of him. The first arrow went through the 100-pace target, kept going, and buried itself in the dirt a dozen meters behind it. I stood there admiring my work like an idiot. Ding. Unknown heat source approaching. I did not react. That was the one smart thing I did that day. I kept my face slack, put the bow over my shoulder, and started walking down the field toward the targets like a boy going to collect his arrows. Long-range thrown object. Roll forward. Now. I rolled and something went past my ear with a sound like a sheet tearing, and when I came up, there was an iron dart the length of my forearm standing in the dirt where my face had been, fins still humming. And the thing that came up in me was not fear. It was that specific, clean, white-hot offense you feel when someone tries to take something of yours. I had been alive in this body for less than a year, and somebody had already decided I was a problem to be solved from behind a tree. Truth locked him before I finished the roll. First arrow, on target. Second, third, and fourth into the 3 places he could run to. He crushed something in his fist, a pale green bead, and a translucent shell came up over him and ate all 3 arrows at once. Then he was gone into the tree line. I let him go, because chasing an unknown into a forest is how 16-year-olds die. I pulled the dart out of the dirt, stamped into the fin in small neat letters, Talon. 1st Reconnaissance Squad, 1st Legion of Saladin. 1st Legion, not scouts who got lost, not bandits. Truth flagged the ground where he'd been standing. Auric powder, ground into the snow. Large amount of vitality crystals detected. Absorb? Absorb. 2.6, 2.8, 3.1. Which sounds like a rounding error and isn't, because these numbers don't run on a straight line. That 1/10 of a point is about 30% more of me. He'd dropped his own supply running away. I'd like to say I felt bad about it. Talon ran for half an hourglass before his legs stopped taking orders. He went down against a tree with his lungs full of fire and the taste of blood in his mouth, and he sat there shaking and doing the same accounting I'd have done in his place. 4 arrows. 4 accurate arrows in the space of 1 breath from a boy on an empty field. If the commander hadn't given him that shield bead, he'd have finished the day face down in the snow. He got the hemostatic powder out with hands that didn't want to cooperate. Apothecary made, expensive enough that a scout only carries 1, and worth every coin because it worked. He'd been sent to look at a barony. He was going back to report that the barony had something in it. I put the dart on the table in front of Elder Eric, along with a twist of the green powder, and he did something I hadn't seen him do before. He got quiet in a way that had weight. This shield, he said, rolling the residue between his fingers. Do you know what makes one of these? Special materials, and then a great knight sits down and pours his own life force into them until they'll hold. That's a great knight's work, spent on 1 man for 1 moment, to be thrown away. So Talon is important. Talon is very important, he set it down. Which means they are not scouting whether to come, they are scouting how. He looked at the wall for a while. Autumn, at the latest. A full assault. What are your plans? I didn't answer that one. I asked him a different question. Kai, you leave with me? He didn't say anything. Silence from a man like that is not indecision. It's a full sentence. 15 years of a warehouse and a title and a baron who fished his enemies out of the river for him, and he was going to stand on it. Then I don't leave either, I said. But if it turns hopeless, I run. I want you to know that in advance so it isn't a surprise later. He laughed at that, which was rare. Ding. Life seed solidification. 1%. That night, I started 2 projects. One was a set of escape routes out of the barony in every direction, with distances, water sources, and which ones a horse could take in snow. The other was poison, because I'd had a good hard look at my situation. I was 2-point-something against professionals who were 3-point-something, and there were going to be a lot of them. Being strong was not going to be enough. In my old life, I'd have called this asymmetric capability development. Here I called it the mushroom cupboard. They threw me a banquet for the breakthrough, because of course they did. Champagne towers, tapestries with the soaring eagle, every noble in a 2-day ride, and the entire barony's supply of anyone under 25 arranged around the hall in a formation I recognized from stock market floors. I toasted the room. The room toasted me. Arya got me onto the dance floor within 4 minutes of my arriving and ran the entire rhythm of the thing herself while I followed and tried to remember which foot was which, and I want to state for the record that the dance was more tiring than Talon. Ethan the butler rescued me. God bless that man. The Baron wanted a word. Baron Blackwood's room was not what you'd expect from a man with a champagne tower downstairs. Bare stone, a desk, shelves of actual books with actual wear on the spines, the family crest on the wall, and nothing else on it. Truth scanned as I walked in. Blackwood Aeon, Baron, 2.5 to 2.7, 2.4 to 2.8, 2.4 to 2.6. Duncan, Captain of the Guard, 3.0 to 3.2, 1.7 to 1.9, 2.6 to 2.8. 2 veteran official knights, the 2 strongest men in the territory, the ceiling of everything anyone here had ever seen. And I'd caught up to them in one afternoon in a cellar. The Baron offered me a post, instructor at the castle, teaching the guards, a salary that would have made Elder Arik's eyes water. I told him about the ambush and said I needed my time for training, which was true, and I said it respectfully, which was strategy. I heard the rest through the door on my way out because 16-year-olds eavesdrop and I have no shame. He stood in front of 2 official knights, Duncan said, and he felt nothing, not nerves, nothing. I released my life seed's breathing, the Baron said, fully. Straight at him. And? He didn't react at all. I want to be honest here. I hadn't noticed. The most intimidating thing the ruler of my entire world could do to a person had happened to me at point-blank range, and I had been thinking about mushrooms. Ethan got me my poisons. Then I went back to being what I actually am, which is a man who reads. The castle library was 500-odd volumes, and I had Truth eat all of it in an afternoon. Histories, mostly. Knight legends, which were histories with the boring parts removed and the lying parts added, some genuinely bad poetry, and 3 novels, Tales of Wizards, Mysterious Continent, Mind Elevation, cheap adventure fiction, the sort of thing a bored noble's son leaves face down on a chair. Truth flagged all 3 within a minute of scanning them. Ding. Hidden cipher detected in text structure. Not a code in the words. A code in the shape of the thing. Something layered under the printing itself, and when Truth started brute forcing it, the estimate that came back was 3 days, and here is the part that made the back of my neck go cold. Truth ran a check on the encryption scheme against the mathematics of this world. This world could not produce it. The math didn't exist here. Nobody in Osfiel had the tools to build that lock, which meant somebody had brought it in from outside, put it inside 3 trashy novels, and left them lying in the libraries of hundreds of minor kingdoms where anyone might pick one up. That is not publishing. That is a net. While Truth chewed on it, I went hunting, because breakthrough numbers are lovely, and experience is what keeps you breathing. I found something better than a hunt. In a clearing at the tree line, 2 apex predators were standing 40 meters apart having a disagreement. A Barros black boar, 3.3 to 3.5, 1.9 to 2.1, 3.6 to 3.8, and a mountain tyrant bear, 3.1 to 3.2, 2.1 to 2.2, 3.5 to 3.7. Both of them top of their food chain. Both of them fanatically territorial, which meant the 2 of them being in the same clearing at all was already the wrong shape, and I filed that and did not think about it hard enough, which I would regret in about 10 days. The boar charged. The bear did something I genuinely admired. It didn't meet the charge. It read the turning radius, stepped inside it, then stood up on its hind legs like a man and brought both forelimbs down on the boar's spine. Then it stood there, breathing hard, and I picked it, not because it was weaker, because it was slower, and speed was my only edge. I threw a stone at it to make it come. It came. I went sideways and opened its left foreleg on the way past, and after that, it was arithmetic. Cut, move, always into the blind spot behind the shoulder, never once standing where a paw could reach. Dozens of small wounds. It never touched me. At the end, it went down and lay still, and then it lay still in a way that had a rhythm to it. Heartbeat detected. Old trick. Good trick, honestly, for a bear. I put an arrow through its skull from 6 meters and it stopped playing. I dragged both carcasses back myself, which took most of the afternoon and looked, I'm told, extremely stupid. The guards at the gate came out to help and then stopped halfway. Those are night-level creatures, one of them said. Both of them. Cook it all, I said. Essence portions for me and Elder Auric. Divide the rest among everyone here. I have never in either of my lives been more popular than I was for the next 4 hours. The Baron packed a share of that meat in ice and sealed it with his own life force, and I understood exactly why. Night beast flesh is condensed vitality with almost no conversion loss. Fed to a young apprentice at the right moment, it improves the odds that his seed condenses. That meat was somebody's future son. Elder Auric ate his portion. Physique 0.7, then Physique 0.8. I sat there with a fork in my hand and had to put it down for a second. We hunt more of these, I said. It won't undo it. It doesn't grow back what got cut, but it buys years. He asked how I'd managed both animals at once. I told him they'd fought each other and I'd cleaned up. That was half true. The boar was already dead. The bear had been at full strength. Truth had been working the whole time, decryption at 79%, about 10 days out. And in the background, it had been chewing on something else, the thing I'd wanted since the first day, which was an actual model of what vitality is. Here's what it came back with. Vitality is not a substance you're born with a jar of. It's your body's conversion rate on external energy. That rate climbs steeply at puberty, peaks somewhere between 18 and 25, and declines forever after, which explains the breakthrough at 18 rule that every night in this world repeats and none of them can justify. They found the peak empirically and then wrapped superstition around it. Night beast flesh works because it's dense vitality that costs almost nothing to convert. And container size, how much you can hold at all, appears to be inheritable, which is why bloodline theory works, even though everyone using it is wrong about why. Then Truth said, initiate simulated combat, full fidelity. Inside my own head, every parameter of my body, every parameter of theirs, running faster than real time. I said yes, obviously. It gave me 3 mountain tyrant bears, cooperating. They came in a triangle, 1 front, 2 flanking, and they closed the angles as they moved, which meant they'd done this before, and I spiraled through the gap and took a foreleg off the left one on my way through. I won. I want to be clear about that. I killed all 3. And then the last one, already dead, already going down with my sword through its heart, brought its paw across in the last half second of nervous impulse it had left. Left arm missing, blood loss exceeding 1,500 milliliters. I came out of the simulation and sat down on the floor of my room with my hand on my left arm for about a minute. Never underestimate a dying counterattack. Write it down, tattoo it on something. I hunted for 10 more days and then the pattern showed up. The beasts were leaving the Annabelle Mountains, not 1 or 2. A migration, steady, all in the same direction, and not just the small things. Berserk mountain giant bears, great night-level animals with no natural predator and no reason on this earth to move. Only one thing on this continent makes an apex predator relocate. Not weather, not hunger. Legion-scale human movement. Truth built the model out of everything we had. Saladin's taxes doubled last year, and the money didn't show up in any construction. Grain bought in bulk at Shadow Oak Port. Loden's court had gone quiet, which meant the messengers were being intercepted, plus the migration rate, which gave a direct read on how many bodies were moving through those mountains. Estimated time to attack, 90 to 150 days. I ran it again a week later out of hope. It got shorter. Every single time I ran it, it got shorter. They came running across the courtyard, all 3 of them, and Arya was in front, and she wasn't performing anything for once, which is how I knew before she opened her mouth. Grand Duke Cassian had defected to Saladin. I had to have the history explained to me twice before it landed. Cassian's territory was the shield. His land sat between Saladin and everything Loden cared about. And for 3 generations, his family had been the reason the border was a border. and the crown had spent those 3 generations cutting his provisions. Campaign after campaign, a little less each time, and during the Bohemia campaign, they had stopped entirely and left his men to eat their own horses. His statement when he went over was one line: "Since the king is unjust, I will be unfaithful." He handed them the fortress of Ancillus intact. 1/3 of the kingdom of Lodin changed hands in a day without a single arrow being fired, and with Ancillus gone, our barony was no longer a backwater. We sat on the upper reaches of the river. Take our territory, and you can float troops and grain downstream into the heart of the kingdom for free. We had gone from irrelevant to strategically necessary overnight. The Baron decided within the hour. We run. Elder Arik went and sat on the edge of his bed and stayed there. He'd fought under Cassian, at Bohemia. He'd been proud of it his entire life, told the story at every feast, and the man he'd been proud of had just sold the country because the country had it coming. I stood in the doorway and let him have it. Then he stood up and started packing. "Saladin will very likely carry out large-scale massacres," he said, without turning around. 2 days, we leave with the Baron. Baron Blackwood did one genuinely decent thing on his way out the door. He dissolved every service contract in the territory and let the staff choose, come, or take travel money, and go. Most took the money. I didn't blame a single one of them. The route was north. Fast, away from the river, out across the Visa's plain, which everyone who'd actually crossed it called the Visa's wasteland, and then all the way to Arendelle, the great port of the Maslow Alliance. Not toward the capital, because the road to the capital ran through Cassian's land, and Cassian's land now belonged to the people we were running from. I took my carriage apart down to the axle and rebuilt it. Threw out the cushions, the paneling, the decorative anything, food, water, and the things I could not replace. If we had to run, I wanted to be the fastest heavy vehicle in the convoy. Duncan rode next to me for a while and talked about Arendelle, and it was the most animated I'd ever seen him. No king, a council, and any order the council passes can be vetoed. A port bigger than our capital. Knight apprentices working as dock guards. Official knights so common they run schools. And the thing that made me sit up, Arendelle never expands, never takes a village, never annexes a coast. Which is exactly why both warring kingdoms let it live, because it will sell to both of them, and neither can afford to be the one who burned it down. Duncan was going to open a swordsmanship hall. He'd clearly been planning it for years and had never said it out loud. Then he stopped being cheerful. Bandits on the wasteland. Bandits, I agreed, and other fleeing nobles. He looked over at me. Bandits have a business model, I said. A ruined baron with 30 guards and nowhere to be has nothing at all. We rolled out under a sunset the color of a wound, a dozen loaded carriages in a line, and we were maybe 2 hours gone when riders came out of the tree line behind us screaming that Saladin's army would be in the barony inside a day. Baron in the vanguard, Duncan at the rear, me in the middle because from the middle my bow covered both. We learned later what happened to the place. Saladin didn't sack it. Saladin camped in it, took the docks, and started building warships on our river, using the commoners who'd stayed as labor. The pass through the mountains was never the plan. The barony was the plan. They'd wanted the upstream water the whole time. 3 days out, Truth finished the cipher, basic meditation technique, and the 3 novels turned out to be a filter. The peculiar symbols scattered through the printing do nothing at all to a normal reader, but if the person holding the book has the right kind of mind, the symbols resolve into a frequency and the content doesn't get read so much as installed. You don't find the book checks you. Contents in order. 1. There is an organization called Shadow House Academy on the east coast of the wizarding world, and it belongs to the Shadow Wizards, who hold that wizards should advance alongside ordinary people rather than on top of them. 2. The basic meditation technique itself. No prerequisites. Steady, unspectacular progress. A starter kit. 3. How to apply. Go to Arendelle Port. There is an assembly every year. Find the Shadow House Academy's tent. Then the ranks. Wizard apprentice, 3rd class up to 1st class, and then official wizard. And a talent grading, 5 down to 1, where 4s and 5s stay apprentices until they die, and a grade 1 is more or less a guarantee. I sat in a rebuilt carriage on a road out of a burning country and read the words, wizards, those who pursue truth, and had to put the book down for a second. I had died reaching for knowledge. There was, apparently, a whole profession for that here. We were going to Arendelle anyway. I want to be honest about how much of my life has been decided by things happening to already be on the route. Ding. Warning. Thermal sources. 5 of them, behind us, matched to our speed. 4 at night level. 1 at 3.2, 2.7, 3.2. Bandits don't tail a convoy for a day. Bandits hit and leave. This was somebody who wanted to know how many of us there were. I called the Baron and Duncan into my carriage, which was a mistake, because Duncan in a stripped-down cargo carriage is like putting a horse in a wardrobe. Their instinct was immediate and identical. Abandon the wealth, cut the loaded wagons loose, let the pursuers stop to collect, run for the wasteland. 5 night levels, I said. I can handle it. You hold the strong one off me. I'll take the other 4. They both looked at me the way you'd look at a very confident child. So I told them the actual plan, quietly, and when they climbed back out of my carriage, they were each carrying a small bottle and neither of them was smiling anymore. On the other side of that tree line, meanwhile, 5 men were having a worse evening than us. Their captain was Lars, a professional, the kind who thinks in terms of sequence. Jet was the instructor, older, careful. Gabe and Flint were competent and quiet. And then there was Shadow, hot-headed, and he had spent 2 days talking about the young girls he'd seen in the convoy in a tone that made even his own squad stop talking. If you want to know how I felt about that later, I refer you to the outcome. 5 night levels, leather armor, no supply train, and dry rations that Lars himself described as an insult to the concept of food. So we cooked. The Baron had the best provisions in the entire convoy brought out and prepared properly. Meat, fat, spices, all of it. On open fires, upwind. I have run a lot of experiments in 2 lifetimes. I have never seen a variable act as fast as smell on a hungry professional. They came early, not at the hour Lars wanted. 2 hours before it, because his men had stopped listening, and a squad that attacks 2 hours early has spent its momentum getting into position and hasn't built any new momentum yet. Our sentries called it before they cleared the trees. Enemy attack. Lars heard the shout and understood everything about the situation in 1 second, which is exactly what made him dangerous and exactly what killed him, because he called the retreat at the precise moment when his men were neither charging nor withdrawing. Fire! Every window in the wagon circle came open at once. The off-shift guards had been lying inside them with bows for 3 hours. 3 hits, 2 of them straight through the hands, because when a volley comes at your face from 4 directions, you put your arms up, which is a human reflex and a terrible plan. 1 through the thigh. Lars grabbed the man with the leg wound and ran for the trees, into me, the Baron, and Duncan, who had left the camp an hour earlier and circled around behind them. 5 arrows, 4 chests. And Lars, professional to the end, dropped the wounded man and lunged straight at the Baron, and all 4 of them charged with him, and every single one of them went face first into the dirt. Poison, mine, mushrooms, snake venom, 3 toxic plants, proportions computed to 4 decimal places by a supercomputer that lives behind my eyes. Neuromuscular paralysis, not lethal, and the part that took a month of work. Effective on a night-level metabolism, which burns most compounds out before they do anything. They'd eaten the smell, it was on the food, and in the smoke, and on the wind, and it had been in them for an hour. Duncan did the interrogation. Saladin had sent over a dozen squads out in different directions after the fleeing nobles, with regular troops behind to haul the loot back. Most squads were 1 or 2 knights, and 3 or 4 apprentices. We had drawn the only all-night squad on the board. The Baron had all 5 beheaded and buried, and Shadow did not get anything he'd been talking about, and I have made my peace with that. The Visa's wasteland took a month. Yellow sand, vultures that followed us for days at a time with real patience, and wolf packs that the guards handled by themselves without waking me up, which tells you what a month of good food and life potion does for men who used to be castle staff. At the far tree line there was a crowd, fleeing nobles, dozens of families, all of them begging to travel with somebody, anybody, and our people walked out of that wasteland filthy and exhausted and visibly proud, because word had gone up and down the refugee road that this convoy had killed 5 night levels and lost nobody, and there is no advertisement like that. We took exactly one of them, Lord Kian, a neighbor, near enough that the 2 families had eaten together. 1 official knight and 1 apprentice, which is nothing in a fight. But he had a mountain of food and water, and the price of admission was 3 carts of it, and he paid without arguing, which I noticed and did not think about hard enough. Inside my carriage, meanwhile, I had 2 students, Bran and Finn. Their fathers had tried to teach them the breakthrough and could only describe the feeling of it, the way a man who can ride a bicycle can only tell you to balance. I explained it like an engineer, where the leak is, what the state actually consists of, what to do when the vitality outruns the vessel. The price was 1 carriage of wealth, and I want to stress that I did not set that price. Baron Blackwood and Captain Duncan set it, unprompted, and insisted, because in this world, knowledge given free is knowledge nobody will value. Ding. Solidification of the life seed is complete, which meant I could break through, and which meant absolutely nothing out here, because the wasteland has no shelter, no quiet, and nowhere a man can scream for 30 minutes without the whole convoy coming to look. We made camp by a river on the far side, and the maids nearly wept, because it had been a month. I told Elder Arik I was going to do it that night. He took me by both arms again, and this time it wasn't wonder, it was fear, and under the fear was guilt, because he'd handed a 16-year-old a technique where every step is success or death, and now that boy was about to take the second step 3 months after the first. Over 90%, I said. He let go. I walked 2 or 3 hills out under a moon and went looking for a cave, and there wasn't one, so I built one. Truth drew the blueprint, 3 meters by 3, central support pillar, correct load angles, and I dug it in an hour with my hands and a shovel and sealed it up except for one vent. Then I broke the seed. It vibrates. You push it to its ceiling and hold it there, and then it goes past the ceiling and shatters, and every scrap of life force it has been compressing for months comes out at once inside your body. The pain was so complete that I swore in a language that has not existed for 900 years. Pain perception has been shielded. Thank you. Truth held every particle of it in, no leak, not one, and built a vortex several times the size of the first, and my body saturated early because a bigger vessel with a bigger opening fills faster. And then it said, initiate the multi-life seed program. Here is the idea, and I want to be clear that it is not mine. It belongs to a machine. An octopus has 3 hearts. Nowhere in the rules of this world is it written that a person may only condense 1 seed. It is written in every book, taught in every hall, and repeated by every knight, and none of them have ever been able to hold the state long enough to try otherwise. We split the vortex 5 ways: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. 5 seeds, breathing on 1 synchronized frequency, because 5 seeds out of phase would have torn me apart from 5 directions. No human being could time that. A supercomputer could. Strength 5.2, under external energy blessing. Speed 4.8. Constitution 5.2, blessing. 200 breaths a day, plus 0.1 per 10,000 breaths. Genetic upper limit, 5.0. Energy blessing limit, 5.5. A great knight lives at 4 to 5. 5.0 is the hard ceiling of the human genome in this world, and I was standing on it at 16. And that blessing line underneath, energy from outside the body, propping me above my own species maximum, that is supposed to be a paladin phenomenon. I threw 1 experimental punch to see what I had. The cave came down on me. Instantaneous energy release, 7,500,000 joules. For scale, that is a main battle tank's high explosive round. There was no bang, no shockwave, no crater. This world does something to energy. It suppresses diffusion and shovels the entire yield into whatever you actually hit. Which is why a knight can punch a hole through a wall without deafening himself, and why nobody here has ever invented artillery worth the name. I set myself a local unit while I was lying under the rubble. The full radiation output of 1 firestarter spell equals 1 degree, about 150,000 joules. My punch was 50 degrees. I crawled out spitting dirt with my ears ringing and made a note in the only lab book I had, which is my own head. Next time I run an experiment, find a proper venue. Halfway back to camp, Truth lit up. 3 heat sources. Buried under the sand ahead of me, spaced correctly, all night level, in a position that covered the exact line between the hills and the camp. Which meant they knew which direction I had walked, which meant somebody in the camp had told them. I kept walking because I wanted to meet them more than I wanted to avoid them. They came out of the sand together, 1 kicking grit at my eyes, 2 closing from left and right with daggers, and it was good work. Honestly, the timing was clean. I caught both daggers on my forearms, which is not a defense, it's a delivery method. On contact, I pushed energy through the steel into the men holding it, and both of them folded around their own insides. Then I whip-kicked the front one, and he stopped being upright. 2 of them were still breathing. I pulled the masks off, Rylan and Briar, sellswords of the Shadow Organization, which turned out not to be an assassin's guild at all, but a platform. It posts contracts, freelancers pick them up, it takes a cut. Kill it and another one grows, because the thing that exists isn't the building, it's the market, client, the kingdom of Saladin, for the 5 night levels. And then their eyes went down to the sand when I asked how they'd known where I'd be. Lord Kian had taken Saladin's money. He'd joined our convoy specifically to sit next to me and watch. And he'd sent word the moment I walked out of camp, at the river, on the first night in a month when everyone in that convoy had their boots off. He wanted the bounty, and he wanted the wagons. Truth ran their faces frame by frame the whole time they talked. No deception markers. Point him out to me, I said, and then you may leave. I did not go straight at him. I went and stood against the outside of his carriage in the dark and listened through the wall because I wanted the second half. Mandrake flower, colorless, odorless, dissolves in water, barely lethal at that dose and violently hallucinogenic. In the wasteland, there are perhaps 4 rivers, and every single person in the convoy was going to drink from this one in the morning. Then Kian laughed at his own plan, and his guard captain Garrick laughed with him. Then the carriage came apart. I dragged both of them out into the middle of the camp by the back of the neck with the entire convoy standing around us in their night clothes, and I set them down and waited, and nobody said a word. Not one of Kian's own people. Not one. It looks like you are unpopular, I said. Kian found his voice. Spare my life. I'll give you everything. All my treasures, every cart, all of it. Idiot, I said. Once I kill you, your things will be mine anyway. 2 stomps. Then Rylan explained it to the crowd. The money, the mandrake, the river, and Kian's household broke and went down on their knees in the sand. I gave them two options: walk into the wasteland with water and take their chances, or sign. Arya wrote out the agreement, and I have never seen a person enjoy paperwork so much in my life. Every single one of them signed. Some of them were smiling. Kian had run them as slaves in everything but the word, so all we'd really done was change the letterhead. Truth watched their faces while they signed and pulled out a dozen who were lying. Those were dealt with separately. As for Rylan and Briar, I let them walk, and they walked exactly as far as the energy I had put into their bodies allowed them to. I was not going to release a tiger back into the mountain. When I got back to the river, Isla and Fiora were standing there with my clean clothes folded on a tray. They put it down and left extremely quickly. I stood there with wet hair and a dozen new problems and thought that I really needed to sit down and think about my life. 5 months later, we crossed into the Maslow Alliance and the world turned green. Actual grass, late summer, rivers with banks instead of edges. Nobody in the convoy said anything for about an hour. By then I had converted an entire carriage into a laboratory. Potted specimens down the left wall, sealed jars down the right. It rode at the very back of the column, wrapped in canvas, 2 small windows, and a lock on the door. Because the fastest way to lose your equipment is to let people see it. The research question was simple. What does life force actually do to things that are not me? Plants. Longer lives, longer bloom, occasional mutation that goes somewhere interesting. Insects. Much bigger, much more dangerous, and much shorter lived. I grew a centipede to 1/2 meter and it died of its own cellular limit inside a week, which taught me something important about ceilings. Mammals. Enhanced only for exactly as long as the borrowed life force lasts. And then they go back. And then they go back further. Failed subjects went into a corrosive solution I formulated myself, and the guards who moved that carriage did not ask questions. Ding. Internal to external energy conversion model. 7% complete. Data insufficient. Supplementary research on external energy required. 7%. In 8 months. I've had worse quarters. Outside the lab, the convoy had reorganized itself around me without anybody voting. Arya had taken over managing the ex-Kian household and was frighteningly good at it. Isla was still competing, which had acquired urgency because the Baron intended to marry her to a local noble the moment we reached Arendelle, and there was exactly one person in the convoy who could stop that. Fiora needed a livelihood and knew it. Elder Arik watched all 3 of them work and grinned at me over dinner every single night like a man watching a sport. Arendelle's wall came up out of the plain and did not stop. Cyan gray stone, dozens of meters high, running off to both horizons, and in the ground outside it, in the shadow of that wall, the slums, where the law is whatever you can personally hold, and where a great many of Lodin's fleeing nobles had ended up because they reached the gate and found out that the gate has a price. 1 gold coin to walk in, 100 gold for a Maslow Alliance identity. For scale, a laborer earns 3 copper a day. 100 copper is a silver, 100 silver is a gold. That identity costs a working man his entire life twice over, and after that entry is 1 copper forever. Baron Blackwood haggled for form's sake and then handed over a box of gold, and while the soldier was counting it, his guards started throwing the maids off the wagons, not politely, physically. Some of them grabbed the sideboards and got kicked loose. Fiora's mother Mara was among them. I did the arithmetic standing there, because that's what I do instead of shouting. The Baron had around 7,000 gold. 27 guards, 12 family, 23 maids. A manor in the middle district runs 2,000, and he needed capital on top of that to become anybody here. The guards were his comeback, the maids were not. And Arya was on the list too, because an alliance with me would make a baron into somebody's dependent, and he would rather she married a local shopkeeper. My own convoy was 27, 28 with Mara. The soldier looked up. How many? 55. He stopped writing. Say it again. 55. Behind me, leaning against my wagons, were exactly 50 women who had been thrown into the dirt 90 seconds earlier and who had walked, without discussing it, to the only other line at the gate. They knelt in the road, all of them at once. I had to physically pick 2 of them up. While the paperwork ran, one of the guards leaned over and told me quietly that the central district was where the money lived, that 2,000 gold buys a manor and a name here, and to watch out for the gangs. I tipped him 10 gold, cheapest research budget I have ever approved, and the real reason for the 55 wasn't charity, or wasn't only. Every one of those women had worked in that castle for years, and every one of them knew Elder Arik. I was going to leave in 6 months. Somebody was going to have to look after him. Arendelle on the inside was a genuine shock. Clean streets. Not clean for a fantasy city. Clean. They flog you for littering. Shops selling sealed pearl boxes as a game of chance, which told me the local economy had reached the stage of selling people the feeling of maybe. I hired an official guide because in a strange city, the cheapest thing you can buy is somebody who already knows. He took us to the Telic Guild, 6 floors of gray-white stone, a sand table model of the district in the lobby, and a greeter at the door. Enfia handled us, black tailcoat, blonde, could do compound interest in her head. She showed 3 secluded manors. I took the eastern one, and not for the fountain. I took it because it was 400 meters from the public library, 2,500 gold, shadow wall, iron gate, a pool with a fountain in it, and a 7-story villa behind that. My people came through the gate and stood in the courtyard looking around, and there was a quality to how they looked at me afterward that I didn't enjoy and couldn't correct. The women especially. They'd been half an hour from the slums. That night, I went to the top floor, put everyone out, locked the doors and the windows, and sat down to meditate for the first time. Ding! Basic meditation technique detected, carrying special information. Reception into the brain may produce unknown hazards. Continue? Continue. Here is what meditation is, and nobody tells you this in the recruitment material. It is construction. You build a rune inside your own mind, a 3-dimensional structure of frankly obscene complexity, and you hold it there and keep building until it stops needing you to hold it. An ordinary apprentice spends dozens of days just understanding the shape of one. Truth handed me the template like a printout. The first rune was a simple horizontal stroke with several thousand sub-patterns crawling over its surface, and looking at it directly made me nauseous. It took all night. Teeth clenched, hands flat on the floor, and by dawn my eyes were so bloodshot that Isla made a noise when she saw me. Meditation turns out to be extremely tiring. It is not resting. It is closer to a fight. Ding. Warning. Unknown energy has entered the body. Brain cell structure slightly altered. Energy blessing state has disappeared. Mental power attribute has been added. Strength 5.4. Speed 5.1. Constitution 5.4. Mental power 3.2. Genetic upper limit now 5.5. The blessing was gone. The outside energy propping me above the human ceiling had been consumed, and in exchange, the ceiling itself had moved. 6 runes makes a 3rd-class apprentice, 12 makes 2nd, 18 makes 1st. Judging by how the first one had gone, I put myself at 2nd or 3rd-class talent, which I was quietly fine with. 5 hours of dead sleep and I was back to normal, which is another thing about this body that I have never gotten used to. Then I checked the calendar and had a bad morning. Recruitment is in January. It was July. 6 months to live in the most expensive city on the coast with 55 dependents, a manor that cost 2,500 gold, and an income of exactly nothing. An estate is not an asset. An estate is a hole that you pour money into so that people will let you into rooms. So I wrote a shopping list and gave it to Arya, and the guards moved my laboratory into the basement, and 2 of them nearly resigned over the centipede jars. One of them said, and I quote, that the battlefield was simpler than moving this thing. Then I opened one crate. Inside was a flower, trumpet-shaped, a red so bright it looked infected, on a pale stem with veins running through it that appeared to be moving. Every person in that basement decided it was a devil and went very still. I cracked the glass about a centimeter. And the entire villa, 7 floors, 55 people, went slack-jawed and blissful at the same moment. I heard something fall over upstairs. Somebody started singing. I looked out of the basement door, and 2 of the guards were dancing with each other in the courtyard. The smell is still too strong, I said, and sealed it. When formulating the perfume, it looks like it still needs dilution. Because that thing was a stink flower, genuinely, botanically, a stink flower, and stink is nothing but fragrance pushed past its own extreme. 3 cultivated generations in a moving carriage, and I'd walked it back over the line. The side effect came from the predatory plants I'd kept it next to, and I hadn't planned it, and I kept it anyway. The scent is very mildly hallucinogenic and undiluted. It carries about 10 miles. 3 days of blending, with a supercomputer solving the dosage. 3 products. Amber Dream, which is amber-colored and relaxing and floral. Dawn's Light, pale gold, sharpens you. Violet's Wish, lavender, calming, woody underneath. And the trick, the actual patent, if this world had patents, is that each one is keyed to different olfactory receptors, so each triggers a different hormonal response, which means all 3 smell different on different people, and different on the same person on a different day, depending on her mood, because her own chemistry is half the formula. They also cover physical flaws, which I mentioned last, and which sold more bottles than everything else combined. I gave one to each of the 3 girls, gold for Arya, amber for Isla, purple for Fiora. Then I leaned in close to each of them in turn to collect the reaction data, at which point all 3 of them left the room at speed and did not come back for some time. I am aware of how that sounds. It was data. Price it as high as you can imagine, I told Arya, and then go higher. We are not selling perfume, we are selling the top of the market. 900 bottles a day, 300 of each, not 1 bottle more, ever, for any price. Arendelle lost its mind inside 2 weeks. It got to the point where a woman who could not discuss the 3 fragrances was not really equipped for conversation, which is a sentence I heard said seriously in a shop by an adult. The old market leader was the Tulip firm, run by a man named Dark Roman with a manager named Mark, and their shop went from full to empty in about a month. So Roman did what any competent man does and investigated me, and what came back was this. The owner is an 18-year-old fallen noble from Lodin who killed 8 official knights on the road here and is probably a great knight. Arendelle had exactly 1 great knight, and he ran the navy. Roman sent an invitation instead of a threat, and I signed with several of the chambers of commerce on the spot. They export, I supply, I take 60% and a guaranteed floor price. Nobody argued about the 60. When you are the only source, the negotiation is a formality with refreshments. I handed all of it to the 3 girls and went back to the basement. Truth ate the Arendelle Public Library in about 9 days. Then I started commissioning foreign volumes through the trading houses, because a port city's real product is books nobody local can read. Out of one of them fell a spell. Wizard's Hand. No combat application whatsoever. Manipulates objects at range, synchronizes directly with intent, costs almost nothing to hold. For a man who spends his life pipetting things he'd rather not touch, it is the single most valuable spell in the world. By then, I had 8 solidified runes, which made me a wizard apprentice on paper, and I could run 5 wizard's hands simultaneously, which was official wizard territory, and which I mentioned to precisely nobody. The breakthrough came at a banquet, which is where all my worst ideas start. Somebody served whale. Whale meat in Arendelle carries a parasite called the Helos. 30 centimeters, leech-shaped, dark green, with a ring of serrated teeth at the front, and every fisherman on the coast cuts them out and throws them over the side. Here is what nobody had bothered to ask. Why does an animal the size of a whale tolerate a parasite that size? Because it isn't one. It repairs the host. It patches damage. It accelerates healing. And in extremis, when the whale is dying, the Helos converts its own body into something that behaves almost exactly like a life seed and pushes it into the host to keep it alive. A creature that manufactures an artificial life seed on demand. I bought a barrel of them. A dozen went into the corrosive bin before I got the extraction right, and then the fluid boiled and shifted through 4 colors and settled to a deep emerald green. Ding, life potion. 1. Treats injury, accelerates recovery. 2. Raises breakthrough success rate. Knight Apprentice plus 82.75%, Official Knight plus 54.58, Great Knight plus 10.58. I sat and looked at those numbers for a long time, because of something the governor's people had told me at that same banquet, half as a joke. Every great knight in the Maslow Alliance broke through by accident in a moment of mortal crisis, and not one of them can explain how they did it or teach it to anyone. That is not a martial tradition. That is a lottery with a survivorship bias, and I had already climbed onto one table in one life and bet everything on odds nobody could print. Also, practically, I was leaving in 5 months, and the House of Perfume was about to be the richest thing in the district with no teeth. A potion that mass produces official knights is not a medicine. It is a wall. You can buy a volunteer out of the slums for 1 gold coin. I put out word and got so many applicants that we had to close the gate. I took 3, and I took no old men, because in the slums there are none. A boy called Arlo, a young man called Tiernan, and a middle-aged one called Kai, who was the best fed of the applicants and the only one who'd looked at the manor and then looked at me, which is a specific kind of ambition, and I wanted it in the sample. I told all 3 of them plainly and twice that this might go badly and that they could take a coin and leave right now with no consequences. The boy drank first. His body temperature went up so fast I could feel it standing next to him. The skin flushed dark red. Then the itching started, and it was the kind you cannot be brave about. He went at his own forearms with his nails until they bled, and the tears sealed and healed as fast as he could open them. Then he grew half a head taller and a size wider while I stood there holding a notebook. Ding. Excessive intake causes premature development. Optimization. Dilute the base. Add black centipede fangs to slow the release curve. Tiernan and Kai were already grown, so they just inflated. 2 men who'd been thin that morning came out of it looking like they'd spent 8 years under a bar, with the speed to go with it. The refined version went to volunteers among my own guards, and most of them broke through to Knight Apprentice on the spot. Arya, Isla, and Fiora all drank and all advanced. In 2 or 3 months, I told the household, use the potion I leave you and go for official knight. I want to record what the room looked like when I said that, because I ran the numbers later, and it is genuinely absurd. 55 people, most of them had been maids or castle staff a year ago. By spring, a significant number of them were going to be official knights. That is what an unfair advantage does when you point it at the people standing next to you instead of at yourself. The 3 of them found out I was leaving from Elder Eric and came to me together about it, and what followed was the least romantic conversation of my life. which I say as a compliment to everyone involved. Because the House of Perfume without an heir is a castle built on my continued breathing. I was about to get on a ship for a continent nobody here had seen, joining a profession where people modify their own bodies for fun. If I did not come back, 55 people and the most profitable firm in the district had no floor under them. So we settled it the way you settle a thing like that. Plainly, on both sides, with the reasons said out loud. 2 months later, all 3 of them were expecting, and that was the last time it came up. Then I did the actual work of leaving. Several hundred perfume formulas, written out longhand, in sequence, with the dilution curves. Force-grown stink flower seed by the thousand eye. They take a year to bloom naturally, and I did not have a year. And 50-odd bottles of life potion, sealed and inventoried and left in a strong box with Elder Eric's mark on it. That was the part that mattered. If the East Coast ate me, the 50 potions were the difference between my household staying a household and my household being 55 people in the slums. Then I told them all at dinner. Elder Arik tapped the table twice with 2 fingers and said absolutely nothing. The 3 of them didn't cry and didn't argue. They sat there and they held it, and if any one of them had asked me to stay, I think I would have. None of them did, so I hardened up because once the children arrived, leaving would stop being difficult and start being impossible. January came and the port filled with strangers. Nobles were shipping in from every coast with their children, some of them 3 months at sea for what was officially described as an unknown possibility. 3 months on a boat for a maybe. That should have told me more than it did at the time. Governor Quinn held a ball. Enormous man, yellow robe, arms like cable spools, top-tier fighter, and, much more dangerously, good at politics. The invitations had no text printed on them at all. The men at the door simply asked whether you knew what the evening was about. I said wizards. They bowed me in. Truth, on arrival, 6.0, 6.0, 6.0, spirit 11.0, genetic upper limit reached, 1 rune off second class in under a year. A handful of the other guests had also pre-learned meditation, passed down through family lines, and every single one of them was so far behind me that I stopped comparing. Quinn found me by the wall and gave me his picture of wizards, which was the most useful 10 minutes of the evening. They are powerful, they are reclusive. Every one of them is, without exception, a scholar. Some of them cast spells for commoners out of nothing but interest, and some of them, he said, do not treat ordinary people as life at all. They treat them as a consumable. Then he leaned in. Join the shadow robes, he said. If they turn you down for talent, then give up and go home. Do not choose the black robes. Almost none of them come back. And on the way out of that conversation, he mentioned in passing the expense. I stopped walking because the 3 books had said nothing about a fee, not one word, which meant my entire model of the wizard world had come from a recruitment pamphlet, and recruitment pamphlets are written by the people recruiting. Quinn introduced me to the others before the night was done, and one of them turned out to be worth the whole ball. Liam Beckett Reed, eldest son of a top counselor lineage. The sisters Zara and Lena of the Quinn family, whose firm was at that moment distributing my own perfume across 2 kingdoms. Declan of the Sterling and Fenna of the Caro, both military. Leo Sterling Quinn, all knight apprentices, all spirit 1 to 2, which is to say a fifth of me. Reed pulled the whole group into a side room, shut the door, and paid for his membership in my good graces with information, which is my favorite currency. The East Coast has 2 blocks, the Shadow Wizard Association and the Black Wizard Council. Shadow, cultivation is peaceful, the aptitude bar is high, and you will probably survive. Black, aptitude is a number they will happily ignore. They take nearly anyone. And, Reed said this part quietly, legend has it that black organizations deliberately arrange trouble on the ship's home to thin out the weak before they arrive. Body modification is routine over there. 3 hands, 3 legs, 3 heads. And working on souls is not a specialization, it's a required course. 6 major organizations, 3 aside. Shadow, the 6-ring tower, the School of Nature, Shadow House Academy. Black, the House of Puppets, the Academy of Silence, the School of Souls. You tell them apart on recruitment day by robe color. Except, Reed added, some black organizations wear white on purpose. Shadow organizations never wear black, which is a fantastic rule of thumb, right up until you're standing in front of a white tent. Then he told me the part he clearly hadn't meant to. Every one of those kids in that room was carrying a family instruction. If they were rejected once, their families would send them back next year, and the year after, until some organization took them, and everyone in that room knew which organization eventually takes everyone. Zara and Lena each took one of my hands at the same time, which was well coordinated. Brother Arik, you'll protect us, won't you? As long as we're in the same academy, I said, which was the most honest answer available, and as it turned out, the wrong one. They cleared the entire port. Everyone who wasn't a candidate, a parent, or a wizard was walked out through the gates, and Arendale's busiest quarter went silent for the first time in its history. The parents were the thing I remember, not the tents, The parents, pushing their children forward, saying encouraging words with their hands on their kids' shoulders, and every one of those hands was pushing. Because I finally understood the shape of it standing there. Most of these children were not candidates, they were offerings. A family sends a child to the wizards, and the child acquires value simply by having been sent. A glimmer of possibility that makes rival houses hesitate before moving against the clan. Whether the child ever comes back is a separate question and not the important one. Quinn gave the announcement, choose freely until you sign. Once a contract is signed, there is no reversing it, and you may not leave the port. Anyone who tries is dragged back by a wizard lord in front of everybody. And one rule that mattered more than the rest. Your aptitude is tested at the first organization you enter. After that, you carry a report card and every other tent reads the same number. You get one first impression. Choose which tent gets it. There were thousands of us in the queue and 56 tents. 56. Dozens of famous East Coast organizations had crossed an ocean and there was not enough talent standing in that port to fill them. Nobody spoke. Not one person. I found out why later. A few years back, somebody shouted something at a black wizard's tent, and the correction cost the port hundreds of casualties, and the silence has held ever since. Crossing the tent line, the sound came back all at once. Talking, footsteps, a hammer somewhere. Ding, unknown energy layer detected with sound-absorbing and vibration-insulating properties. A hemisphere over the entire encampment. From outside, total silence. From inside, an ordinary busy morning. Truth started a 3-day model on it, and I filed the whole thing under things I want to be able to build someday. I walked past 55 tents to the Shadow House Academy's queue. Inside, oil lamps, a table, a crystal ball, and an old wizard in white who looked like he'd been doing this since dawn and had stopped being polite around candidate 40. Hand on the ball. I put my hand on it. The field came up through my palm and hit my mental power directly, and my runes lit, all 8 of them white, and the pressure of it came out of my skin. The old man stood up so fast his chair went over. A third-class apprentice? That rune structure. Is that our academy's basic meditation technique? Then he had me by the sleeve, out through a flap at the back of the tent, across the dock, up a gangway onto a ship, down a corridor with no lamps. He knocked on a door and said, in a voice I hadn't heard him use, "Lord Lady Arya, another apprentice has found the meditation technique hidden inside the 3 books." The door opened and pulled us in. Not swung, pulled. Inside was a gray-haired old woman sitting cross-legged on a mat with the face of somebody's kind grandmother. Truth went off like a fire alarm. Ding, high-energy object detected. High-risk radiation. 72.3% probability of physical mutation on prolonged exposure. Unknown force field detected. Field intensity exceeds the chip's measurement ceiling. Interference impossible. Open the life shield immediately. I opened the life shield and smiled at the nice grandmother. Her test was gentler. And the ball didn't light up. The ball lit up the room. "First-class talent," she said. "And a great night as well." Then, to nobody, "Our school is saved." Her school practices the Chloris method, which everybody calls the extreme meditation method, and here is what it does. It takes a wizard's mental power to the absolute ceiling of whatever level he's on, not near it. The ceiling, which means the breakthrough after that has an almost non-existent failure rate, because you are never attempting it underweight. The cost is time. It is punishingly, unreasonably slow, and only first-class talent lives long enough to finish the road. The Extreme School had not recruited a single person in decades. Not because there were no first-class talents, because every school on the East Coast hoards its first-class talents, and a first-class talent doesn't turn up once in a dozen years, and nobody was going to hand one to the slowest method in the world. They had high-level wizards. They had a generational gap underneath them that you could drive a ship through. They were dying, and she had just found a boy on a dock. Truth ran the numbers while she was still smiling at me. The main body's genes can support 37 solidified runes versus 24 for an ordinary first-class apprentice. Alternative techniques complete the apprentice stage 3 years and 9 months earlier. The extreme method reaches the absolute peak of each level, but the main body's unusually high ceiling makes that peak proportionally further away. Recommendation, not recommended. 3 years and 9 months. In a world where a great knight gets 200 years, that sounds like nothing. In a world where the difference between arriving in time and arriving late is the whole story, it is not nothing. So I didn't refuse. I asked one question. Has anyone who practices the extreme meditation method ever reached the absolute peak of the East Coast wizards? She sighed. It was a small sound and it went through the whole room. None. And then she deflated in a way that I did not enjoy watching because she wasn't offended. She agreed with me. She had known the answer to that question for a very long time, and had presumably said it to herself in that same tone more than once. Her method was built for something that lives longer than a human being does. Jace, she said, take Arik away. Let him choose another school when we reach the academy. I got as far as the door. Can you teach me the apprentice portion of the extreme meditation method, I said, and let me try it first? A book came off the shelf and drifted over to me. I bowed. Her eyes were already closed. On the other side of the door I heard her say it, and I don't think she meant me to. Is the extreme school going to end with my generation? The old wizard introduced himself in the corridor. Jace, second-class apprentice, 22 years old. The white hair and the loose skin were radiation damage from an experiment that went wrong. The youth potion holding him together was almost gone. He told me all of this within 90 seconds of meeting me while walking backwards because Jace is the single most talkative human being I have ever met. He also sold his school to me the entire way to my cabin, saw straight through every non-answer I gave him, and cheerfully let it ride. 3 months at sea, he said. You'll get bored. I did not get bored. Here is a rule of the wizard world. Switching meditation techniques damages you. The higher your level, the worse. But at the apprentice stage, the cost is nearly nothing, and the basic meditation technique has no attribute bias to unlearn. Ding. Extreme meditation method recorded. Overlap with the basic technique. 72%. Modifiable regions identified. Using basic as the foundation, plus 45% speed. Using extreme as the foundation, plus 50. And then the actual news. The chip could take control of the source of my mental power directly, which meant I could run 2 techniques at once, and it could split my mental space in half so their fluctuations never touched, because 2 techniques resonating against each other in one mind does exactly what you'd expect. 2 crews building one bridge from opposite banks. Theoretical maximum, 3 to 5 techniques, beyond which the attribute conflicts stop being solvable. I took the extreme method as the base. No bias, cleanest architecture, best thing to build on. Ding, modification in progress. 7 days, 3 hours, 28 minutes. My cabin was on the 3rd deck, 2 floors below Lady Area, and directly under Jace, which is a ranking that everybody aboard that ship could read at a glance, and which caused me an amount of trouble I had not budgeted for. We left at dawn. The anchor came up, green light ran down the length of the hull like water finding a channel, and the ship moved off with no wind and no oars. Wizard formations are genuinely magical. I mean that in the technical sense. I had no idea how it worked, and it bothered me for a week. I barely left that cabin. Sailors brought my food. My skin went pale enough that in the robes I stopped looking like a great knight and started looking like somebody's delicate nephew, which is relevant to what happened later. Jace brought me news because Jace brings everybody news. Reed had no talent at all. Not low, none. And the other 5 had tested mediocre, and no shadow organization was going to take any of them. I sat with that one for a while, and then I turned it over and saw it from the other side. Reed would go home and inherit his family's business and live to be 80 in a city with clean streets. Failing that test was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. Then the switch began, and it was worse than the breakthrough. To change technique, my mental power went through every rune I owned and took it apart. 8 structures I had built by hand over 8 months, disassembled into fragments, and left floating in my own head. And then the chip started rebuilding them into the extreme method's architecture, which is not 8 separate runes at all. It is one enormous hollow sphere with the whole pattern written across its surface, assembled in mortise and tenon segments, because no mind alive can raise the entire structure at once. The usable fragments got me 3/5 of a sphere. The rest was waste, and I had to disperse it, and watching the things I had bled for going down the drain felt exactly as bad as it sounds. Ding. Activate dual meditation. My mental space came apart into 2 rooms with 2 different rhythms running in them, and the ordinary technique started producing fragments in one room and feeding them down a channel into the sphere in the other. Around 2/3, the vertigo nearly threw me out of it. I remember gripping the bed frame. Then the last piece, a small triangular pyramid, slotted home, and the sphere lit. I want to describe what that felt like properly, because it was the first genuinely good moment I'd had since I died. It was like cold water in high summer. My mental power went out past the walls of the cabin on its own, and I could feel the energy in the air, the actual texture of it, and 2 radiation sources aboard the ship. Lady Arya, 2 decks up. Jace, 1 deck up. Strength 6.1. Speed 6.1. Constitution 6.1. Mental power 16. Second-class apprentice. Talent, life barrier. Great Knight grade. Wizardry, wizard's hand. Which is when I finally went downstairs to eat. The dining hall got quieter and then got louder, in that specific way where people raise their voices, so you'll definitely hear. First-class aptitude, 3rd deck cabin, meals brought to his room. He's just a lucky one. He hasn't even joined a faction. 2 of them had spent the last month working on a boy called Marcus. Second-class talent, peak knight apprentice, and petty enough that on his 2nd day aboard he'd beaten an apprentice for walking through a doorway ahead of him. They pointed him at me, and their actual boss, a smooth operator called Lysander, was going to walk in afterward and rescue me into his three-eye alliance. Marcus came over and hit the table with his palm. I've taken a fancy to your room, clear out within a day. I finished chewing. I wiped my mouth. I stood up. You are Marcus, right? Now chop off one of your own arms, and I will pretend this never happened. He threw his family emblem on the table, which in noble grammar is a duel to the death, and refusing means you owe the challenger one condition of his choosing. And right on cue, Lysander walked in with his gentle smile and his open hand and his invitation. I ignored him completely and picked up the badge. Marcus punched me. I caught the fist, and then I closed my hand. Bones do not snap under that kind of pressure. They deform. The fist went soft in my grip and changed shape like modeling clay. Marcus made a sound. Then the wrist went, and I took hold of his other arm to help him up. He was on his knees, begging before I got there. I stopped because Jace was standing in the doorway with his arms folded. Arik, congratulations on becoming a second-class apprentice. Teacher Lady Arya is looking for you. Then he looked down at Marcus, and his voice changed completely, and I understood for the first time that the cheerful idiot in the corridor was a costume. If this were a Black Wizard ship, nobody would have said a word. You should be glad our academy doesn't have a death quota for second-class talents. Lysander left the hall in a cold sweat. A handful of gold coins to a sailor from Arendelle bought the whole ship the truth that the pale boy on the third deck was a great knight, and had been one before he ever touched a rune. After that, Marcus's challenge stopped being a scandal and became the ship's running joke. Lady Arya was waiting with her hands folded. You cultivated the extreme meditation method and broke through to second class. Not a question. And the moment she said it out loud, it was done. I was in her school, she was my mentor, and I would not be choosing anything at the academy. She works in potionology, life science, life modification, and a little elemental magic. Then, another crystal ball, for the element test. Does the wizard world lack any other creativity? I have now had my life redirected 3 times by a glass sphere, the ball filled with emerald green edge to edge, with a scatter of red specks around the rim, life affinity, pure, with a trace of fire, identical to hers, which meant her entire line of inheritance would transfer to me without loss, and I watched her register that and decide something. Wizards, she said, are people who pursue truth and seek equivalent exchange. Knowledge is extremely precious and is not easily bestowed. Free to her apprentice. 1 advanced course out of 3. Introductory potionology, flesh modification, or life elemental structure explanation. I answered by putting a bottle on the table. This is a potion I formulated. She had my wrist in her hand before the bottle stopped rocking, because there is no sorcery in the life potion at all. There couldn't be. I made it as a great knight by pushing vitality directly through the process with my hands. What she said next crossed a line that Shadowhouse Academy formally forbids, which is inducement. She started telling me what my potionology career could look like, unprompted, in detail, at length, because she had a bottle in her hand that a boy with no training and a bag of garbage ingredients had made, and it worked about as well as a minor life potion. I picked potionology. I'd have picked it anyway. She handed me a magic pattern scroll, and the notes in it weren't the course. They were hers. Because potionology, wizard array studies, and toolmaking are the 3 great pits of the wizard world, and potionology is the worst of them. Herbs are not standardized. Same species, same season, different valley, different behavior, and only a person who has personally ruined 400 batches can feel the difference in advance. A skilled apothecary lands about 50% on a potion he has made 1,000 times. 30% is the honest working average, and on something new, 5% is a result you thank your ancestors for. Dozens of consecutive failures is not bad luck, it's Tuesday. Every single brew demands a matched mental power fluctuation, live elemental tuning, trace element control at a resolution the human hand does not possess, and the ability to read a medicinal change while it's happening, which is why senior apothecaries are rare, and why the arrival of a genuinely new advanced potion has historically started wars. Also, the currency here is not gold. It's magic stones, mind aggregations of elemental energy that work as both money and reagent, which means the economy and the science run on the same substance. Even a low-grade potion sells for a dozen. I read all of that and understood my position perfectly. With a supercomputer running the tuning and simulating the batch before I touch it, my success rate should be functionally perfect, which is exactly why not one person could ever be allowed to see it. Out on deck that afternoon, Marcus, left arm in plaster, right hand replaced with an iron hook, and genuinely, embarrassingly grateful, because on any other ship the boy he'd challenged would have finished the job. By the time land came up, I had mastered every elementary potion in the scroll and decided to hide that too. I could act like a genius, Being too much of a genius gets you looked at. The ship's factions had settled into three by then: Lysander's Three-Eye Alliance, Marcus's Guardian Alliance, and Ember's Marauder Alliance. I joined none of them, and all three of them left me alone. We came off the ship into a white forest, not snow, shadow. The trunks were white, the bark was white, the bushes and the grass and the moss were white, all the way to the horizon in every direction, as if somebody had drained the color out of the world and forgotten to put it back. Keep up, Jace said, walking. This forest radiates constantly, and it mutates things. Anyone who falls behind enters the cemetery before he enters the academy. Ding. High energy plant life detected. Radiation output 2.4 to 3.3 degrees per hour. Prolonged exposure will cause irreversible genetic damage. Then we started passing the twisted ones. Some of the trees were wrung around themselves like wet cloth, branches moving without wind, and the bark on those ones had patterns in it. Faces, human ones and animal ones mixed together, all of them open-mouthed. Jace said it the way you'd mention a pothole. Those eat people. Sleep under one, and it'll come down for you in the night. The badly twisted ones are the ones that have already had something. The column got noticeably narrower after that. 200 apprentices all deciding independently to walk closer to the middle. Deeper in, the trees got taller and the radiation went up, and this is the part that felt wrong in my chest. It got colder. Those white leaves absorb sunlight so efficiently that the forest floor is a cold spot in a temperate zone. Then a wall came out of the white, shadowstone, no visible top, and a face rose out of the surface of it. Please enter the passphrase. Jace's staff floated a rune up onto its forehead, and the face closed its eyes, and an opening the shape of an inverted U dilated in solid rock. Registration was a tent with a bored apprentice in it who did not lift his head once. Name, age, place of origin, talent grade. First-class talent. The head came up. Then I added quietly that I was already a second-class apprentice and that my mentor's name was Lady Area. The entire tent turned around. My guide was a man in gray robes with a weathered face and no interest in impressing anybody, named Elias Blackwood. Remember him. Everything that happens to me later happens because of that afternoon. Past the outer barrier, there was an inner one, and between them a statue, the Ankivian goat. Sheep's head, deer's antlers, a long scaled neck, and 8 legs with wings folded along its back. The Academy's guardian beast. Extreme elemental resistance and capable of standing in front of an official wizard and not moving. Then the castles, teaching, experimental, living, trading, missions, medicinal herbs, each of them the size of a small town, each of them a different unpleasant color. Freshman kit, 1 set of gray apprentice robes and 1 pin that opens the castle gates. 30 magic stones to replace, which I mention because it is the single most quoted number among first-year apprentices. Lady Aria's laboratory was at the top of the experimental castle, dozens of floors up, and it smelled of disinfectant, with something underneath the disinfectant. She gave me a black scroll. 26th floor, a complete potion laboratory, free. The herbs will be restocked regularly. I want to be clear about what that is. In an economy where knowledge is sold by the sentence, an apprentice who has been here 9 minutes was just handed a fully equipped lab and a standing supply line. My dormitory key said 666, room 66, floor 6, single occupancy, which is unheard of, and a lock so primitive that I opened it once with a bent spoon just to see. The neighbor came out immediately. Cassian Blackwood, professionally friendly, recruiting for a freshman mutual aid society. I turned him down and I told him why, because he seemed decent. Here, knowledge is the currency. A society whose entire proposition is that everybody shares knowledge is a society whose members are all being asked to spend and none of them are being paid. It will hold together for about 4 months. He looked like he already knew. 3 months disappeared. Every free public class, then straight to the library, everything going into the chip. Basic life science, basic anatomy, basic life analysis, basic wizardry model construction, flesh analysis, the origin and utilization of mental power. Every single thing an apprentice was permitted to touch in that library, stored inside 10 days. I should mention that the raw volume of it, arriving at once, would have flattened a normal mind. It nearly flattened a great knight's. There were 2 days in there I don't have clean memories of. Lady Aria's favor spared me the errands other students run for their teachers, which bought me maybe 4 hours a day, and I spent all 4 in the stacks. The classroom talk got interesting around month 2. It is said that he never rests and acts like a mechanical puppet. Teacher Sterling of the genetics department formally asked Lady Aria to transfer me to him. She said no. And I started giving a Sunday lecture series on wizardry model construction, mostly because explaining a thing is how I find the holes in it, and by the 6th week, first-class apprentices were sitting in the back row, and I was collecting magic stones by the fistful. The last class of the term was Teacher Rowan. Shadow robe, Green hair down to her waist, golden pupils, black staff with a green stone in it, and the subject was spell solidification, which is the actual dividing line in this profession. An unsolidified spell has to be built in the air, in front of you, every time. A solidified spell lives permanently inside your mental space, finished, and you fire it by wanting to. The catches: your mental power must clear a threshold or the backlash is severe, your elemental affinity changes both the cost and the pain, and there is a hard limit to how many any one person can hold, which nobody could tell me the mechanism for, and which turned out to matter enormously. Pure affinity, I discovered, cuts both ways. Life and nature spells cost me under half of what an ordinary apprentice pays, with almost no backlash. Negative energy and erosion spells cost me exponentially more and hurt going in. I am the best possible person at exactly 1/3 of the discipline, and the worst possible person at another third. I have thought about that a lot since. Lady Arya had left me templates in advance, which she'd clearly chosen personally: Trent Summoning and Lesser Energy Fireball. No defensive spell, because at apprentice level nothing they could teach me would improve on a Great Knight's life barrier, and she knew it. Then Truth said something new. Ding. Optimizable structure detected in the published models. Proceed with optimization? I want to explain why that line is insane. These templates are the finished, published, standardized output of an organization that has been refining them for longer than my old civilization has had writing. Improving one is not an apprentice project. Improving one is a career. First-class apprentices don't attempt it. 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 14 points of mental energy. Wizard's Hand. Cast time down to 0.2 of a second. Upkeep halved. Range out to 30 meters. Trent Summoning. Cast time 1 second. Trent Strength plus 27.3%. Fire Resistance plus 32.1. Cost down 13. Lesser Energy Fireball. Cast time 1/10 of a second. Gains an explosion phase and continuous burn. 72% more frontal damage. 15% cheaper. In the eyes of an ordinary wizard, that degree of change could not be called optimization. It would be called reconstruction. Ding. The main body can solidify 5 spells. The experimental area sits at the very edge of the academy grounds. Walls thickened, floors carved with runes for radiation isolation, structural integrity, and automatic energy balancing. That last one is not a luxury. Mishandle a negative energy spell in a place with a lot of dead things in the soil, and you don't get a failed experiment. You get an evil spirit, and then somebody has to come and deal with it. A single-person room is 1 magic stone an hour and comes with energy measurement gear and puppet targets. Fireball into a plate-armored puppet. Ding. Fire-type energy attack. Initial intensity 5. Continuous burn 1. Then I had Truth recalibrate my whole internal scale to the Wizard World's unit, and the number that came back stopped me. Ding. The main body's life barrier can resist energy attacks of 30 degrees. An ordinary Great Knight's barrier stops 5 to 7. Apprentice 0-tier spells run 3 to 5. An official wizard's first-level spells run 15 to 25. My defense, which I got for free at 16 in a cave in a wasteland, shrugs off a full wizard's attack spell. Curses are the exception. Curses do not care about barriers at all, and I made a note about that in large letters and did not think about it hard enough either. Trent Test. Pure energy version. 3 meters, hits for 2, which is official knight strength that never tires and never hesitates and never has an opinion. Then I used a modified acorn. 7 meters, strength 5, speed 3, physique 6, talent. Natural aura, meaning fast recovery and fire resistance. Resistant skin at 6. Skill. Entanglement. Hitting for 5. 5 is the absolute ceiling of what a 0-tier spell can do, and I had reached it with a seed I'd modified over dinner. The Academy trading area is a long hall with fixed prices on a board and a clerk who has stopped caring. I searched life-type spells and the list came back at under 100 entries, which is the whole tragedy of the life wizard in one screen. Rare affinity means a thin catalog, and a thin catalog means every life wizard for 1,000 years has been solving the same problems with the same 11 tools, so I bought all of them. Every life-type template in the archive, plus every auxiliary template, which came to 279 at 1 magic stone each. The clerk lost the ability to speak halfway through. Then I put down a magic stone card, which requires 100 stones just to be issued, and he stopped asking questions and started stacking. I was carrying the last of it out when a blonde stranger in leather armor shouted my name across the hall. Very good looking. Very pleased about it. Jace. Youth potion finished, damage reversed, 22 years old on the outside for the first time in years, and absolutely unbearable about it for the next 10 minutes. Then he got to the point. The Pale Forest cleanup happens once every 3 years, and it was coming. The reason it exists is the reason for everything in that forest. Wizards radiate, constantly, involuntarily. Put enough of them in one place for enough centuries and the wildlife around them stops being wildlife. Shadow organizations sweep the surrounding forest on a schedule. Black organizations, Jace said, just issue patrol quotas to their apprentices and let the death rate do the sweeping. Come with my team, he said. I'll guarantee your safety. I solidified illusion breaking and curse removal and kept the rest as chip-stored models, which is a thing no other apprentice can do and which effectively gave me 279 spells in a pocket. I did briefly ask Truth whether using illusion breaking on myself would return me to my original world. It did not answer, which I choose to interpret as tact. The lab door scanned me on the way in. Ding, counterattack spell detected, absorbs incoming attack and returns it doubled, ceiling 25 degrees. Inside, the 26th floor was the size of a basketball court, every instrument brand new and top grade, and behind it, a walk-in store of preserved herbs. Lady Arya had given a boy she met 11 weeks ago a research facility. First brew, simulated before I touched anything. 10 attempts, 10% success. 20 attempts, 50%. 50 attempts, 85. 100, 99. And the number kept improving on its own as I ran more, because the model was learning the room, the humidity, the ambient elemental drift, the way this specific building breathes. The published average for a new potion is 5%. I put my hands flat on the bench and stood there for a second in a free laboratory with 279 spells in my head and a machine behind my eyes that had just quietly rewritten the economics of the entire profession. Then I got to work because the forest cleanup was in 4 days. The minor life potion starts with a spirit fruit. Fist-sized, cyan, a normal fruit that the radiation got to, and if an ordinary person eats one raw, it comes back out of every opening he has. Press it, take the juice, heat it, then dilute to 1 part in 10, and here's where the mortality rate lives. You add the water drop by drop, and if you add it in a stream, you are done. Then 15 grams of isa tree root, not 14, not 16. Then 7 minutes of standing over it, watching the medicinal change and doing nothing, which turns out to be the hardest part of the entire discipline. And then the finish, which is the reason apprentices scream. You need a forest cheetah's heart kept on ice. You wake it with an incantation that sounds like a bird arguing, and it starts hammering in your hand, and you pour the liquid into it through the vessels and let the organ do the last conversion for you, and then you squeeze it out. It came out as beads of emerald sweat. The heart of a forest cheetah is really great, I said out loud, to a heart. It can be reused. First attempt, success. Quality, good. Truth named the 2 flaws before I'd even set it down. Second attempt, excellent. 10 minor life potions, 10 magic stones each, out of a first day. The average apprentice needs over 100 attempts to get one before I have absolute strength. No one alive is going to know that. Lady Arya's warning came the day before we left, and it was the strangest thing she ever said to me. Prepare. Don't get hurt. Then, looking at the wall, extraterritorial demons are invading. An era of great contention has arrived, and a golden age has also arrived. The announcement went up that afternoon. 2,575 apprentices, 725 of them new, teams of 3 to 5 or solo, 1 month in the Pale Forest, 10 monster cores on your return. Or expulsion. The hall made a noise I'd never heard a crowd make, because there had never been a punishment attached before, not once, in the entire history of the trial. Solo newcomers were exempt. A newcomer who joined a team owed 3 and reduced the team's requirement to 7, which meant every veteran squad suddenly wanted a freshman, which was the only piece of good news in the whole document. I read it twice and understood exactly what I was looking at. There are not 10 cores per apprentice out there. There cannot be. Which means that at the end of the month, there will be several hundred people in a forest who are 1 core short of not being expelled. And the cheapest core in the world is the one in somebody else's bag. The trial wasn't a trial, it was a filter with a body count, and they designed it that way on purpose. Truth pulled the Academy's history while I was still reading. Ding, cross-reference complete. Every historical change to the cultivation trial has coincided with a war against black wizard organizations. Additional note, a magic stone deposit is suspected in the Kron Mountains. There it is, Jace's team was 4. Randall, bald and covered in tattoos, Earth Affinity, The Wall, Fintan, Wind, Brenna, Fire. First-class talent and not friendly about it. Jace on control. Mass teleportation dropped the whole cohort into the forest at once, and every single person in my field of view landed on their knees and was violently sick. I stood there with my hands in my sleeves and got some very unfriendly looks. Our target was shadow ravens, mutated crows, pale feathers, white eyes, foul-tempered even by crow standards, fast, and their feathers turn most things you throw at them. The core is the eye, and the eyes go into vision potions, which is why everybody wanted them and nobody could catch them. Randall's tracking sorcery was a pentagram drawn in a yellow powder that never ran out, and out of it rose a face made of packed earth that turned slowly until it stopped, pointing. It pointed at a lake with fog on it, which was a problem because the fog blocked detection sorcery, which meant one escaped raven would poison that whole area for months. Let me try, I said. My archery is very good. Jace's contribution was genuinely clever, a compound that mimics fresh meat, plus an attractant that erodes a raven's self-control. Randall laid a gravity trap. Fintan took the air. Brenna got in position. We were set up for 4 or 5. 12 came. Truth had them counted before Jace finished swearing. My opening volley took 3 out of the sky. The gravity field caught 4. Fintan broke the takeoff of 5 more. Brenna's fireball dropped 1, and I put 3 arrows out at once and got 3. The last one went straight down into the fog. I shot it through the fog. Jace turned around and looked at me for a second longer than was polite. Of 12 ravens, I had killed 7. I took 7 pairs of eyes and left the rest for the team to split however they liked, and then I did 2 things nobody expected, which is what actually spooked them. I cast a breath-shielding spell over the kill site so the blood smell wouldn't call more, and then I cast it again over the burial pit. Nobody buys utility spells. Every apprentice with limited stones buys damage. A boy who spends money on not being noticed is a different kind of animal, and Randall clocked it immediately. Camp was watches in pairs, 5 hours a shift with a shielding crystal in the middle, because in the Pale Forest the trees eat people who stay still. Dawn. Truth flagged 2 zero-tier spells going off at 652 meters and 678. We went. In a clearing of felled white trees there was a man on the ground with his right forearm lying 2 meters away from the rest of him. It was Elias. Standing on his head, with one boot, was a blonde apprentice in a black cloak who looked entirely ordinary right up until he pulled the disguise off. Tegan. Every hair burned off. The skin of the face charred hard and split. The eyes gone dull gray-white with no distinction between iris and white. Both cheeks opened up to the molars. He wanted us to hear the whole thing, so we heard the whole thing. The Academy gives out 1 apothecary apprentice slot a year. He lost it to Elias. After that, he went out on missions instead of into a laboratory, and on one of them the Black Wizards took him alive, and they made him into this. And then they put a mental imprint on him, which means his soul is keyed to another man's, and if that man dies, Tegan dies with him. So there is exactly one thing in the world Tegan will never do. He stabbed himself in the thigh to show us. Yellow pus. The smell of a wound left 3 weeks, and then the flesh closed over. Truth. Tegan, 4.5, 4.7, 5.0. Mental power 17 and dropping. Genetic collapse pending. Elias, 0.7 and falling, not terminal. And a second line which I want on the record as my honest reaction in that moment. What a fine research subject. And best of all, no psychological burden. Then Elias played his card. Stasis field. First level wizardry. A black halo 100 meters across came out of a dying man on the ground. Inside it the world went gray and slow. Leaves hanging in the air. Tegan's boot descending at the speed of a minute hand. And Elias stood up out of it and walked over and put his dagger through the top of Tegan's skull. Then he fell down. And Tegan got up. He pulled the dagger out. Pus came out of the hole in an unhurried way and... behind the pus, there was nothing. I have already been modified, he said. The brain is no longer my fatal weakness. Here is why I was already drawing. Truth had never confirmed the kill. The whole time Elias was standing over the body, the readout in my vision had not changed by 1 point. Everybody else in that clearing was breathing out. I was building. Emin, Osa, Karo, Urilanchi, explosion, splitting, unhealable, life force collapse. 4 spell models, assembled at once, stacked onto 1 arrow. Tegan turned around. The arrow split into 10 on the way, and the 10 went into him from 10 directions, and what happened afterward was very fast and not survivable by anything that keeps its structure in one place. Then I put on rubber gloves. I cast Curse Isolation over the whole clearing, and I went around collecting the pieces into a single-use spatial scroll, and I was, I admit, whistling. Jace's squad backed away from me, all 4 of them. I found out later that Randall's exact phrase was that the current Auric was even more terrifying than the previous Tegan, which I've decided to take as a compliment. Elias's mentor Mateo arrived out of a vortex about 90 seconds later. I told him the truth, straight through, and then I did the one politically intelligent thing I did that year. I shared the credit with the squad, all 5 of us, evenly, and I named my reward. Can you let us pass the trial directly? Killing a first-class Black Wizard apprentice is several orders of magnitude past 10 monster cores. All 5 of us passed on the spot. The Academy leadership voted that night. The trial continues. Better they're culled here than on a battlefield, one of them said, and nobody argued. but every freshman was recalled by fluorescent bugs with an escort from each school. And the wizard array school got taken apart in that meeting because a man carrying a black wizard's mental imprint had walked through the academy's defensive array and nothing had made a sound. Tegan spent 3 days on my table. Under magnification, his cells had stopped being protein. They were a gel, and running through all of it was a foreign gene, proliferating with no restraint at all, synthesizing the gel, and this is the part I sat back from, wrapping his brain cells individually and distributing them through his entire body. That's the empty skull. He didn't have a brain anymore. He had brain everywhere. The flaw is arithmetic. Every replication loses a little structure. The gene never stops replicating. So the host has a shelf life, and the black wizards knew that when they made him, and made him anyway. Black wizards really do play ruthless games. And then, because my brain works the way it works, I noticed the shape. The Helos parasite, limited, self-sacrificing, obsessively protective of its host. Tegan's gene, unlimited, reckless, indifferent to whether the host survives. Two opposite extremes, and they do the same job. They both repair a body. Put them in one organism, and you would have a thing that rebuilds you mid-fight and knows when to stop. 7 days of total failure. Fused directly, the two genes went to war inside a Helos parasite. It bit itself. It split down the middle. The two halves ate each other. Then the survivor split again, and again, and again, until it ran out of energy and stopped, and I got the same result 11 times. I chose the wrong gene carrier, I said to an empty laboratory at 4 in the morning. Then I remembered bacteriophages. You don't force two genes to cohabit. You find an organism whose entire evolutionary strategy is picking up other people's genetics and not caring, and you let it do the work. The local equivalent was the Ploss blood-sucking worm. Poor at gene theft, which sounds like a disadvantage and is actually the point. It's slow enough to steer, and it will infect almost anything, so I stopped injecting. I lowered the immunity of a cage of mice, gave them the genes, and let the worms acquire them the way nature intended, over and over, generation after generation. The rejection shrank each round. By the 11th generation, the two genes sat in the same organism without a fight, like two men who've stopped remembering why they hated each other. Activation was a blade of pure mental power, drawn to a resolution of about 4 cells. Even a gamma knife doesn't require equipment. It killed most of them and switched a few on. I bred the survivors. The group contract scroll cost 500 magic stones, which was every stone I owned, because my Sunday lecture business had died while the entire student body was in the forest. Blood on the scroll, blood in the jar, purple light, and a link that goes down through bloodline into soul. It's no longer appropriate to call you Helos parasite, I said. From today on, let's call you symbiote. The test subject was a white mouse with red eyes. I took off a forelimb at the shoulder and gave the order to repair. Red tentacles came boiling out of the stump. They wove, then thickened, then filled, and 30 seconds later, the mouse had a leg and was using it to wash its face. I want to be honest about the earlier generations because the successful one gets all the attention. Generation 4 grew an organ out of the wound, on the outside. Generation 6 produced an eye. Generation 7 produced a mouth with a tongue that was permanently 10 centimeters out and could not be retracted. Generation 9 just produced tentacles that never stopped moving. I did not inject myself, I put them in capsules. Swallowing the symbiote directly was still too terrifying, and I say that as a man who has done most things. Burning first, then the itch, the deep kind, in the marrow, where there is nothing to scratch. 6.2, 6.2, 6.2, with recovery running past the constitution cap. Mental power 23, 7 symbiotic talents, gene acquisition, super speed recovery, weakness reduction. Elemental radiation resistance, autologous gene repair, gene lock, super speed energy conversion, and a line at the bottom that I read 3 times. Ding. The symbiote is absorbing ambient radiation in order to evolve. Estimated 3 hours until all elemental affinities increase. The thing in me was using the pale forest as food. My hair came back in red, bright red, and the pupils with it. I dyed the hair because a man walking around looking like a struck match attracts commentary, and I kept the eyes because at that academy there were students with 4 of them. Standing research task, filed and left running. Find out exactly what the black wizards put into Tegan. Then I went and made a bad potion on purpose. Truth inserted a few flawed movements into the minor life sequence, deliberately, in specific places, because handing your mentor a flawless first potion is not impressive. It's an interrogation. Lady Aria smelled it before she took the stopper out. Then she pulled a thread of light through it and read the entire process off a sample the size of a thumbnail. The spirit fruit was processed well, the dilution, nicely. The isa tree root timing was wrong. There were fluctuations in your final control. She set it down. However, you successfully formulated the potion. Then her voice changed. The academy has not been peaceful. A war is likely to break out. She looked at me properly. As the only successor of our school, if you do not leave the academy, Mentor will find it difficult to keep you away from the front lines. I was at the door when something hit me in the chest. A necklace. Instant cast, first rank spatial teleport. The kind of thing that gets you out from under an official wizard. The door shut before I could say anything at all. Garrison duty is the worst posting in the organization and everybody knows it. Low reward, low elemental concentration, so your cultivation crawls. 3 to 5 years in a hole. It is normally forced onto apprentices who have annoyed somebody. I went to the mission hall to volunteer for it, and every decent garrison posting on the board was already taken, which told me everything. Every school with an advanced meditation method had warned its own seedlings, and every one of those seedlings had gotten to the board before me. I took the Dark Night Forest. 5 years. Mid-rear of Academy territory, backing onto a duke's land, as far from a front line as the map allowed. The mission rune came with a note. Ding. This rune monitors whether the holder is alive. On the holder's death, it transfers to the killer, with tracking. Charming. So the Academy's real interest in my survival is knowing who to send a bill to. I emptied my cabinet into the false back. The password was RX home, and yes, I'm aware, leaving 500 magic stones, 100 minor life, 50 universal antidote, 100 mental power, 20 purification, 30 lava, and 30 ice crystal. The trial survivors were coming back while I packed. One of them had been chased for 9 days by a black apprentice who had replaced most of himself with machinery. One squad won a fight and then watched the loser detonate himself rather than be captured. Roughly 1 in 6 apprentices did not come back at all, and the academy quietly waived the core requirement, which is the closest thing to an apology an institution like that produces. Academy-bred horses run 3 days without stopping, which is unnerving to sit on. Blackreed City was the first stop, and the soldier on the gate wanted a silver coin from me instead of the copper the law says. His captain looked at my clothes, which were clean, and my horses, which were black and did not sweat, and dropped it back to 1 copper without changing expression. Inside, filth, gray-patched clothing on everybody, garbage in the street in drifts. I took a room at the Mercenary Inn, and about an hour after dark, a thin shape started working its way toward my cart along the wall. I put a knife through his head from the window. The street was empty inside 4 seconds, which told me the shape had been somebody's employee. Dinner arrived drugged. Sleeping drugs, not poison. A professional touch, actually, because knights burn poison out and the local specialists know it. I ate a stamina pill and went to bed. In the morning, there were 3 men in the stable, the inn's clerk among them, taking themselves apart with their fingernails. The composite curse was mine. Heart-scratching, flesh and blood, and spontaneous combustion. Layered. The itch comes first. Then I cast a sobriety spell over the top of it, because I wanted them awake for the second phase and I wanted them to know why. Then the flesh went, and there were 3 clean skeletons in the straw, and then a flame came up out of the bones that did not touch their clothing. I said. The effect is quite good. What still needs improvement is whether I can make all 3 activate simultaneously. And then, on my way out through the common room, to the innkeeper, who was holding onto the bar with both hands. Remember to bring my food. The city lord sent his personal cook to the inn within the hour, along with a written order that nobody was to disturb the guest on the 2nd floor. The Dark Night Forest is dark gray, all of it, and it is that color because 2 second-level wizards had an argument over it a long time ago and the radiation leak never went away. Wiser City had walls 10 meters high that are completely useless against anything that comes out of that forest, and which had been built anyway, because the Duke understood that a wall's primary function is reassurance. A guard troop came out and knelt in the road. Their captain, Clado, was an official knight at 3.2, 3.1, 3.0. The rest were ordinary men. The merchants were the interesting part. They swarmed. Because there is a belief on this frontier that eating the mutated beasts of the Dark Night Forest raises your chances of fathering a child with wizard talent, and belief like that is worth more than any actual property of the meat. The banquet was in a gray-black castle, and it was going perfectly well until a girl with long gold hair stood up. Her entire table went rigid. Lord Arik, can you take me as your apprentice? Her mother had her by the wrist and was already bowing to me and apologizing before the last word landed. I asked her why. I want to master my own destiny. Her chin was up. I don't want to be a sacrifice for a political marriage. And I thought about a girl in a barony who handed me arrows 1 at a time so the handing would take longer, and who got thrown off a wagon at a gate. I cannot take you as an apprentice, I said. You do not have the aptitude for a wizard. The light went out of her face, and I let it stay out for exactly as long as I enjoyed it, which was about 2 seconds, because I am not a nice person, but I am not that. However, if you are willing to cooperate with my experiments, I can train you to become a great knight. Her name was Asteria, she was of age, she asked me twice what the risks were, and I told her both times, and she signed. Here is what I actually wanted. There are no paladins on this continent. Not one, in living memory. And yet every empire in Osfiel's recorded history produced them, and then, at some point, all of them stopped. And when I became a great knight, my own life seed grew into something truth could only describe as a sapling, and then stopped. It is still sitting there. It did not die and it did not grow. Somewhere between Great Knight and Paladin, there is a step that this world has forgotten, and I had a volunteer. After 10 days in the castle, I asked the Duke for a house on a hill away from everybody, because wizards are radiation sources, and I was going to be running experiments for years. The maids lived halfway down the slope and rotated out on a schedule I set with a dosimeter. The plan on Asteria had 3 stages. 1. Runes painted onto the skin, suspended in a growth potion, restructuring her body so it can hold more radiant energy without damage. 2. Symbiotes injected to rebuild her constitution from the inside. 3. Drive her up the ladder, Knight Apprentice, Official Knight, Great Knight, and then flood her with magic stone energy through a wizard array and force the life seed to grow into whatever it becomes. She walked out of the first session wrapped to the eyes to hide the paint, took one look at the maid on the stairs, and said she'd fallen in a dye vat. A year of meditation on a quiet hill put me at the ceiling, mental power 27 and the 12th rune fragment refusing to move. Which is where the meditation potion comes in and where I have to explain why I had never touched one. Every potion that accelerates meditation has a price. Most of them contaminate your mental power, which is the one substance in your life you cannot decontaminate. Some take it out of your physique, and all of them build resistance fast, so the 4th bottle does a quarter of what the first did. The meditation potion is the exception. 4 hours of dizziness afterward and nothing else, which is why it costs 30 magic stones and why apprentices talk about it the way soldiers talk about leave. I drank one. The rune sphere was 9/10 built and every remaining fragment fought like it had opinions. My robe went through in the first 20 minutes. Truth was counting down the potion's remaining effect in the corner of my vision, which was, in retrospect, cruel of it. 15 minutes left and 0.1 to go. Just a little more. I'll give it my all. The last fragment was long and thin and went in sideways, and I felt it seat like a bone going back into a socket. Ding. Mental power has reached 28. Qualitative change initiating. 6.4, 6.4, 6.5. Mental power 32, cap 37. First class apprentice. I had 2 bottles of meditation potion left. I did not drink them. Anything I can do without the crutch is a thing I will still be able to do the day the crutch runs out. A year on, Asteria was unrecognizable, wheat-colored where she'd been pale, and built like something you'd see on a wall in a temple. Gold hair to her waist. 1.3, 1.3, 1.8, from a starting point of a noble's daughter who had never lifted anything. Stage 2, nerve block at the base of the neck, a small blue current, and she lost her whole body at once, which is the part I could not prepare her for, and which she handled by swearing at the ceiling in a very ladylike voice. Talk, I said. Keep talking. It helps. What's in the syringe? Symbiotes. It goes into the heart. There was a pause. Directly? Directly. It's the fastest distribution point in the body. You'll feel warm. She said something about her family's crest, and I put it in. My vision went fluoroscopic. That's the symbiote in me lending me its own sense of its own kind, and I watched them go. Through the vessel walls, into the organs, and then they stopped moving and started rewriting. Hers were configured differently from mine. Hers were set to actively alter the host's genome, toughening every tissue and, crucially, teaching her cells to drink the radiation coming off me instead of being damaged by it. I took genetic backups first. 3 sets, stored. If she collapsed, I wanted to be able to put her back. And from that day, her symbiote put her permanently on my map, which she knew about and agreed to, and which I mentioned because of what happens at the end. The Duke drove his own carriage up my mountain, which he had never done, and got down from it looking like a man delivering a bomb. There is a wizard in my cabin, he said. He took me hostage. He wants you. The door opened, and out came a black robe that smelled like a body left in a warm room, and it went straight down onto its knees in the gravel and begged me to save its life. Then it unwrapped its face. Jace black, pitted like cooling lava, weeping a green-black fluid. The right arm was a dead branch with fingers. Truth. Subject is in perfect health. Steady radiation output. No degenerative markers. The negative energy arrow came off my life barrier without slowing down. Well, I said, that was rude. I stamped once. 100 meters of flowers came up out of the mountainside in 2 seconds. The Deathflower Sea is one of the strongest field spells available at apprentice level, and it takes 10 seconds of channeling that everybody in the world can see coming, except that Truth had been holding it pre-channeled in the background since the carriage came up the road. He smashed a green bottle on the ground. Toxic mist. The most lethal apprentice potion there is. Every flower it touched went black and folded up, and the ground under it started weeping. Natural purification. A small sun came on above the hillside and melted it out of the air. Then lightning, which I ate. Then a fireball, which I ate. Then the flowers I still had turned into blades and wire and started closing. His last card was a storm, tens of meters tall, 7 degrees of force, with an apprentice-grade wizard tool feeding it from his belt. My life barrier did not ripple. He ran. I let him, because those red flowers had been carrying symbiotes, and I had a smear of his blood on a slide, and I have a much worse thing than a fight available to me. Ding, flesh out of control curse. Requires host flesh and a bonded symbiote. Lethal in 2 to 3 minutes. Secondary effect. Transfers the victim's memories to the caster, a black candle, a face of red mist above it, and then the mist bent down and went into a man's ears and eyes and nose from 40 kilometers away. His name was Torvin. Somewhere on a road east of Weiser City, he coughed and something with legs came out. Then a small hand pushed its way out through his chest from the inside. Then eyes opened across his face, one at a time, in places where there had never been sockets. Then he came apart, and out of what was left a blood-red worm crawled into the grass carrying everything he had ever known. Here is what he knew. The Kron Mountains War had swung. The Shadow Apprentices were winning it. So the Black Wizard organizations had pulled off the front entirely and replaced the war with something else. Standing hunting missions into Shadow territory, 1 apprentice for 1 apprentice, paid per head. And both leaderships permit it, openly, because the whole Magic Stone War is an apprentice affair from top to bottom, and the high tiers are sitting at the back watching their young get culled and calling it a training exercise. I put the slide down and went outside and stood in the dark for a while. Then the quarry sent word that something was eating their dead, a centipede, 7 meters, spitting a poison mist across the workface and then coming back at night for whatever the mist left. I knew the species on sight. Hard carapace, poor elemental resistance, kills beginners and dies to anybody competent. Ding. Subject is molting, which explained the hunting. It wasn't hungry, it was building. So I did not blast it out of the ground, because blasting a molting animal out of the ground destroys the specimen. The soldiers sealed 4 of its 5 tunnel mouths with stone and packed soil, then they poured fire oil down the 5th and lit it. It was smart, genuinely. It didn't come back up the burning tunnel. It started cutting a new exit, felt the packed soil, tried the next, felt that, and came out of the only opening left, which was the one I was standing on. 1 cast, an ice sculpture, mid-lunge, with its mouth open, and then I saw the thing that ruined my week. Blades, along the dorsal segments, in a row. A poison mist centipede does not have those. No poison mist centipede has ever had those. Ding. Gene chimeric modification detected. This organism is artificially manufactured. Fusion integrity, 98%. Minimum 12 generations of directed cultivation. 12 generations. Somebody had been breeding these in this forest 3 years ago at the absolute minimum, and probably longer, and had gotten one loose. Truth spent 2.5 years decrypting the method, and here is the answer it eventually produced. 5 foreign genes, chimerized into one organism with no collapse. This world's own bloodline fusion manages to, at roughly 1 success in 1,000, performed by official wizards. I could not reverse engineer it, I still can't, but my symbiote does not need to understand a gene to steal it. It took hallucination enhancement, poison mist enhancement, and carapace enhancement, and I threw the carapace away because I did not want the texture, which is why, from that year on, every life spell, fire spell, hallucination, and poison I cast runs amplified over the published values, and the last line of the report is the one that kept me up. The specimen was a juvenile. Every molt would have raised all of it. Stage 3 took 11 days. The symbiotes took over her nervous system and ran the breathing technique through her body for her, which is cheating so thoroughly that I'm surprised the world allowed it, and she condensed a life seed as a knight apprentice without ever having learned to breathe. Then a solidification potion. Then minor life potions, poured in one after another, enough of them to have raised a small crowd of great knights the ordinary way. Around the 4th hour, her mind stopped holding still, which is the normal failure point, so I put a hand on her forehead and held it steady for her. Then the array, 300 magic stones of stored energy, discharged into one human being. Ding. Cell damage 1%, 11%, 33%. Note, 50% is systemic collapse. Her hair went white at the roots and kept going. A young woman's. Face folded into lines while I watched, and I did not change my expression because if I had, she'd have panicked and it would have killed her. And then I saw it. The thing this entire 5-year posting had been for. The life tree, the thing the seed grows into, was not feeding her body. It was taking her vitality and converting it into mental power, into wizard aptitude. I said something out loud that I do not remember, because a paladin is not a bigger knight. A paladin is a machine that turns an ordinary mortal into someone with magical talent. And if that is what the last step does, then what in the world is a paladin actually for, and who decided that line should be lost? At 45% damage, I poured in more life potion than I have ever used on one patient, and the tree finished, and then it turned around and started feeding her body back. The lines went out of her face. The white went out of her hair from the roots down. Final answer to the question I had come here to ask. A great knight cannot reach paladin alone, ever. Unaided, the growing tree drinks its host down to a mummy, and once it starts, it cannot be stopped. One grade of talent costs 300 magic stones and a mountain of potion, which is exactly why the old paladins were all geniuses who got to Great Knight under their own power and then went under a wizard's knife, and why, eventually, the wizards stopped bothering. Because by the time the knife work was done, their subject was 50 years old and useless for magic, and the wizard had spent a fortune making a very strong man who would die in a century. The line wasn't lost, it was cancelled. For cost, Asteria finished at 5.0, 5.0, 5.0, the bare floor of a paladin with none of the abilities. Then I grew a fingernail into a blade, pierced her heart, and took all of it back. I want to be precise about this, because it sounds worse than it is, and it is not good. Every scrap of that life force was mine. My symbiotes made it, out of my radiation, in her body. When I opened the channel, it came home like rivers returning to the sea, and the tree shrank back to a seed. I stopped at night level and left her there, because she was going to need to protect herself in a duke's court, and I was going to be gone. Then I erased every memory of the experiments. Then I shredded the copy stored in her soul, which also erased the aptitude she'd gained, because the two are the same object. Then I wrote her replacement memories, end-to-end, consistent, maintained by the chip. A wizard doing that by hand can only patch fragments, and the patches show. I carried her down the hill and handed her to a maid. She woke up strong and healthy and convinced I had spent 3 years training her, and she thanked me so many times that I had to leave the room. My own paladin breakthrough, calculated on the spot. 3,000 magic stones plus roughly 5,000 more to absorb 3 lives of Asteria's grade first. Noted. Filed. Not affordable. When I left Wiser City, Asteria left too. Packed up, joined a caravan, and went, and nobody in that castle could tell me where. I hope she was mastering her own destiny. It was the one thing she ever actually asked me for. On the road back, I found the Blackwood Family Market, which does not appear on any map and which you locate by walking into a hallucination field and continuing to walk. Behind the field there's a thorn hedge, and on a post at the gate, an owl with orange eyes that takes a magic stone off you and does not blink. Inside is a wizard bazaar, and it is nothing like the Academy Trading Hall. No fixed prices, no board. Everybody in gray or black with their aura clamped down, and about a third of the crowd not human, sea-clan centaurs, and one wizard who had replaced both forearms with crab pincers and was using them to eat. Rogue wizards. No school, no system, no inheritance, and 40 years of the kind of experience you only get when nobody is going to come and rescue you. There was an old man with a white beard selling information, and he gave me one free, the way information sellers do when they want you to come back. The Kron Mountains War ended 1.5 years ago. The Shadow Apprentices won it. They drove the black organizations out of the mountains completely, and then the black wizards broke the understanding. For one night, they sent in official wizards. They killed nearly half of the Shadow Apprentices still in those mountains, and they did not do it randomly. They went for the ones who had distinguished themselves. They had a list. Then they pulled everything out and left, and there was nobody left to take revenge on, and no formal breach anybody could point at because the understanding had never been written down. For the next few decades, the old man said, the Shadow Wizards will have a generational gap. I put my hand flat on my own chest for a second, in the middle of a market like an idiot. My teacher had told me to go and find the quietest hole on the continent, and I had gone, and I had spent 5 years being bored on a hill. The academy I came back to was a third full. Mission rewards had doubled, which is the clearest signal an institution can send that it has run out of people. I was crossing the main courtyard when somebody said my name in a voice like a throat that had been through a fire. I turned around and it was Jace. Half his face was gone, not scarred, melted, the features run together, and he smelled of burning even standing still. Not an experiment, he said before I could ask. Kron Mountains. And then he stopped being able to talk properly. They're all dead, except for me. Randall, Finton, Brenna, all of them, all dead. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for insisting on capturing a live one. They had a black apprentice cornered. Jace wanted him alive, for the intelligence, because Jace is the kind of man who thinks about what a prisoner is worth. The prisoner detonated in fire. I'm sorry, he kept saying to me, which made no sense at all, and I understood he had been saying it to 4 people for 1.5 years and had run out of anybody who would listen. He was a first-class apprentice now. He was also taking every mission on the board, back to back, the way a man drinks. Lady Arya did not let me get through the door. Your mental power has already reached its peak. You're here to ask how to break through. Here is what an official wizard is. He forms an innate wizardry, a spell grown out of him rather than learned, usually defensive, effectively free to cast, permanently amplified, and unbreakable by anything below his own tier. And he casts first-level spells, where an apprentice casts 0 tier, and the library has exactly one method for getting there. Transcendence water, out of the ancient times. It has now become a trap, she said, because every subsequent breakthrough needs it again. And after the ancient war, the world's energy level dropped, and the ingredients went extinct. Not rare, extinct. One man on this coast found a bottle of 3rd-level transcendence water in a ruin, and everybody still tells that story, which is how you know it happened once. Every other transcendence water wizard on the east coast is stuck at peak 2nd level, for life. 200 years of a locked door. Then she raised a shield over her own laboratory, in her own academy, before she said the next part. The advanced meditation method, invented when the resources ran out and wizards had nothing left to look outward at, so they turned inward instead. It breaks through without transcendence water. It meditates faster. And the part that made me sit forward, it does not give you a generic innate wizardry out of a catalog. It grows the innate wizardry that fits you specifically, and each one amplifies the last, so they stack. Transcendence water gives you generic ones that eventually cannot even be run at the same time. The entry cost is 2nd-class talent at minimum, and for some methods a special physique on top of that. Barely a dozen schools on the entire East Coast own one. And their members, Lady Arya said, are the deans and the officers of all 6 major organizations. In reality, the entire East Coast is controlled by US schools that possess the advanced meditation method. The Extreme School holds no offices at all. Not because it can't, because there are 9 of them. But it has 3 level 3 wizards, and nobody has offended it in 200 years. Your speed in practicing the extreme meditation method is unprecedented within the entire school, she said. You are the only wizard in our school who has a chance to break through to the 4th level. 2 rules. No killing inside the school. And never, under any circumstance, teach the post-apprentice content to anyone who is not signed. The scroll she put down had 40 or 50 names on it, and the oldest ink was not ink anymore. Then black chi came up off the parchment and became an enormous winged eye, the Eye of Judgment. It is not a spell. It is closer to a rule that got loose, an entity of the void that witnesses contracts and, when one is broken, comes for the breaker with a judgment that escalates every time he runs. I swore the oath. It circled me twice. Took a piece of my aura the way you'd take a fingerprint and went back into the page. Then Lady Arya fired the complete extreme meditation method into my head as raw data. I drowned. Genuinely. Deep water, no light, no direction, and a loneliness so total that it stopped feeling like a metaphor, and I was still in it when the chip finished sorting and pulled me out. And on the cover of the thing, in the author's own hand, was a will. On the path of pursuing truth, it is accompanied by the price of losing everything. Without an eternally firm will, it will ultimately cause you to die on the path of pursuing truth. Signed, Gwyn. And in the instant I read it, I felt his entire life at once, which I do not have a mechanism to explain. Everyone who had ever shared his ideals had died on the road before him. He outlived all of them. And the only thing he managed to leave behind was a technique that almost nobody can survive. I answered him out loud, in an empty laboratory, which is the single most embarrassing thing I have ever done, and which I would do again. Birth, old age, sickness and death, the parting of loved ones, meeting with those you hate, not getting what you desire. I put my hand on the cover. Which of these sufferings is not more terrifying than loneliness? Because I have had 2 lives and I have been through most of it. Research funding, investors, an assassination attempt at 30, a kidnapping at 26, 6 weeks in a cell for something I did not do, and 4 months begging for something I did. Even if I die, I said, I want to die on the path I chose. And my mental power, which had been sitting at its absolute ceiling for a year, went past it. It went deep enough to reach a thing I did not know was still down there, because when I woke in that cart, 2 sets of memories collided, and I sorted them into one drawer, and I had never once asked what happened to the boy, the original Auric. 16 years of a warehouse and a snowdrift and an old man who thought the heavens had sent him. There was still a residue of him lodged in my soul. There had been the whole time. It dissolved into me, not erased, absorbed, and for 1 second I remembered being carried inside out of the snow, from the inside, as the thing being carried. 2 souls became 1 whole soul. Ding. Mental power 40. Soul limit reached. 3 points past a cap the chip had measured as absolute. That cover page is a filter. It is the actual entrance exam. And it is why Lady Arya is not like the other mentors in that place. The extreme method only keeps the ones who still want something. The method itself is simpler than I expected, and much worse. There is no entry requirement at all. A 5th grade talent may practice it. He will simply never reach first-class apprentice in a natural lifetime. 5 layers: apprentice, first, second, third, fourth. Whichever layer you break, that is your level. Every layer forces your mental power to its absolute maximum, which means that in a long fight against a wizard of your own rank, you do not beat him, you outlast him, and he dies of being empty. And every breakthrough grows one perfectly fitted innate wizardry, and they compound. 1 plus 1 is more than 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 5. 4 of them is more than 10. 5 layers is not a ceiling, incidentally. 5 layers is where Gwyn's own talent and resources ran out. Quantity into quality, all the way up, which means in principle, this thing goes past the 9th level. And the cost. Ding. Remaining lifespan approximately 423 years, 700 after Paladin, 800 as an official wizard. Ding. Time required for the standard extreme meditation method's first level, 200 years, half a lifetime for one step, and it gets worse each step. That is why my mentor is an apothecary. That is why a school with 3 level 3 wizards holds no offices anywhere. They are not politicians. They are 9 people permanently out hunting for resources because the method eats centuries. Then truth, in the same flat tone it uses for everything. Ding. The basic meditation technique now contributes only 25%. Recommendation: acquire 2 further advanced meditation methods. Retain the extreme method as the base. Run triple meditation. Projected acceleration: 279.5%. I rented a stall in the Academy market for 1 magic stone per 3 days and sold precisely nothing. Rewards had doubled and the population had collapsed. There was no customer base left inside those walls, so I would have to sell outside. And to sell outside, I needed to finish a piece of research, and to finish that research, I needed subjects. The humanoid experiment subject sales office is what they call it. Quite literary, not directly saying slaves. The merchant went through his catalog with real enthusiasm. Sea clan, tree elves, a dwarf he was very proud of. My specification: human, adult, no cultivation, no disabilities, no prior modification. 3 months to source, he said. Nothing like that in stock. Then he mentioned, in the tone of a man clearing old inventory, that he did have 3 coming through the standard pipeline at 5 magic stones each, against under 1 for a normal subject, and that if I wanted them now, rather than in 3 months, they were available. I was thinking about my schedule. I paid 15, and I have thought about that number since. 3 women in undyed hemp, kneeling in a row in a stone room, who had clearly been told what a wizard buys people for. I put a mental imprint on each of them, which is exactly what it sounds like. I can kill them by deciding to, and if I die, they die with me. It is the standard instrument. Everybody in this world who owns a person uses one. They had also been dosed, before I got them, with datura flower extract. It arrests aging, and it raises radiation tolerance, which makes a subject last longer near a wizard, and it kills you at 40. Nobody had asked them. I asked their names. They said slaves don't have names. No need, I said. State your names. I allow you to use them. Maeve, Chloe, Naya. And through the imprint I felt exactly how hard that landed, which I had not expected and did not enjoy, because it told me it had been a long time since anyone had asked. Then I told them the truth, flatly, because I was not going to start that relationship with a kindness I couldn't sustain. The 3 of you are experimental subjects I bought. I settled them in Kansas City, which is the most orderly place I have seen in this world. The streets are classified by function, and there are signs, and bought a secluded manor for 1,000 gold. Then I rode to the Blackwood Bazaar alone with a case. Ivy Blackwood managed the place, and she went pale in stages as I opened it. 50 minor life potions at 12 magic stones each, against 10 inside the academy. 5 meditation potions at 60, against 30 inside. 900 magic stones counted out on a table in a tent, in a market where nobody uses their real face. She tried to hire me before the last stone was counted. Salary, protection, a laboratory. I still prefer a bit of freedom, I said, which is a sentence I have used 4 times in this world, and which has never once been the real reason. On the way out, a street stall was selling books for 1 magic stone. The Dark Knight Forest Adventures. The memoir of a wandering official wizard called Ragnar, who had gone into what was then called the Sea of Death Sand, chasing a rumor about a top-tier inheritance, and who had come back with nothing except 1 page. I have never seen such a magnificent sight. A sun rising from the desert. And then suddenly dissipating. A fireball came up out of the sand. It glassed the desert flat for kilometers as it went. It climbed toward the real sun, and it kept climbing, and at the last moment something struck it out of the sky. There was a death scream, Ragnar wrote, and a pillar of fire, and then everything reset. Unscorched sand, no glass, no pillar, nothing on the ground to find, and no crater, and no witnesses. Ragnar filed the whole thing under exhaustion and hallucination and published it as an adventure story, and it has been reprinted 4 times, and everybody reads it as a novel. I thought about a centipede with blades on its back that somebody had bred through 12 generations in the same forest. I closed the book and put it in my bag and said nothing to anybody. 3 of them followed me out of the market. 2 second class, 1 first class. I rode slowly, on purpose, for about an hour. Vines took the horse's legs out. An arrow of blue lightning went through my chest and I came off the saddle burning and hit the road and did not move, and the case burst and scattered magic stones across the dirt in a fan. They came down and started scooping. Good coordination, I said from the tree line. Picking up magic stones feels great, right? The stones glued themselves to their hands. Then they sprouted legs. Then they sprouted teeth. The corpse on the road was a burned log. They were good, I'll give them that. The first class one produced a sonic scream that shattered the illusion and every stone with it in about a second and a half, which means he had met that trick before. So I raised 3 Trents at 9 meters. The fireballs went into them and did nothing because their fire resistance is the modified figure, not the published one. And the vine net had been woven and waiting since before they left the market. Then the big one swung his axe, and I learned something. A 100-meter wave of gravity came off it. Birds fell out of the air. Trunks snapped at the base. All 3 of my Trents went flat and stood back up in 2 seconds because triple nature aura is not a defense, it's a refund. Blood-sucking vines with a paralytic. The net closed. 3 piles by the roadside. 2 Blackwood men stepped out of the trees at that point. Bronte had sent an escort after all, which I appreciated and did not need, and I sent them home politely before I started going through pockets. The axe I cleansed first, because you do not put an unknown wizard tool in your bag. Malice elimination forced a black skull up out of the haft. It screamed one word, revenge, and burned out in the white light. 5 runes on it: sharpness, wizardry destruction, elemental resistance, stamina, power boost, a top-tier apprentice tool, purpose-built for a body-refining wizard, and those 3 rogues had only ever managed to trigger one of the 5. Bronte's gossip, next time I saw her, those 3 were called the Death Trio. They had been effectively unbeaten among the rogue wizards of that region for 11 years, and a boy with a cart had pulped all 3 of them on a public road. Nobody troubled me again for as long as I traded there. 3 months of selling gave me the number I needed. Then I went down into the manor's underground array with Maeve, Chloe, and Nia, and did in one session what I had spent 5 years learning on Asteria. 5 hours of runes drawn by hand across a stone floor. My robe was through by the 2nd hour, and there was sweat pooling where I knelt. Doing it for 3 people at once is not 3 times the work. It is a completely different discipline, because the 3 arrays have to run in phase or they tear each other apart. Then all 3 went up the ladder together: Knight Apprentice, Official Knight, Great Knight, Paladin. Then I sat between them and grew 3 fingernails into blades and pierced 3 hearts and took it all back at once, while the array fed the return into me at several times the rate a single subject could deliver. My own life sapling was forced into conversion. My mental power origin swelled past anything it had held before, and hit something. A membrane, thin, perfectly smooth, absolutely indestructible, the talent ceiling, the thing that decides whether a person is first class or fifth, that every wizard in this world is told is fixed at birth and cannot be changed by any means. Push hard on the first try. Momentum fades on the second and exhausts on the third. Time to risk it all. I opened the array to maximum. Past maximum to the point where the runes on the floor were smoking and the containment was going to fail inside about 40 seconds. A crack ran across the membrane, then it spidered, then it shattered, and then my soul left my body. Darkness. Not a room, not a void, a place with distance in it. Lights very far off in every direction, none of them the same color. And behind me when I turned, an enormous white sphere with a crack in it, red, running most of the way around, leaking energy out into the dark in a slow, steady bleed, and closing, fractionally, visibly, healing itself, and it must have been doing it for a very long time. Ding, this is the wizard world? That is the only time in 2 lifetimes I have heard the chip use a question mark and an exclamation point in the same line. Then something took hold of me and threw me back. I came round on the floor of my own basement being sick, and Truth's recording of that place had been pixelated out. Ding, excessive information density, high-risk knowledge. The host's soul lacks the endurance to review this record. I tried to remember it on my own, deliberately once. I got about 4 seconds in and went down on my knees, and I had the whole memory sealed, and I have not touched it since. 7, 7, 7. Mental power 40. Talent broken. Past the ceiling. And negative energy, which had physically repelled me my entire career, stopped objecting. Then I cleared the datura out of the 3 of them. That took the better part of a month, and it was the fiddliest work I had done to date, because a poison that has been quietly rebuilding your metabolism for years does not come out in one wash. But it came out, and their lifespans went back to normal human numbers, and I deeded them the manor. I left them minor life potions, and lava and ice crystal for anything they couldn't beat with their hands, which, at paladin-grade physique, was not going to be much. Then I told them the mental imprint could come off. All three of them refused. I explained twice, slowly, that it means I can kill them from anywhere, that it means my death kills them, that there is no upside to keeping it. Maeve said they knew, and they were keeping it anyway because it was the only thread that still ran from them to me, and they were not going to be the ones who cut it. Perhaps those three were the people who cared about me the most, apart from Elder Eric. I found out later what Maeve said the moment my horse was out of sight. Let's go back and train. Because slave training teaches you exactly one thing about wizards, that only a great knight is permitted to stand near one, and a paladin lives 400 years. They had done the arithmetic. Becoming paladins was not ambition. It was the only route by which they would ever be allowed to see me again. The academy had refilled while I was away, and the new intake was visibly worse. You could see it walking through the courtyard. Standards had come down after the slaughter because an organization with a generational hole in it takes what it can get, and every veteran in that place could feel it, and none of them would say it out loud. I gave that arrangement about 18 months before the survivors and the newcomers stopped eating in the same hall. Then I went down to my laboratory and locked the door. Solitude is the secluded path leading to truth, and eternity is the destination of truth. That is written inside the cover of the Extreme Meditation Method under Gwyn's name, and I set it to the empty room because I wanted to hear it out loud once before I tried to die. My rune sphere, which had been green with a trace of red the first time it lit, was now 7-colored, all element affinity, the symbiote's work, and the talent ceiling coming down, and 5 years of a hill. It started to spin. Then it expanded and started hammering the walls of my mental space from the inside while simultaneously converting external energy at a rate that kept those walls from shattering, which is the entire trick of the extreme method and which no unassisted human being can balance. My head felt like something in a blender, 41, 42, 43, and then a second thing started that is not in any book because there has never been a wizard this happened to. I am also a great knight. And my life tree, dormant in me as a sapling since a cave in a wasteland, woke up and started growing too, burning my vitality to feed the surge. And, in the process, making the innate wizardry that was forming far more complicated than it had any right to be. Ding, cells differentiating rapidly, massive vitality loss detected, interfere. No! My hair went white. I watched it happen in the polished side of an instrument, and then my face folded into wrinkles, and my hands on the bench turned into an old man's hands. And then, from somewhere underneath the panic, the actual answer arrived. Fortunately, I am an apothecary. A withered hand pulled a dozen minor life potions out of a bracelet, and I drank all 12, one after another, without stopping to breathe. Pay attention next time. Such things should be drunk beforehand. 7-colored light filled that laboratory floor to ceiling. The life tree doubled in size. My face came back. Result: 2 innate wizardries. Wizards get 1. Elemental barrier, which is my old life barrier grown up and generalized to every element, and resistant physique, which evolved out of my own body and which is specifically strong against exactly the non-elemental attacks that a barrier is weak to. Good fellow, quite afraid of death. All life-saving skills: strength 8, speed 8, physique 8. Mental power 120, elemental barrier 40 to 55, recovering 1 point every 2 hours. Resistant physique 40 to 55, free. For scale, the Transcendence. Water wizards on this coast cap around 20 per defensive spell and about 30 with everything running at once. Advanced method wizards run 30 and 40. Then, as I was sitting on the floor of my laboratory feeling extremely pleased with myself, ding, soul qualitative change detected. The chip has reached the conditions for an upgrade, which was the first time in 8 years that I had to sit down twice in one afternoon, because I had genuinely, quietly been assuming that truth was going to become obsolete, that I would outgrow it, the way you outgrow a calculator. It had been waiting for me to be worth upgrading for. Official wizards have to sign a contract with the academy. The logic is straightforward and slightly insulting. Apprentices are children and are left alone, but an official wizard who goes off the rails is a regional disaster and somebody has to be able to name him. Except that I am Extreme School, and the Extreme School sits above the treaties that bind the subordinate organizations. Lady Aria obtained my apothecary qualification directly, without an assessment, and my entire obligation to Shadow House Academy came to one public course. Then she warned me about the other advanced methods, and it recontextualized the whole world for me. The black and white split of the wizard world does not come from morality. It comes from these paths. A great many black schools' methods take mental power out of souls. Some feed on the negative emotion of ordinary people, which means the method itself requires suffering as an input, at scale, forever. One black wizard, she said, wiped out an entire country to cultivate a single spell. Over 1 million people, not as a war, as a step in a procedure. They are not evil because they chose to be. They are evil because they picked up a technique when they were 19 and the technique had a shopping list. Then she put the map of the wizard world on the table. Less than a fifth of it was marked. Everything else was blank. South Coast, North Coast, West Coast. And in the middle of all of it, the central region, a year away by airship, holding ancient era knowledge and energy concentrations we cannot imagine, where some wizards apparently rebuilt the old glory and went back to opening doors into other worlds. Contact was lost a very long time ago. Only a level 3 wizard could hope to make the crossing. I looked at the blank 4/5 for a while. Finally, she gave me the arcane mark of the school. Recognition between members, questions, trade, and a group distress call. Of course, she added, these things are not free. The main courtyard of the academy has a garden behind a shield that tests you on the way in by flooding you with radiation. I walked through it and felt nothing at all because resistant physique intercepted the entire dose without being asked, and I stood there on the other side genuinely surprised at my own body. Inside, 4 female wizards had one exhausted man cornered against a hedge. It was Elias, official wizard now, apothecary, and being hunted systematically by wizard families because powerful wizards struggle to reproduce badly and only certain balanced pairings work, and a healthy young apothecary with a good line is an asset that families will send delegations for. He got free of them, saw me, and threw up a privacy membrane before he even said hello. Arik, are you interested in exploring the ruins of ancient wizards with me? He had found them as an apprentice. He had nearly died in them, and he had been thrown out when the place retreated back into the crack it lives in, and his own unusually fast advancement had come from one thing he'd carried out, a fairy petal, a herb over 1,000 years old that had grown a trace of intelligence, ancient potion stock, and so potent that eating it raw grows your mental power. Why me? He laid it out honestly, which is why I liked him. I had saved his life. I practice an advanced method. My school is desperate for potion resources, and everybody knows it, and they needed somebody to draw fire. 3 other advanced method wizards were already committed, after metals and after wizard array knowledge. After entering the ruins, Elias said, everyone will look out for themselves. Then he told me where. Near the Dark Night Forest. I have been told several unexpected things in this world. That one did something to my face, because Elias asked if I was all right. Because Elias's ruin is in the eastern Dark Night Forest and is dominated by spirits. My engineered centipede came out of the west. There may be 2. It opens once every 3 years, on the full moon night of July. The next one was a year out, so I spent the year arming. The public course turned out to be a problem, in the good way. My single obligation to the academy was 1 class, and I chose a format nobody had tried, not a lecture. A comprehensive question-answering course. You bring your actual stuck problem from your actual research, and we solve it in the room. It is the only class at Shadow House Academy where a student leaves with his specific problem gone. The academy built me a lecture hall. Several senior wizards objected loudly to a newly promoted official wizard being given a hall, went and watched the recordings, and stopped objecting. Meanwhile, I was at the Knowledge Trading Center every fortnight. 8 stone pillars in a square, and you put your palm on one and it pushes a subject directly into your head. You can see the veterans coming away from them, hand over the eyes, walking carefully, and every so often somebody cursing the Wizard Array School out loud for still using an indoctrination method this barbaric in this day and age. The limit is 3 subjects per fortnight because of the headaches. Nobody takes 3, everybody takes 1, occasionally 2, because reaching the limit does no damage but leaves you useless for a day. I took 3, every single time for 3 months. 18 advanced subjects. The chip intercepts the flood and feeds it to me at a rate my brain can absorb, so I never had a headache at all. Which meant that on the way out of the square, I had to hold my head and squint and walk slowly like everybody else, because the Wizard Array School audits those pillars, and a man who takes the maximum and skips away whistling gets a visit. I have faked a lot of things in this world. Faking a headache is the one that made me feel most like a fraud. Then the brewing. Dark evil water has to be made under a black flame, and the smoke off that flame forms faces. They scream, and then they come at you. The first time it happened, I ruined the batch. Now I ignore them because they hit resistant physique and shatter, and after the 4th session, it stopped being unnerving and started being a noise. Ding. Dark evil potion. Quality, excellent. 20 units. Malice liquid. 10 dead soul oil. 1 wailing beetle. 70 degrees against spirits. Then a spatial bracelet with 10 cubic meters inside it. It cost every magic stone I had left, and every bottle I owned on top of that, and I would not have been allowed to buy it at all without Lady Arya's introduction. 2 rings. Spirit Guard, which stops spirit attacks up to 40 degrees. Spirit Breaker, which makes my spells bite properly on things that don't have bodies. and a stack of zero-tier spells bought in bulk and recombined through the advanced knowledge into composite castings that do not appear in any catalog, and an average attribute of 8, which I finally sat down and converted. One punch, 800 millimeters of heavy artillery. There is no gun on my old Earth with that bore, I checked. 10 months after Elias's invitation, 3 white robes were waiting on the road out of the academy. Elias dismounted first and did the introductions. Alden, long gold hair, white robe edged in silver, from the Willawalu family, and dressed like he'd been told a portrait was involved. Gideon, hair the color of a fire, with fire radiation coming off him hard enough that Truth logged it as ambient. Oren, who had nothing remarkable about him except that he was built like a door. All 3 smiled and nodded at me, and I scanned all 3 of them while they did it. 3 wizard tools each. That is the hard limit of what a first-level wizard can control at once, and the overwhelming majority of them were anti-spirit. Everybody had done the same homework. Not one of these 3 was from Shadow House Academy, which meant other shadow organizations, which meant nobody at this meeting had an obligation to anybody else at this meeting. Hello everyone, I am Arik, a potionology wizard. I hope this exploration goes smoothly. Privately, without a hidden card, I could take all 3 of them alone. Their mental power indices were under 100. Mine was 125. We changed into ordinary noble clothes about an hour out. 5 wizards traveling together is a thing that gets noticed, and a group of rogue wizards deciding to find out why is not a fight, it's a delay. 3 days from the site, we made camp at the foot of a mountain on the edge of the Dark Night Forest, and while everybody else pitched tents, I went for a walk. I walked 12 kilometers, then I put an isolation dome over 100 meters of forest, cut down everything inside it, and carved a wizard array into the dirt with several 100,000 runes in it. Then I poured magic stones into it until the air over it started bending, and dropped a bead of my own blood into the center, and the whole thing recorded me, and vanished. No scorch, no depression, nothing you could find in daylight. What was left was a ring hanging in the air, a one-time spatial evacuator, enormously expensive, fixed to one point on the map, limited range, and completely useless for anything except one thing. I put it on my thumb. They had all seen me go. Nobody asked where. In that profession you don't, because the honest answer is always the same, and it is always the answer you would give. The morning the ruin opened, the sky over the Dark Night Forest was a flat, hazy gray with black in it, and the forest was quieter than it had been all week. I got dressed properly, 3 rings and a bracelet. Thumb, the evacuator. Middle fingers, spirit guard and spirit breaker. Right wrist, 10 cubic meters of potions and casting media. Then, out of the bracelet, a suit of knight's armor and a longsword. I had commissioned both from an academy wizard at a price I'd rather not write down, and I had specified no ornament, no enchantment display, nothing clever, just structural integrity, because I had a suspicion about where this was going. The runes on the sword were the only decorative thing about it, and they weren't decorative. I stepped out of the tent in full plate, and 4 white robes stared at me. 2 hours in, the forest changed under us. The undergrowth here is a shrub with white threads running through the branches, and when I cut one, white fluid came out of the threads and the entire shrub withered in about 4 seconds. That is not a plant characteristic. Those threads are blood vessels, living shrubs. And when they shake their branches, the sound they make is not sound, it's a mental wave, and if it takes you, you wander in a very pleasant direction until your legs stop and then the branches come down and wrap you and put you at the roots. One of them is a curiosity. In the depths of that forest they grow in unbroken fields, and the rustling was coming from every direction at once. Careful, Elias called back. Living shrubs, a lot of them. Don't fall for it. 3 white robes immediately cast hallucination resistance on themselves, which takes about 6 seconds each and costs real mental power. I drank a sedative potion. The rustling stopped, all at once, like a door closing. The looks I got were not friendly, and they were not hostile either. They were the looks of 3 geniuses who have just watched a man solve with a vial what they solved with a spell, and potionology is the one discipline you cannot brute force with talent. Any of them could have outcast me. Not one of them could have made a level 1 potion if you gave them a year. 3 hours later, we came out on the edge of a canyon, no bottom, shadow mist moving in it, and a cold draft coming up out of it into a warm afternoon. Everybody except me put out mental power and swept it and got nothing and looked at Elias. It's not time yet, Elias said, enjoying himself. The sun has to set and the moon has to rise. I already knew. He'd told me a year ago that it only opened on the full moon night of July, which is why I hadn't wasted the effort. We sat down on the cliff edge and meditated until dark, which is a strange way to spend an evening. When the moon reached the top of the sky, Elias stood up. I'll demonstrate the method for entering, he said. I hope that when we encounter things inside, we can help each other. Then he walked to the edge and jumped off. No spell, no fluctuation, nothing. And the moonlight in that canyon gathered. I watched it happen. It visibly collected out of the air and converted into something else, and white light came up out of the middle of the gorge hard enough that all four of us threw our arms up. Space rippled. When the light went, Elias was gone from the canyon and gone from every sense any of us had. Space teleportation, 4 people said at once. A conditional opening keyed to a specific celestial alignment. That is the signature of the ancient wizards, who never in their entire recorded history built a door when they could build a riddle. Alden grinned and stepped off the edge without breaking eye contact with me, which I respected. Then I jumped. The pressure came up hard enough to flatten my sleeves against my arms. There's no difference from a high-altitude parachute jump, right up until the light. Then space folded, and I felt myself drawn out into a noodle and pulled sideways through a gap. I landed on a beach. Daytime. Sun overhead, waves, and the smell of salt, and my eyes streaming because I'd gone from a July midnight to noon in one step. I was on a small island, beach all the way around, forest inside that, and in the middle a rocky mountain covered in green. The sea went to the horizon, the sky was blue with white clouds in it. It was, frankly, beautiful, and every single piece of it was wrong. Look at the clouds long enough and they repeat. Watch the waves and the interval is identical. There is no spirit in any of it. No birds, no wind shift, no weather. Something is driving all of it in a loop. First thing I did, before I moved a step, I touched the ring on my thumb. A small spatial fluctuation answered. The evacuator still reached me from inside a pocket dimension folded into a crack in the world. I let out a breath I'd been holding since the canyon. Lazarus. Tangeli. Thick white smoke came out of my palm and condensed into 3 large white eyes, and they went off in 3 directions. One at the sun, one out to sea, one along the coast. My own eyes went white as the feeds came in. 1 kilometer, 2, 10, 70,000 meters, and the ocean had no edge, and the sun had not gotten 1 meter closer. The coastal eye came home and drew me a shape. The island is an ellipse. As for the actual size of the space, at my level, unmeasurable. I walked into the forest in full plate, cracking dead branches under me at every step, and I stopped bothering to be quiet by the second minute because the entire forest was silent. No insects, nothing in the canopy. The trees got worse the further in I went. The shapes went from crooked to clawed, branches out and curved like fingers. They gave off no radiation. By every ordinary measure, they were trees. But truth was watching the ground, and as I moved, they moved. Small wriggles of root and limb, imperceptible, and on the chip's map those micro-tremors were plotting as red dots. The dots were forming a circle around me. I stopped in the middle of the clearing with the sun straight down on my armor. The path I'd come in by had been closed behind me by trunks that had not been there. Then they dropped the act. Under the wrinkled bark, faces came up. Ghost faces, one after another, packed in and open-mouthed as if the trunks were full of people. The leaves went hard-edged like knives. Black thorns pushed out through the branches with black liquid running off the points. I started laughing inside the helmet. Malicious man-eating trees. I wonder who is stronger compared to my Trents. I scattered a handful of seeds. Something groaned deep under the soil, and the ground came apart, and roots went down like anchors while trunks came up so fast the air screamed around the branches. 15 meters, against 8 or 9. My Trents hissed at them, which I have never been able to explain and which functions as a declaration of war, and then they went in. It was strong men wandering into a kindergarten. Bark split. Auric sap went up in sheets. The man-eaters swarmed and got smashed flat, and my Trents walked back and forth over the fallen ones afterward, methodically, to make sure nothing got up. Not one of mine was lost. Then the vines came out and started cracking the fallen trees open and rolling something out of each one, and a Trent walked over and put 100 odd of them into my hands with a care I found almost touching. Auric crystals, cores. Such an ancient technique, I said, and yet it has such a fatal flaw as a core. Here is the archaeology of it. In the ancient era, energy was so abundant that almost everything that grew condensed a core inside itself to advance faster. Animals, plants, and the wizards too. They materialized mental power into a crystal in the skull and carved their innate wizardry onto it. It works. It is extremely fast. Given enough resources, a mediocre talent becomes a wizard. And every materialization costs a fortune, and if anybody ever hits the crystal, the whole structure collapses at once. Modern wizards abandoned it, and they weren't smarter. The environment changed, and the modern system fits the new environment. Yeah, I can build a perpetual motion machine. The formula is a cat and a piece of bread. You stick the bread on the cat's back. I stopped narrating to myself and looked at the crystal. Intense radiation, enormous life content, and polluted, every one of them. Life force with something else already living in it, which meant they were only good for offensive potions. I snapped my fingers. The Trents went ahead of me and started walking the forest flat, and I followed them toward the middle of the island in a corridor of splinters. An hour later, I stood at the foot of the mountain in the center, which was an ordinary mountain covered in ordinary trees. Illusion. Dispel. 2 beams out of my eyes, gone in an instant, and then I looked again. There was no mountain. There was a dark gray building. A hemisphere, enormous, and across its curved surface runes were surfacing and going out. 1 here, 3 there, each one visible for about a third of a second. The first thing from the ancient times I had ever touched with my own eyes. Truth started recording. Each rune, as it surfaced, captured and stacked, and out of dozens of half-second glimpses, the chip assembled one complex 3-dimensional geometric figure, and then I started building it inside my own mental space, live. While the chip fed me the structure, sweat came out of me and ran down inside the helmet and dripped off my chin onto the stone. The dizziness got bad enough that I had to widen my stance, so I took out a high-level energy potion, Jace, with crystalline matter suspended in it, and it looks like something you'd put on a shelf. Tens of thousands of magic stones a bottle. This is the thing a wizard drinks when he is losing a fight he cannot afford to lose, and the reason there are so few of them in the world is that there are so few of us who can make them. I drank it with no hesitation at all, and I want to record that as growth because 2 years earlier, that bottle would have hurt me physically to open. 1, 2, 3 bottles, and then the structure closed. The rune came out of my mental space, moved up, and settled onto my forehead. I got a mirror out and looked. A black pattern, made of an uncountable number of tiny triangles with a single dot in the middle, and it was not still. It flowed, it rotated, it went from complex to simple, and then back to complex again, and the simple state was somehow worse to look at than the complex one, the ancient illusion rune. Only somebody with a chip could have analyzed and built that in an afternoon. The runes surfaced for a third of a second. Even if an official wizard stood there for a week and saw each one 100 times, holding that many independent structures in his head and then assembling them is not a memory problem, it's an architecture problem. According to the legends, a strong enough caster could use these to drag an enemy into an illusory realm indistinguishable from the real world, where a man could live out a life and die of old age in an afternoon. I'm nowhere near that. What I have is this. Any wizard hostile to me now has to fight while not looking at my forehead, and in a duel between official wizards, the man who falls into an illusion is a corpse with a delay on it. What kind of war happened in the ancient times that they lost things like this? And then, standing there, I answered my own question, and the answer was depressing. They didn't lose it in a war. They lost it because it was too much work. I needed a supercomputer and 3 bottles of a divine medicine. An ordinary wizard would need a dozen bottles in a year, and at the end he'd have 1 defensive trick. Nobody stops using a thing because it stops working. They stop because it stops being worth it. I let the rune fade. It costs almost nothing to hold, and I could probably run it for a month, but I was about to walk into a ruin and I wanted every point I had. Then I spent half a day walking around the outside of that hemisphere looking for a door. There isn't one. The surface is continuous. No seam, no join, no depression, nothing. An organization of ancient wizards obsessed with illusions. The entrance is concealed, so I put my palm flat against the wall and immediately felt it. A hemisphere has curvature. My hand said the surface was at 90 degrees, which meant the building I was looking at was itself still an illusion. I cast the dispel again. For a fraction of a second there was a cylinder. Then I blinked and it was a hemisphere again. Second layer, above my grade. So I stopped trying to be clever and scattered seeds on the open ground and cast something I had built myself. Little trents, 1 meter tall, round instead of angular, leaves in neat circles. The whole art style is frankly adorable, and that was not an accident either. I built them off soul studies crossed with the summoning spell, because a wizard who has advanced as fast as I have does not have followers, and a wizard with nobody to send places has to do everything himself. They came up out of the dirt, immediately started chattering, and within 10 seconds, 2 of them were wrestling. They looked at me the way a congregation looks at an altar. There is a flaw, which I have not solved. Their intelligence decays. Their spirituality bleeds off from the moment they're summoned, so anything you want out of them has to be ordered in the first minutes, while they can still hold a sentence. All right, stop arguing. Everybody go and explore the building and find me the different places. They dropped the wrestling instantly and swarmed the hemisphere. 10 minutes. Boss! Boss! I found the entrance to the ruins. I came around the curve at speed and my expression collapsed. There were about 20 of them arranged in an N shape against the wall. 2 were holding a third one by the ankles, and they were lowering him headfirst into solid stone, and when he was in up to the waist they'd haul him back out, and then a different one would go. They had discovered the entrance by inventing a game. Stop doing that. If you trigger something, dispel. An enormous inverted U opening, steps going down into the dark, and around the frame, running the whole way, a line of characters. I blinked, and the wall came back. If you were an ordinary wizard, you really would have blocked them, I told the building. Unfortunately, I am not. Ding. Ancient continent common language detected, translating, ding, surpass reality, cross illusions, give birth to reality from illusions, seek illusions from reality. Only a soul that surpasses everything can be eternally immortal. I read that 3 times and got a headache that had nothing to do with runes. Because illusions I can handle. Illusions are physics. Souls are the one field in this profession where things go wrong in ways that do not stay in the laboratory. Every horror story a wizard tells another wizard is a soul story, and the people who built this place had written their thesis statement over the front door. I stood outside and did the arithmetic properly, the way you're supposed to before you go into a hole. Against, I could not break the outer illusion, which means the residents were at minimum 2 grades above me at their peak. The place has been running unattended for thousands of years, and things left running unattended develop opinions. 4. 1 rune off the outer wall had already paid for the trip. If I walk away now, I walk away from the largest single deposit of pre-collapse knowledge anybody in my generation has laid eyes on. I decided to take the risk. I did not decide to take it with my own body. Red test tube out of the bracelet, stopper off, index finger over the mouth, and my blood dripping in. The tube lit up so hard it looked like it was about to come apart in my hand, so I poured it straight onto the ground. The liquid ran, and then it climbed. A flesh cocoon grew up out of the dirt in about 11 seconds, dark red and slick, and then it split, and a great deal of fluid came out of it, and a body fell out onto the grass. Me. Exactly me. Face, hands, the small scar on my left thumb, with the mental power of a third-class apprentice, and the physique of an official knight, standing there with its eyes open and nothing behind them. The little Trents gathered around it immediately. Wow, another boss. He doesn't seem strong though, not as powerful as the original boss. Then what do we call him? He's the second boss to appear, number 2. Number 2, number 2, number 2. I sat down on the ground with my back to a rock and pushed a portion of my mental power across. So weak, said my own voice from 4 meters away. This body. Then the real me closed his eyes. Puppet sorcery. I'd learned it specifically for this at the academy. Split off a fragment of mental power, seat it in a manufactured body, and go somewhere you don't want to go. Losing it costs you the fragment and a headache. It has no combat value whatsoever. It cannot use the chip's scanning, and it reports back by mental link for the chip to analyze. For exploring a place designed by people who wrote philosophy on the doorframe, it is the finest spell in my collection. Number 2, put on the spare clothes, buckled on the spare armor, loaded the spare potions, and walked into a wall. The passage smelled of nothing, which was the first bad sign. Fluorescent stones in the wall gave off just enough light to make out the step in front of you. Then vertigo, hard, and the world came apart and reassembled. Black space, not a corridor. A void, with no ceiling and no walls and no end. And the only thing in it was the stone staircase under my boots, faintly glowing. I put the longsword out sideways past the edge of the step. Where the blade left the stone, it went into the dark, and the part that went in was gone. Not cut, not melted, absent. I pulled back a sword with 2/3 of a blade, then I went down, because the alternative was standing there. The glow shrank as I descended. The steps behind me stopped being lit, and then stopped being there, and inside a few minutes the only illuminated object in the universe was the stair I was standing on. I turned around and went back up. After 4 steps I was going down again. Were my senses interfered with? Orange bottle, serenity potion, down in 1. My vision went orange, and the void went out like a lamp. I was in a brick-lined passage on an ordinary staircase, about a dozen steps below the entrance, which I could see, and which I had never gotten more than a dozen steps away from. Every meter of that descent had been a lie, and I had walked in place for a quarter of an hour. Then I looked at my sword, which was still missing 2/3 of itself. The illusion was fake. Whatever ate the blade was not. The wooden door at the end was twice my height, and the bolt was under a finger of dust. Behind it was a much larger passage, gray-white flagstones, walls painted black, and a draft. I stood in it for a second with the hair going up on my arms, moving air, in a sealed structure, in a pocket dimension, thousands of years after the last person left. There is a cleaning enchantment still running in this building. The danger rating of the entire ruin went up 2 grades in my head and stayed there. The passage forked left and right, and nothing about either branch was distinguishable by any sense I had. So I applied the most advanced navigational technique known to my previous civilization, which is that men go left and women go right, and I went left. The passage widened as it went, and then there was a marble arch, and through the arch was a garden. Under a fluorescent stone the size of a cottage, doing an extremely convincing impression of the sun. Grass, flower beds, a river running in a loop under its own enchantment, and paths that appeared and disappeared under the planting. Vivid, healthy, and full of color in a place where nothing should have been alive. Every alarm I have went off at once. I looked down at my boots. The black flagstone path ran between beds of flowers with petals so bright they hurt. And in the center of each flower, where the stamens should have been, there was a face. No eyebrows, no ears, only eyes and a mouth. Pale, the specific pale of a body brought out of a river, and every one of them had its eyes shut and an expression of complete contentment. They were sunbathing, human face flowers. I had read the entry and hoped never to see one. They are made out of people. That is as much of the method as I am willing to put into words, and I have read all of it. What is left at the end of it is a resentful soul, and you bind that into a flower with runes. Sunlight sedates them. Take the sunlight away, and they wake up and they scream, and the scream is not sound, it is an attack on the soul. I counted, roughly, over 1,000 of them. Number 2 had the mental power of a third-class apprentice. One chorus would have wiped that puppet out of existence in under a second, and Truth had already worked out the trigger, the flagstones. One wrong step and the fluorescent stone over my head goes out, which is exactly the kind of thing these people thought was funny. I turned around and walked back out. I was not going to be an idiot about it. There was nothing in that garden I needed to see. The moment I was through the arch, every flower in that garden opened its eyes. The pupils were tiny in an enormous field of white, and the proportion of it was so far wrong that looking at it made my teeth hurt, and they all stared at the doorway I had gone through with an expression I can only describe as personal. They did not notice the fourth thing in the garden, which was a small eye of white smoke I had left hanging near the arch. I stood in the corridor and breathed out. If I had walked in there to have a look around, that puppet would not have made it 8 meters, and I would have lost a fragment of my soul to a flower bed. The right-hand fork ended in an identical arch and a hall, counters in the middle, 5 of them in a rough ring, and the walls flickered, on and off, like failing screens, and when they lit, there was text on them. Truth pulled the characters as they came. The Wizard World script has been stable for a very long time, which is the one convenience these people have ever given me. High-level task, 3 wizards. Recommendation, reward, low-level task, 1,000 ordinary souls. Reward, soul water. A mission board. 1,000 ordinary souls posted as a low-level task with a fixed reward on a wall in an organization's front office in the same tone my old faculty used to post teaching assistantships. I went to the counters, which were under a finger of dust with a cracked crystal ball sitting on one, and I actually relaxed because in a ruin, decay is safety. Time kills enchantments. The rotten rooms are the survivable ones. Top drawer, magic stones. I picked up a handful and squeezed and they crumbled into grit because the energy in them had evaporated centuries ago. Second drawer, third, fourth, fifth, all the same. Second counter, a scroll, black gems set in both ends, oversized but recognizably the same object we use today. Energy gone. Touch it wrong and it becomes powder. And here I got to use a piece of knowledge I have never had a use for before. A scroll is not a battery. A scroll is a storage medium. When the energy drains, the information does not go with it. The pathways stay printed, like the traces on a circuit board. To an ordinary wizard, that is a useless fact. Reading a chip's function off its traces under a microscope is not a thing a human being does. I have a chip. I let mental power seep across the surface, millimeter by millimeter, and Truth read the pathways and reconstructed the content. There were 13 scrolls in those drawers. It took 5 hours, the fastest of them 6 minutes, and the worst of them over an hour. And by the end, number 2 was sweating so hard it was running out of the joints of the armor and dripping on the floor. I sat that body down on the flagstones with a crash of metal and let it breathe. The chip outside was still parsing, and there were no other exits from the mission hall, which meant that if I could not find another way out of this room, the only remaining route was back through the garden. So I started hitting the walls. Thud, 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 solid, solid, solid. Then I hit one of the flickering ones. Ding, ding, metal. The ancient wizards didn't project their notices. They modified the wall material itself. I took the broken sword in both hands and swung it at the wall, and after a dozen strikes, a section came away, and the display on that wall went dark and stayed dark permanently, and I felt precisely nothing about it. I picked up the fallen piece and pushed mental power into it. No resistance at all, and it carried elemental radiation like it had been waiting its whole life to. An excellent elemental radiation conductor, I said, out loud, to a broken wall. It's best used to make a wizard tool. And then I stopped being an explorer and became a demolition crew. The noise in that hall was tremendous. I took down every flickering panel in the room, and when I was finished there was a stack of ancient conductive plate as tall as 2 men, and I was covered head to foot in dust, and I was grinning like a farmer at harvest. I scattered seeds and got 5 little trents, which was as many as that puppet's mental power could carry, and set them hauling. They went out through the entrance wall without any trouble at all, which is when I learned something useful. The barrier keys on life, and a treant isn't alive in whatever sense the enchantment recognizes. The real me, sitting outside on the grass, collected the plates and put them in the bracelet. Then number 2 walked back to the garden. Because I had learned something in that mission hall. The castle is still running, but time has eaten holes in it. Some functions work, some don't. That flickering wall was the proof, which meant the garden's defenses might not be at full specification either, and which meant I could stop playing. Out of the breast of the armor came 10 potions, 5 in the left hand, glowing furnace red, and the palm holding them had already gone bright red and was starting to blister just from proximity. 5 in the right, white, and around them the ambient negative energy was visibly backing away, and they gave off a warmth that felt like being forgiven for something. I paced out the garden by eye, let the chip do the coverage math, and then took out 2 more, because I have learned that the correct amount of explosive is always more than the calculation says. Who said exploration has to be done step by step? That is mental inertia. Where there is risk, exploration should be a bit more violent. At worst, I lose supplies, and supplies are cheaper than a life. I stood in the archway and shouted it, and I shouted it in a language that has been dead for 900 years because some phrases don't translate. Who is still going to play this level-clearing game with you? I'm flipping the table. Fire in the hole. Then I threw 10 potions in 10 different directions and ran without looking back. Behind me, every human face flower in that garden opened its eyes in direct sunlight, out of pure hatred, and could not see me, because I was already gone. Then they stopped hating and started being afraid. The river boiled first. Things came out of it, humanoid, with gray-green carapace across the back and gray-black scales everywhere else, and heads with no features at all, except a single antenna standing straight up. Their hands were the size of their torsos. Some were crab claws, some were the folded club of a mantis shrimp, one had a bundle of tentacles and suckers. They stampeded for the exit, and they went through each other to get there. The one with the crab claws cut 2 of its own kind in half on the way. The potions were faster. 5 suns came on inside a sealed garden. The stone went liquid. The plants stopped existing. Everything with a body was gone before the concussion finished, and the ones without bodies, the spirits, pulled together into a single black cloud and held the fire off with raw negative energy while the cloud shrank to half its size. Then the 5 white orbs went off underneath them, and there were no spirits in that garden anymore. I was still running when the heat caught up, so I smashed an amber bottle on the flagstones and a barrier went across the corridor like a soap film. I turned around and watched a sea of fire arrive and stop about 4 meters from my face. The building held. The walls lit up with their own runes and pushed back on it, and here and there a rune failed and a brick sagged and ran, but the passage did not come down. I stood inside a shield with a wall of fire on the other side of it and transmitted every one of those wall runes back to the chip because a defensive rune that is currently being tested is worth more data than 100 at rest. 5 minutes. Then the smoke guy went ahead of me for the survey. The arch was split down the middle with fragments across the floor. The garden was a crater with magma still moving in it, a full story lower than it had been. Nothing organic, no bones, nothing had left a corpse. The eye did a slow circuit of the walls and found a second exit on the far side, and past that, a fork. Left, a ruined kitchen. Pots, bowls, ladles, a lot of them, and a dead end. Right, the accommodation area. Cylindrical stone housings stacked vertically and horizontally, thousands of rooms, and not one living thing. I went back to the entrance to restock first and found a dozen potions already laid out in a neat row on the bottom step, with a little treant emerging from the solid wall carrying 2 more. Lord Second, your potions are ready. My mouth did something involuntary inside the helmet. I collected the potions in silence and left at speed because that thing would have kept talking. The stone house I picked at random was 30 square meters, 3 meters high, dead fluorescent stones in the ceiling and furniture carved out of the floor, a round table, stools, a bed, and books. I did not open them by hand. I scanned them, and the language was not the continental common tongue but was clearly descended from the same root and truth translated by context. Method for the manufacture of the despair potion. Materials, 100 standard human souls. Method, place the subjects in an absolutely sealed dark space until the mental state collapses. When the soul has completely quieted, use powerful external stimulus to reactivate it and then break it a second time by whatever means are convenient. Repeat multiple times. After the soul has completely shattered, extract the soul essence, collecting throughout the despair generated. Note, the more thoroughly they collapse, the more despair is generated, and the better the effect. I had assumed, up to that moment, that this organization hid in a crack in the world because they were powerful and secretive. I was wrong. They hid because in the ancient times, when wizardry was crude and cruel, and nobody had invented the idea of restraint, this would still have gotten them exterminated by everybody else. Then I read the next line. Potion effect. Meditation speed for the following 12 hours is increased 5 times. 5. I put the book down, rubbed my eyes with the back of a gauntlet, and picked it up again to check I had read it correctly. 5 times. With a 5th grade talent, that potion drags you level with a 2nd grade. It doesn't shorten your career, it replaces the person you were born as. Next book. Touch of Death. Model then. Using 100 standard souls during model construction increases the wizardry's power by 50%. 1,000 souls increases it by 100%. Then another and another. Potions, wizard arrays, spellcraft. In every single volume in that room, the load-bearing ingredient was human souls, and in every single case the human souls didn't improve the result by a margin. They changed its category. I sat down on a stone stool in a dead man's bedroom and thought about it properly because I owed myself that much honesty. If an ordinary wizard read these books, he would not resist, not 1 in 50. And if a black wizard organization got them, the mortals of the East Coast would stop being people and start being a supply chain, and it would happen inside a generation. Here is where I actually stand, and I have never said it out loud to anybody. I was educated in a world where that line existed and was enforced, and I have kept it here for 8 years, and I know exactly how much it has cost me in progress. Call it foolish, call it stupid. I know that the moment I cross it, I do not know what I become on the other side, and I am not interested in finding out experimentally. But I am also not going to pretend that means throwing the knowledge away. Innocent people are out. Things that are not people are not out. And this world is full of intelligent, non-human races doing worse to each other than I ever would. And more to the point, these methods are written the way an engineer writes when he has never once been forced to optimize. Combine them with modern chemistry, and I can almost certainly find substitutes. Even if the substitute is weaker, it will still be 5 times what anybody else has. And one more thing, which the ancient authors never mention, and which I noticed immediately. Completely shattering souls at scale drains the foundation of the world itself. Do it industrially, and you will not be stopped by other wizards. You will be stopped by the wizard world. I recorded every book, confirmed the transfer, and burned all of them with elemental fire. They burned with a greasy shine and a sizzle, which is when I finally understood what the covers had been made of. I came out of that stone house and looked at an accommodation quarter with thousands of identical doors in it and felt the situation change shape. Because there were 4 other men inside this ruin, and I had a line I would not cross, and I had no evidence whatsoever that they did. I could not kill them. Every one of them had a school and elders, and if 4 advanced method wizards died in a hole together, the resulting investigation would tear the East Coast open. And my own school, the extreme school, which is 9 people who are permanently short of resources and permanently short of time, would go absolutely feral over a 5 times meditation potion. Mine would be the worst of all of them. So I made a decision standing in that corridor, and I have kept it. If I am the only one who walks out of this ruin, nothing happened here, and I never mention it again. If somebody else walks out, I go to my mentor before the news does, because I would rather my school be first than my school be desperate. Then I got to work looting. I switched back to my own body outside and found the little Trents sitting cross-legged on the grass in a circle, all of them doing an extremely serious impression of me meditating. The boss is awake. Everybody get up. Another handful of seeds, another 40 or 50 of them, 100 in total. Number 2 could not run 100 mental channels, so I had to give the order out loud, at volume, like a foreman. Do you all see these rooms? Open every one of them and bring me the books and anything else inside. Gently. Nothing gets broken. Do you hear me? Yes, number 2. They swarmed. And they played the entire way to each door and went quiet and careful the instant they reached it, which is more than I can say for most graduate students I have supervised. Books mostly, and mostly duplicates. Crystal balls and scrolls, dull and drained, which I scanned the same way as before, and a small number of beads. Deep black, and after all those centuries they were the only things in that quarter still radiating. I picked one up and pushed mental power into it and immediately wished I hadn't. Let me out. I'm willing to give up everything. You damned wizard, I curse you. You will die in despair. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. The surface of the bead was not opaque to mental power. I could see inside. There were a great many of them in there, roaring and clawing at the inner wall, and the runes on the shell were converting ambient energy and feeding it to them, to keep them going. That is the entire function of the device. It harvests energy from the outside world so that the things inside it never get to stop. Some of them had gone silent centuries ago. Some had stopped being people and become something that only produces malice. And at the core of the bead was the product. Despair, materialized, an emotion with a mass. I drew a single thread of it out, following the method from the books, because I have never in my life been able to leave a new form of energy alone. It ate part of my mental power on contact, not damaged. 8. There was a measurable subtraction. I cut the connection immediately, and the freed thread expanded into an enormous, distorted human face pouring black smoke, hanging in the corridor for about a second and a half before it went out. I packed every bead into a box and sent the box outside, and did not open it again for a very long time. Then I had the Trents tap the entire quarter, floor, and walls, which sounded like a construction site, and which I did not care about at all by that point. In one corner, the dull thud went sharp. Metal. A circular plate 5 meters across, camouflaged the same gray-black as the flagstones, and buried under enough dust that no eye would find it, with 2 recessed handles. No energy signature. I lifted it out and, obviously, sent that outside too, because metal that survives from the ancient times to now with no corrosion is not ordinary metal, and I was not going to leave it lying in a corridor. Underneath was a vertical shaft going straight down into black. I sent a Trent. It went over the lip and down the wall like a squirrel, and the rustling faded, and then there was no sound at all, and I stood at the edge of a hole for half an hour. Then the rustling came back, and the Trent climbed out completely black from head to foot, like it had spent a shift in a coal seam. The others swarmed it. How did you end up like that? Second, I want to go down too. I want to change my image too. I put my palm on the sooty one's head and read its memory. 10 minutes of vertical descent in total dark, Trents see fine without light, and then an arched door fitted flush into the round wall of the shaft. It pushed the door open from the middle. An enormous hall with a vaulted ceiling, a dead fluorescent stone the size of a house set into the apex, and patterns carved around the walls. And looking at those patterns secondhand, through a Trent's memory, at one remove, made me dizzy. I stopped the playback and sat with that for a second, because whatever those carvings do, they were doing it to me through a wooden intermediary and a memory. 5 or 6 passages off the hall, most of them open, 1 or 2 doored, and above each one an inscription in the ancient common tongue. Herb garden, soul breeding ground, teaching area, experimental area. Was this a wizard academy from the ancient era? Given the crudeness of the layout and the mission board upstairs and the student dormitory I had just looted, yes, obviously, yes. I had been walking through a campus. I sent every Trent down and then went myself with a levitation spell on and fell the entire 10 minutes like a feather. Standing in the hall, I had a choice of 2 doors that mattered, herb garden or library. I took the library. And here is the reasoning, because it was the single best decision I made in that place. The herb garden would be guarded. Guaranteed. These people specialized in souls, and a plant store in a soul organization means spirits in the beds, and even if the arrays failed, spirits don't. Also, the herbs might be dead. The library would be protected by wizard arrays, because you do not station something that throws negative energy around in a room full of paper, and arrays decay. Spirits don't. Also, bluntly, my talent will carry me to 4th level. I do not need a rare herb. I need to know things. Knowledge over medicine. I would make that trade again. The passage down to the library was dark, and the Trents went ahead about 50 meters, and I noticed that their movements had gone stiff, and their chatter had died. Their spirituality was running out. Time was almost up on that batch. Then I stopped walking. There were footprints across the intersection in front of me, crisp, in undisturbed dust, crossing the path to the library rather than following it. I crouched down and put my fingers in one, fire element residue in the air over them, still warm. Not Elias, I said. That concentration of fire, that's Gideon. The stride was even, the spacing almost identical each time, which meant a professional not panicking, but the frequency was high and the weight was forward on the ball of the foot. Is he chasing something, or is something chasing him? I stood up and did not go and find out. With that puppet, I could not have helped him. All I could have done was add a body. I walked on, and then after 2 steps, I came back and smashed a bottle of clear liquid on the floor. A ripple went out, and every trace of me and my Trents, prints, scent, residual mental power, dissolved. I walked the rest of the way, leaving nothing behind me at all, because the potion kept working. A short while after I left that intersection, something came into it. Shriveled things, slate gray, roughly the size and shape of human infants. They moved flat on their bellies, dragging something behind them that was not quite an umbilical cord, and they left no prints. The noise out of them was fingernails on slate, and under it, continuous cursing, and the malice coming off the group was thick enough that an ordinary person walking into that corridor would have had his soul torn apart before he understood what he was looking at. Individually, they are nothing. There were a great many of them. Where did they go? Where did they go? Can't find them. The scent is gone. Eat, eat, hungry, eat. They picked up the old footprints, and they followed the old footprints, and they went down the other branch. They missed the road to the library by 1 turn. The library was 5 cylindrical towers standing inside a cylindrical shaft, same architecture as the dormitory, except that each tower had a single door at the bottom and no windows at all. 5. That's all. And I understood why immediately. The ancient wizards were powerful, but they were early. They were the beginning of the discipline, not the end of it. There simply was not that much written down yet. The Trents pushed the door shut behind me, and from the outside there was no aura, no print, no evidence that anything had ever come this way. My heart was going hard. first real ruin of my career, and I had walked to the core of it without a fight. The doors of the towers were covered in runes, and almost all of them were dead. The decay in that section was worse than anywhere else in the complex, which I only understood later. Inside was a library, genuinely, recognizably, a library, of the kind I had spent my first life in, except that the shelves were stone and grew out of the floor, and they were full. I stood in the doorway breathing like I'd run there. How was this organization destroyed? There are no scorch marks, no collapsed sections. No barricades, no bodies, no sign anywhere in this entire complex that anybody fought. Whatever happened to these people happened to all of them at once. Now, I said, start recording. Number 2 turned pages at a book every 2 or 3 minutes, which looks like a man who is not reading, and which is exactly right, because he wasn't. That puppet was a camera on a stick. Pages in through the eyes, out along the mental link, into the chip. 30 minutes cleared one shelf. There were dozens of shelves on the ground floor of one tower. The ground floor alone was a full day, and the ceiling height told me there were at least 3 floors and there were 5 towers. 3 to 4 days for a fifth of it. Nobody knows how long the ruin stays connected. Elias had said the window is not fixed and nobody has ever measured it twice the same way. No choice. I have to take the risk. Outside on the grass in a shield bubble, my own body stood up and started walking toward the entrance because the puppet was the safe option, and the safe option was going to run out of time, and the wisdom of an unknown ancient organization is worth walking into a hole for. Crossing the gray-black wall, something swept my mind. A wave, keyed to a very specific band, above an apprentice, below an official wizard, purpose-built for exactly the person most likely to be sneaking in. I snorted and my mental power broke it, and I walked in through my own front door. 3 bottles, breath clearance, invisibility, levitation, drunk one after another. My scent went, then my outline, then my boots came off the floor. Down the corridor at head height, silently, with no trail at all. At the intersection I stopped in midair. That much negative energy radiation, I said, to nobody. There really are spirits in this ruin. If my avatar hadn't erased its aura when it came through here, they would have found it hours ago. The one clear-headed thing I did with that puppet had saved the whole expedition, and it had cost 1 bottle. At the library, I put the wooden door back exactly as it had been, hung a warning spell on it, and went in. Number 2 was lying on the floor where I'd left him, with a ring of blank little Trents standing around him like mourners. I didn't look twice. Without the main body's mental power sustaining it, that flesh has hours before it becomes a puddle, and the Trents have less than that before they're seeds. Then I went to the middle of the floor and released the wizard's hand. Hundreds of books came off the shelves at once and opened in the air in a slow, rotating shell around me, and every one of them started turning pages at a speed that had nothing to do with reading. Ding. Soul studies, ancient era, input. Soul splitting, detailed explanation, input. Evil spirit body creation, input. 30 minutes and the entire ground floor was gone. I dropped the spell and there was cold sweat on my face because Wizard's Hand is cheap and 300 simultaneous instances of Wizard's Hand is not. A mental power potion, straight down, 1/15 complete, have to speed up. And while I was drinking it, the thing that had been bothering me all day finally resolved. The reason my route had been so easy, the reason I had met nothing but a garden, is that I arrived late. The footprints prove it. Elias and the others did not survey the perimeter of a pocket world before entering. They went straight in. They have been in here for hours, making noise, in the middle of the complex, and every guardian in this place has been looking at them. I have had a clear road because 4 other men have been holding the attention of everything in the building, and Gideon crossed the intersection outside this library not long ago. Whatever he is dealing with, when he finishes dealing with it, he will come back and try the other branch. I found the staircase, wide enough for 6 people abreast, with stone handrails, and the handrails were carved too. I blew the dust off with a wind spell and recorded every rune on them, on principle. 2nd floor, same footprint, a fraction of the shelves, 10 minutes. 3rd floor, less again. Every tower was built the same way, an inverted pyramid of knowledge, and the whole library took 5 hours. And in among it, the chip found something that was not a textbook, a freshman orientation manual, backed up in the library the way institutions do. Their name was the Soul Academy. Their thesis was that the soul can be made eternal, and that to make it eternal, you have to fill in your own soul's deficiencies with other souls. They used the word gather. What they meant was eat. Normally, fusing another soul into your own contaminates the source and locks you at your level for the rest of your existence, which is the single hardest wall in this entire profession. The Soul Academy found the way around it. If the subject is pushed until the soul collapses on its own and the spirit dissipates, what is left behind is an essence they called soul source. and soul source does not contaminate. It feeds. It accelerates growth with no side effects at all. That is the whole discovery. That is the reason for every book in that stone dormitory. They found out that suffering, applied methodically enough, produces a clean product. The organizational structure was ordinary. Departments, ranks, a curriculum, and gaps everywhere in the regulations because they were still writing them, except for one clause. Students of the Soul Academy were not forbidden from killing each other. As long as nobody found out and nobody was caught, the Academy would not pursue it. I sat down on the floor of that library with a cold sweat going down my back for the second time in an hour, because I could see the arithmetic they had seen. Every potion in this institution requires souls. The stronger the soul, the stronger the product. And the strongest souls conveniently available to a struggling student are sitting in the next dormitory over. They did not build a school. They built a jar and they put people in it, and they came back in a few years to see what was left. The manual's final page advised students never to reveal their affiliation in the outside world. In an era when the entire profession was crude and cruel, these people knew they were the ones everybody else would come for, and at the very back, folded, a map. Zones marked high, medium, and low risk. The library I was sitting in was one of the very few low-risk areas in the entire complex. The garden I had come in through, Doom Garden, on the map, was medium. High risk was the laboratory, the herb garden, and the core warehouses, which had wizard arrays and a standing population of spirits. And the perimeter of the library was guarded by infant abominations, made by the ancient wizards, branded in the soul so that they can never leave this place, not once, not ever. I let out a long breath at that, because infant abominations I can survive. Individually, they are weak. Their attack is essentially a prayer spell, mass resentment, converged, aimed at the soul, and the malice of a small group is barely enough to inconvenience a commoner. Which means they must act in a body, which caps their speed, which makes them purely defensive. And the standing rule, written into every one of them, no guardian may leave its assigned zone unless there is a catastrophe or the guardians of another zone are destroyed. And the library specifically is a place where no spirit may go at all, because spirits fighting near paper is how a library becomes a floor. The only 3 low-risk areas in the entire complex are the library, the dining hall, and the accommodation quarter. I had gone into all 3 in order and nowhere else. I sat there for a second appreciating my own luck, and then I made the second best decision of the trip. Withdraw. I had everything the library held. Anything deeper meant the laboratory, and the laboratory is marked high risk in a building where the low-risk areas contain 1,000 screaming flowers. The harvest is already rich enough. Once the chip finishes translating, I will have knowledge to the level of a 4th-level wizard, possibly higher. That is several hundred years of work sitting in my head. Being greedy for more is how people die in ruins. I went to the wooden door, swept the outside with the chip, and drank 3 potions again. Scent gone, body gone, feet off the floor. Knowing when to let go is a skill. I have not always had it. I was floating back past the accommodation quarter when I got cold. Ding. Negative energy concentration rising, up 1.2%. I did not change anything about how I was moving, but a white bottle came into my hand, and in my head, the negative energy dispelling spell was already assembled and waiting on a trigger. I was so careful. How did it find me? Whatever it was patient. It followed at a fixed distance and made no attempt to close, which meant it wanted something specific and was waiting for a place. So I was patient too, and used the time to work out what it was, because if the other party is not in a hurry, the other party is giving me the interval. It thinks it is in the shadows. In reality, I am the one in the dark. The place it wanted turned out to be the Doom Garden, which by then was a pit of black glass with the magma cooling underneath. Ding. Abnormal energy fluctuation with soul interference properties. Identified. Malicious curse. Impact intensity 43 degrees. 43. Off a resistant physique that runs 55. It broke on me like water. Damn you! You who harmed our companions, damn you! Kill him! Kill him! A girl's voice, twisted and hoarse, and then a man's coming out of the same throat, and then several at once. A ragdoll floated out over the glass, charred, completely black, left arm gone, clothing in strips, punctures all over the body with stuffing coming out, and every few seconds a burst of fire elements out of the interior, and each time that happened it shrieked and then went straight back to cursing me. A specter doll is made from one powerful specter. That is the definition. That is the whole design. There were dozens crammed into this one, fused together, which is why a thing with the strength of an apprentice was hitting like an official wizard. And it should not have worked at all, because dozens of wills in one vessel fight each other continuously, unless they have the same goal, which they did, and I had given it to them, because these were the survivors of my bombardment. They had been tearing each other apart in that garden for hours, and then I came back and they found something they could all agree on. Hee hee, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The charred right arm came up. The energy wave cracked the obsidian floor across the whole garden and opened the magma underneath, and it broke on a barrier of iridescent light 2 meters in front of my face. Although I don't know how you managed to survive the potion bombardment, I said, I have no reason to refuse a fine experimental subject that delivers itself right to my door. Then I threw a bottle. It burst in the air into a cloud of white smoke that moved with intent, split into ropes, and wrapped the doll before it could turn. And the black smoke coming off its body went into the white ropes, and the ropes turned black as they drank, and the doll visibly deflated. Negative energy absorption potion, I said, specifically designed to deal with spirit bodies like you, especially the abhorrent type. It screamed, and duplicates of itself appeared in the air, identical, right down to the energy signature, which is not something a normal specter can do, and which is another consequence of having dozens of minds inside one shell. Their right arms elongated into enormous black crab pincers, and they came at my barrier and hammered on it. The surface rippled. That was all it did. Still far too weak. You can't even reach the upper limit of my barrier's tolerance. Then I cast the dispelling spell, and a halo of white light went out from me across the garden, and every duplicate it touched simply stopped existing, the way darkness does. The furthest one from me was the original. It howled and got fainter. Second bottle, new ropes. It hit the glass and lay there, and the white smoke kept drinking. Then I took a crystal ball out of the bracelet and put a large red triangle in the air above it. The suction started, and the doll thrashed, and the last of its black smoke came up in a final burst that achieved nothing at all, and then the soul came out of it. I watched that closely, because it was the reason I had bothered. The shape of it changed continuously, dozens of profiles surfacing and submerging, and internally it was tearing itself apart at all times, and it did not disintegrate. It had somehow arrived at a stable internal structure out of pure conflict. The triangle took it. The crystal ball turned black in an instant, and something inside started slamming itself against the wall of it, over and over. Another harvest gained. I left immediately, because I had what I came for, and the magma was still moving. Out of the passage and into daylight, and I got about 4 steps before I stopped. The sun over the island was going down. The horizon had gone the color of a blood-red curtain, and the ground was already giving off cold. I did the only sensible thing, which was to sit down on the spot and reach for the puppet because there was one job left inside, and I had to do it before dark. Number 2 stood up in the library and immediately went down on one knee because the body was failing. Has the time limit almost reached? The moment my mental power reconnected, the collapse slowed, but not by much. It pulled out a brown bottle and began the incantation, and as it chanted, the body started to melt, like a wax figure in a fire, slowly. Blood running down the inside of the armor and out onto the flagstones while the voice kept going, high to low, sharp to flat. Then it pulled the stopper and poured. The liquid was not a liquid. Close up, it was a suspension of extremely small insects, and where they hit the floor, they swelled into brown eggs, and the eggs began to bulge from the inside. Devouring bugs. 3 to 5 centimeters, white, cone-shaped, thick at the head with a ring of teeth around the mouth, and the noise they make en masse is a hiss with a texture to it. A few thousand of them went into that library faster than a man can run. They went up the shelves, got onto the books, and started eating. And after each one had eaten enough, it stopped where it was and laid eggs out of its tail, and those hatched into slightly smaller versions, which is fission by another name. The sound in there was chewing, just chewing, everywhere, for a long time. Meanwhile, number 2's face was gone. Both eyes had come out of the sockets and were hanging on threads of tissue, which did not matter because I was scanning with mental power and not with eyes. I watched until the last book was gone, and then I let go. The body went down into a puddle of blood water, and the devouring bugs, having completed their function, died in waves and crumbled into gray stone. They were modified generations ago to lose fertility after a set number of divisions, incidentally. The originals were an accident in somebody's laboratory, and if they had gotten out unmodified, they would have depopulated the East Coast. I did not burn the library, because those books are bound in hide and hide as fire-resistant, and a partial burn leaves fragments, and a fragment of that knowledge in the wrong hand is worse than all of it in mine. Then I looked up and noticed what I should have noticed hours earlier. The sun in that place was not moving at a constant rate. It had been slow all afternoon and now it was going down fast, and the difference was not small. Ding, warning, environmental negative energy concentration rising, 7.2%, 7.3. Night is the dangerous time on this island. Get away from the ruin. I went for the beach, and as I moved, my aura went flat and the marks behind me smoothed themselves out. 2 other men were having a considerably worse evening on the far side of the complex. Alden and Oren had contacted each other with a secret art the moment they landed and gone in as a pair. Their luck was the exact inverse of mine. They walked straight into the experimental zone, which is the highest risk area on the map, and woke something. What was following them had the head of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, long white hair, purple eyes, and, from the shoulders down, tentacles where the right arm should be, scales over everything, and the lower body of a spider. It was not chasing them. It was strolling and hitting them occasionally. Alden went flat on his face, and his defensive field ate the shot. Oren got him up, and they kept running. "If this goes on, we'll be worn down and killed," Alden said, on the mental link. "And have you felt it? The negative energy particles are getting denser. This is bad. So what do you suggest?" "There's a window. It can resist the purification potion, but only by changing form, and while it's changing, it can't move. 4 potions, spaced, buys us 3 minutes minimum. Now, for scale, because this is the detail that tells you everything about the profession. An ordinary apothecary refines 1 dose of potion from 10 portions of material. I refine 10. Alden and Oren throwing 4 potions is, in materials, the equivalent of me throwing 40. They were about to spend a year of their own funding to buy 180 seconds. They did it. The first bottle went out, and the white sphere came up. And the woman thing smiled at it with contempt, and dissolved into blue smoke, and simply waited in place for the light to expire. And the instant it condensed back into flesh, the second bottle broke. It screamed. The surface of it corroded like something dropped in acid, and it went back to smoke faster than before, and the third bottle was already timed for that, and the fourth after it. 4 flashes, and the smoke could not move for any of them. When it finally reformed, it was steaming from every part of itself, cooked, with open sores that dripped something that turned into black smoke on the floor. The 2 of them were long gone. It stood in an empty corridor with red light coming out of its eyes and began to search. I sat on the beach with my aura closed down and watched the last of the light go. When the final trace of it left the land, gray mist came up out of the ground itself and spread over the whole island like a lid. "It has begun." Ding. Abnormal fluctuation in the wave pattern. "There are creatures moving in the sea. Main body. Be on guard." I turned to the water. Jace light went across my vision, and in the shallows, one after another, things stood up off the seabed. They came up the beach in ranks. Skeletons. Pale soul fire burning in the eye sockets, some missing arms, some missing legs, carrying broken blades and split shields, and none of it any good, but every one of them radiating negative energy, and negative energy corrodes anything alive on contact. Skeletons. There are still these ancient things. Modern wizards barely bother. A skeleton is brittle, has almost no magic resistance, and no physical resistance at all. Only the high-end summons like a skeleton king still see use. The ancient era really was crude and barbaric. Some of their technologies are much cruder than ours. Then the chip finished the scan, and I stopped being condescending. The bones are carved with runes that gather ambient negative energy, and that is the power supply. No maintenance, no caster, no upkeep. And in the skull is a soul with everything stripped out of it except spirituality, which serves as the command unit. And the runes are infectious. Kill the living with them, and the corpse joins. Left alone with a food supply, one of these builds an army by itself. That is not a crude technology. That is a technology designed by someone who did not intend to be present. They came past me without turning their heads because the illusion rune on my forehead was doing exactly what it was built for, and to something with that little spirituality left, I was a rock. I stood up and looked along the beach in both directions. The entire coastline of the island was doing this, thousands of them, in a slow tide, all moving inland. A struggle between 2 factions? They were not going for a walk. There is one thing in the middle of this island, and they were all going to it. And then I had an idea, which is the point in most of my stories where things get worse. A soft fluctuation went through me, and my flesh reorganized, and I became a skeleton. Pale fire in my own sockets. Full armor, and an art style clearly from a different century, which I decided not to worry about. Negative energy came off me, and buried my aura underneath it, and the illusion runes slid back off my forehead. Not one of them noticed anything. So I stepped into the tide and went with it, because there is no scouting party in the world better than several thousand disposable bodies walking ahead of you into somebody else's defenses. My section of the tide reached the ruin first, because I had personally flattened the man-eating forest on this approach and given them a road. Around the base of the hemisphere, mushrooms had come up in the dark, bright colors with deep black spots. The front rank stepped on them. They burst, and black dust went up over the leading skeletons, and the soul fire in their eyes guttered and went out while their bones cracked and pitted like something dropped in acid. The rank behind walked over them without altering pace. The mushrooms bought the defenders about 4 seconds. Then the tide reached the wall and turned, without hesitation, and went into the entrance passage. They knew the way. The skeletons know the passageway? Is somebody commanding them? I watched 300 of them file into a door hidden behind 2 layers of illusion. No, that's instinct. Then 5 separate negative energy shocks went off around the perimeter, one after another, and I understood the whole shape of the night. 5 other entrances, 5 other fights, and silence at mine. Because I had destroyed the Doom Garden, and the Doom Garden was this entrance's garrison, and I had personally opened the front door of this fortress about 6 hours earlier. I wedged myself in near the edge of the crowd and stopped moving. A jammed skeleton in a press of skeletons is the most ordinary object on that battlefield, and even if something intelligent was watching, nobody audits the individual. Then the ruin noticed the hole I'd made. A shockwave came out of that entrance and blew 100 skeletons into fragments across the ground, and then everything inside came out at once. Infant abominations, spirits, and modified humans. The abominations spoke, and the soul fire in the sockets of the nearest skeletons flared white-hot and burned out in about 2 seconds, and the skeletons fell over. The spirits went into the skeletons instead. The fire in the eyes turned red, and the possessed ones turned around and attacked their own line. The modified humans just waded in and broke bones with their hands. Fascinating fight, honestly. The ruins' forces were several grades better per unit, and it did not matter at all because the sea kept coming, and the concentration of negative energy in the environment, high as it was, could not refill them fast enough. And the skeletons were getting stronger. That is the detail I could not stop looking at. The first ranks were malnourished, half-built things. The ones arriving now had complete skeletons and better weapons and moved with something close to discipline. Then a weakened spirit finally went down under a mass of blades, and every skeleton on the field stopped fighting and threw itself at the corpse. Jace energy came out of the dead spirit. They bit into it, and the fire in their sockets brightened. That is what the war is about. The skeletons need souls to evolve. The ruin is full of nothing but souls, and this island has exactly 2 populations on it, and no third. Someone built a closed system where one side farms the other forever, and both sides think they are winning. Boom! The whole entrance shook, and flame came out of it sideways, and every skeleton within 30 meters came apart, and the entire battlefield stopped. A figure came out wreathed in fire, and the negative energy peeled back away from it. Ha 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 ha! I have caught you. Soon I will be able to break through to a 2nd-level wizard. Red hair. Gideon. His robe was gone in strips, and the soft armor underneath was showing. There were wounds on him with black auras coiled into them, and every few seconds those auras condensed and bit into the wound again, which is a malicious curse, and a malicious curse capable of secondary damage to a wizard is cast by a spirit at official wizard grade. He was releasing energy continuously, at a rate that does permanent damage to the caster's body, and he had clearly been doing it for a while. Then the firelight came round, and I saw his face properly. His eyes were gone. 2 open sockets with blood coming out of them and running down his cheeks. And behind him, standing very still, there was a red figure with its hands out, and from its fingertips, red threads ran forward and went into the back of his head. Gideon was laughing. Ding. High concentration malicious curse. High strength spirit body scanned, unable to penetrate the subject's stance. Assessed as level 2. Every hair on me went up. I ordered the chip to bury my mental power as deep as it would go, and I wedged myself harder against the wall, and I did not move at all. You fellows, are you trying to snatch my harvest? Gideon screamed at empty air. Elias! I will not let you succeed. He threw spells outward in every direction at nothing, as if they were free. Scram! All of you scram! This thing can only be mine. His voice went from a man's roar to an animal's, and then into a sound with no words in it at all. Blood came out of his mouth in foam because he had torn his own throat. 10 minutes. By the end of it, he was an old man. The curse had eaten his left arm down to the bone with a few strings of tissue holding it on. There was almost no intact flesh anywhere on him, and black mist hung around all of it. This can only be mine. And then he detonated. I let the shockwave take me and went down behind a tree exactly the way a dead thing does. Chip. Control my mental power. Full dormancy. The fire in my sockets went out. I lay on the ground at the front edge of a battlefield and became debris. The red thing went back inside. A fresh detail of spirits came out and took position at the door, and the war went on over the top of me for 13 hours. The moon crossed the whole sky. Skeleton fragments piled into ridges. Batch after batch of spirits was replaced. Both sides took losses that would have ended any war I know of. I did not move once, because a level 2 spirit was on the other side of that wall, and if it had come out, I was going to use the ring on my thumb and end this expedition with whatever I already had. Toward dawn, the negative energy started dropping out of the air, and the skeletons slowed down, then weakened. Their strength is environmental, and the environment was withdrawing it. At a threshold, I could see coming on the readout, every skeleton on that field turned around at once and walked back to the sea, and the spirits at the door. I want to be precise about this, because it is the single strangest thing I saw in that place. The The spirits watched them go with human relief on their faces. One or two of them looked happy. They have been doing this for thousands of years. They know exactly what a night off is. With the first light, everything went home. Spirits inside, skeletons under the water. I lay on the ground a while longer and then let myself breathe. Then the sun came up properly, and the skeleton fragments all over that ground dissolved into particles, and the particles rose as black smoke, and the smoke gathered and went up toward the sun. I sat up so fast I nearly gave myself away, because I had spent my first hour on this island trying to find the edge of it and failing, and here was something that knew the way to somewhere. I split a thread of mental power off and pushed it into a skull that had not dissipated yet. The bone went to particles and I went up with it. Inside the cloud, there was nothing to see. The black particles pulled in every scrap of ambient negative energy as they climbed, and the cloud thickened and it accelerated, and after 10 minutes it had passed the 70,000-meter ceiling of everything I had measured on my first day. Something up there was pulling, then light came into the cloud from above, and the negative energy started to burn off. And out of the burning came points of blue. Souls. Soul particles. Thousands of them, freed from the negative energy that had been carrying them, and continuing upward on their own. I moved my thread out of the black and into the blue, which was easy because a soul particle with no will left in it has nothing to reject you with. The last of the negative energy went, and the blue river went on climbing. Then a sensation like going underwater, pressure with a shape to it, and the particles slowed and began to move in an order they had not had before. Around us, enormous quantities of light and heat and fire element radiation on all sides, and between us and that heat, a pipe, an energy conduit, built out of wizardry, running through the sky, insulating the soul particles from the fire outside so they would not be annihilated on the way. Somebody built this. Somebody built a pipeline in the sky of a pocket dimension to move dead souls somewhere without damaging them. Damn it. Too little mental power. I can't observe the outside at all. The heat kept climbing. The conduit was intact. I checked, twice. Which meant the heat was not leaking in from outside, which meant the heat was coming from inside, from the destination. I pushed everything I had left toward the far end of the pipe and got the gradient, and the answer arrived, and it was the only object in that sky that could possibly be the answer. These soul particles are leading to the sun. My thread was melting. There was no version of this where I got it back, so I spent it. I let go and drove the last of it up the conduit into the light, and in the instant it went, before it was gone, it touched something. Life. Faint, almost nothing, and absolutely unmistakable to somebody with pure life affinity. Down on the beach, I stood up, dropped the disguise, and looked at the sky with what I imagine was a very stupid expression. The sun is alive. That thing burning over this island, driving the day and night, resetting the weather, powering the whole pocket world, is not a light fixture. It is something that used to be a creature, and there is still a trace of it in there. I stared at it long enough that my neck hurt, and then I gave up, because it was tens of thousands of meters away, and knowing does not equal reaching. I sat down in the sand with cold sweat all over me, because that mental power is not coming back. Not with rest, not with a potion, not ever. That is a permanent subtraction from what I am, spent to learn one sentence. A life potion put the color back in my face. Then I looked around at the battlefield, and the battlefield was gone. Not cleaned, gone. No bone fragments, no craters, no scorching, no churned earth. The ground around the ruin was as it had been the previous afternoon. The sun had come up and reset the island. I turned around fast and looked at the forest I had personally destroyed with 115-meter trents. Still destroyed. So it resets what the island's own inhabitants do to it, not what I do. Which tells me the mechanism does not have a concept for me. I am not in the model. There was one crater the sun had not touched, and that was because I had left something in it. Gideon's. Fire element radiation still hung over the pit thick enough to feel on the face, and sparks were still coming up out of it. Crass. Soul search. A red circle drew itself in the air with the sun, a moon and stars turning inside it, and then the whole pattern went blue and put out a fluctuation with no sound. The temperature dropped, the negative energy shot up, and blue particles started coming out of the ground all around the crater, faint enough that I only saw them because I was looking. They collected in the middle of the circle and made a face. Gideon's, dull, blurred, the particles trembling so hard the features kept sliding, no time to be gentle. Gideon, do you still remember what happened inside the ruins? The head nodded slowly, like something operating on a delay. Tell me what happened. I had to ask in fragments, because there was not enough left of him to hold a sentence. Enter. Ruins. Experimental area. Sun. Corpse. Underground. Negative energy. Resurrection. Level 6. Experiment. Radical. Failure. Evil spirit. Run. 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 And on the third run, the voice tore upward into a shriek, and there was so much despair in it that the particles came apart and the face lost its shape. I put a blue ring of light around what was left and stabilized it, and the face slowly closed its eyes and went to sleep. Then I sat back on my heels in the sand and looked at the two words that mattered, sun and underground. The sun over my head is one of the cores of this ruin. And under this island, beneath the thing that spends every night bleeding negative energy into the air, there is something else. My power is still not enough, I told an empty crater. I cannot explore the truth of this ruin. I looked at the entrance for a long time, and I did not go in. There is a level 2 spirit in there, and there is no reward on this island worth meeting it with what I have. But Gideon had gone deep. Gideon had reached the experimental area and read something, and everything he learned was still in the wreckage of that soul. Conventional methods will not get it out. His soul is broken past repair, so we do it unconventionally. I sat in the middle of an open patch of ground with 3 empty energy potion bottles beside me and one still going down, brow furrowed, doing arithmetic in my head that I had no business attempting at my level. Black-red points of light started orbiting me, dragging trails, and where the trails crossed they left runes. The runes multiplied outward from me until there was a wizard array on the ground 12 meters across, and every symbol in it was crooked in a way that made the eye slide off. 3 bottles came out of the bracelet and hung above my head, red, blue, black. The stoppers came out on their own, and the contents flew down, and each one stained a third of the array, and the whole thing came alight in 3 colors and gave off something I can only call an evil radiance. The crystal ball with Gideon's remnant in it appeared in the center. The 3 lights wrapped it and spun faster and faster until they closed into a black sphere, and at the crater, more blue particles came up, fainter than before, almost invisible, and with them, black ones. I opened my eyes. What a terrifying curse. The moment the soul shows any sign of recovery, even temporary, it triggers. Somebody had set a trap in a dying man's soul that fires if anybody ever tries to put him back together. A white bottle went out past the array, and a film of light came up over the whole working. The blue points came through it without slowing. The black ones stopped dead outside. They accumulated. They formed a face, enormous, distorted, and started hitting the film, and the film shuddered every time. Faster. This curse is too strong. Even the remnant will get through the isolation soon. I opened everything I had into the array, and Gideon's soul thickened until it had edges again. Then I stood up, took the crystal ball out of the air, and grew a needle of blue light out of my right index finger. I put it straight through the forehead of the soul inside. Ding. Readable information detected. Read? Read immediately. Ding. Reading. Ding. Reading complete. Under a minute. Then I threw the crystal ball out through the film. It went through and shattered on the ground, and the black face came down on the soul that spilled out of it. Gideon's soul dissolved into blue sparks before the curse reached him. There was nothing left to punish. The face hung there for a second, and then, having discharged its purpose, it went out. I sat down and breathed. It was a targeted curse, attached to one soul, keyed to one death. If it had been general, that whole beach would have been a problem. Then I put another defensive layer up and sat down properly and read what was in a dead man's head. The last part first because it explains the death. Gideon's memories go intermittent from the moment he met the spirit. Darkness, then an enormous herb garden, then darkness again. And in the garden, Gideon finds a wisdom grass. Wisdom grass is an ancient product that raises a wizard one whole level below 3rd, apprentice to wizard, 1st to 2nd, instantly, no risk. That is why he came out of that door screaming that he had caught something. There was nothing in his hand, and his final memory, the last thing he ever experienced, is me and the others surrounding him and taking his wisdom grass away from him. So he detonated. They had his soul and his will both, and he died fighting 4 men who were not there, over a plant that did not exist, and he never once knew he was inside an illusion. I put that thought away in the place where I keep the things I do not look at and went further back, to the experimental area and the top floor laboratory and the desk. There was a diary on it. The ancient wizards do not write for posterity. They write like a man keeping a log because he has nobody to talk to. Wizard year 2015, September 13th. We have discovered the coordinates of a new world. The forward scouts report it is rich in soul energy, with an excellent natural environment, extremely suitable for the survival of wizards. Our integration with the previously discovered worlds has been declining. This is very timely. The Academy can continue its external expansion. Wizard year 2015, October 26th. My God, the forward scouts have been wiped out. But they sent a message back before the end. There is a 6th level life form in that world. It is a medium world. We misjudged it completely, and the losses are severe. But for the Academy, this is wonderful news. The resources of a medium world would carry us further than anything on the coast, Every dean has agreed to enter with full force. I am setting off myself. And then the interval in the diary gets very long. Wizard Year 2528, October 7th. The 500-year expedition has ended. I have finally come home. It was a difficult campaign, but we achieved our objective. We successfully hunted the 6th-level life form of that world, a natural 6th-level life form, a child of the sun. Everyone in the academy who took part in the hunt has received its blood. Soon we will give birth to a great many 6th-level bloodline warlock families, and because we obtained the source of the bloodline itself, there will not even be a bloodline restriction. 500 years. They went out for 5 centuries to kill one animal, and came back with something that would have made their descendants the most powerful family line on the continent. Wizard Year 2558, June 3rd. Those damned organizations have declared a purge against our academy. They claim we violated their regulations. Bah! They are jealous of the corpse of a 6th-level creature, and they want a share. They are afraid that we will produce a great many high-level warlocks and threaten their position. October 3rd. The academy has compromised. We are handing over part of the blood and part of the corpse. How truly unwilling I am. Things we obtained through 500 years of hardship, and they acquire them by paying some resources. October 9th. The atmosphere here has become strange. Ever since we compromised, the hardline deans have been meeting privately. December 9th. The hardliners have split from the academy and founded their own organization. We are gutted. If not for the promise I made my teacher, I would leave too. This academy has become weak. Wizard Year 2559, March 6th. Detestable, detestable, detestable. The other organizations have torn up the agreement. They are attacking us for the remainder of the blood and the corpse. Without the hardline faction, we do not have the strength to resist. We should never have compromised. With them beside us, we would at least have had the confidence to die together. Wizard Year 2669, March 5th. 100 years of war. The academy has declined past recovery. The medium world we conquered was taken from us 3 years ago by another organization. We are one step from destruction. My own soul has begun to decay. I do not know how much longer I can hold. Wizard Year 2670, May 3rd. They have broken into our outer perimeter. The Grand Vice Dean gave his life and his soul to cut out the space our academy occupies and embed it into a crack in the wizard world. That is the ground I was standing on. Somebody died to make this island a place instead of a location. Wizard Year 2679, May 9th. The academy has no fresh blood. They wait outside the entrance and hunt anyone who leaves. We are at the brink. And after that, the dates stop. The academy has no new students. The Grand Dean summons ordinary people out of the wizard world with an array and transforms their souls to make them into wizards. We have already begun walking the path of the Black Wizard, killing ordinary people to manufacture soul potions to raise these students. The academy has truly become the thing everyone reviles. The Grand Dean's life is nearing its end. He has made a decision sufficient to make all wizards pay a price. He summoned the upper echelon and stated his plan. The controversy is too great. Some of the branches disagree. I agree. I can already feel my soul decaying. I will not live many more days. It would not be a loss to drag a few people down as cushions. Everyone has agreed. The encirclement outside is total and the defensive array is tottering. We have no choice. The sacrifice has begun. Using the teleportation array, the Grand Dean has captured hundreds of millions of mortals from the outside world. Their souls will all be crushed into soul essence and injected into the corpse of the child of the sun so that the corpse may glow with life anew. I stopped and read that entry 4 times. Hundreds of millions. Not as a war and not as a punishment. As a reagent volume, it failed. Insufficient spirituality. The quality of mortal souls is too low. No matter how large the quantity, it is difficult to activate the corpse. At the final moment of his life, the Grand Dean sacrificed himself. He used his physical body to reinforce the defensive array and poured his soul into the corpse. The soul of a dying 5th-level life form caused a qualitative change, and a trace of the aura of life was born inside it. Having lost the Grand Dean, we have no way out. We cannot leave through the spatial array without him. We are trapped here to die. The outside has learned of his death and is simply surrounding us now. Many students have begun to defect. One desperate wizard after another has sacrificed his soul into the corpse of the child of the sun. There are fewer and fewer of us. I have had to modify the arrays so the academy can operate automatically. It is over. The last apprentice has abandoned his life. Only I am left, an old fellow about to enter death. And those wizards outside who watched us for so long have dispersed. Yes. With only a rotting old man left, there is fundamentally no need to worry. For the inheritance of the Academy, I have copied my memory and transmitted it into a new spirit body. I am the final witness. Before I complete my revenge, I must continue to live. Reincarnation after reincarnation. The memories of the Academy grow fainter. I am about to lose myself. I am on the verge of forgetting my own existence, but the spirituality of the corpse increases day by day, and our goal is nearly reached. Enough. Enough. The corpse has finally bred enough spirituality. He has resurrected, and all wizards must pay a price. As long as the child of the sun can touch the sun of the wizard world, everything will come to an end. Ha 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 ha. And then, in different handwriting, because by then it had been a different body for a long time. Why? Why is it like this? Why would the world reject the child of the sun? Why was it shot down at the final step? The birth of a child of the sun is something every world yearns for. I retrieved the body and inspected it. How laughable. The body came from another world, and its newly born soul carried no mark of the wizard world. The world did not accept its existence. If only I had discovered this sooner. The spirituality inside has scattered. There is no second chance. Using sorcery, I have sent the body of the child of the sun into the sky to radiate light and heat. The Academy has not seen the sun for a very long time. It is a pity that I am the only one who can see it. The Soul Academy cannot perish just like this. It must be passed on. I have placed all my knowledge into the library and used special sorcery to ensure the books endure the erosion of time. I have begun to lose memories permanently. Achieving immortality through the inheritance of memory is, as expected, unfeasible. The world wears memory away. No matter how hard I try, a portion is lost with each inheritance, and eventually there will be a blank. I have no choice but to make multiple backups and pass them on several times per cycle. I have thought of a method, a new method. I have developed sorcery capable of converting all mortal corpses into skeletons. These skeletons will absorb the energy of the world and gradually give birth to souls. Within a crack of the wizard world, energy will always seep in. Unless the wizard world itself perishes, the supply will not be cut. The energy is scarce, and the soul particles of a skeleton are a drop in the bucket, but they can still supplement the child of the sun. With the help of time, there is a possibility that it may give birth to spirituality once again. Finally, it is complete. I have modified the spirits within the castle. They will pass on their inheritance also, and they will abide by the task I have set them, to eliminate those skeletons and release the faint traces of spirituality inside them. I sat on a beach in a dead man's pocket world and understood the war I had spent the night lying inside. It is not two factions, it is a farm. He built the skeletons to grow souls out of the ambient energy of the universe. He built the spirits to harvest the skeletons. He put a pipeline in the sky to deliver the harvest to the corpse of a god. And then he forgot why, over and over, and kept doing it anyway, for thousands of years, because the last surviving employee of a dead institution had left himself instructions. And the final entry: I have completed everything I was supposed to do. Inheritor. If you reach this place and can see all of this, I can tell you a secret. Go to the central laboratory of the Academy. There is a gift I left for you there, the complete blood of the child of the sun. But remember, you must pass the test. Maximus. My breathing was not steady by the end of it. 6th level life form. Medium world. A 5th level dean. Warlock families with no bloodline restriction. Every one of those phrases is a thing that a small wizard on the East Coast hears about, the way I used to hear about interstellar travel. Then the memory showed me what Gideon did next, and I actually laughed out loud on that beach. He set the diary on fire. Then he glanced at the rest of the documents, decided none of them mattered, and burned every piece of paper in that laboratory. All of it. So that nobody coming after him would know. Then he ran out of the room and started sprinting through the ruin at random because he had destroyed the only map to the place he was trying to find. He has lost his reason, I thought, watching the images shake. And then I worked out why, and it was not greed. It was that there were 4 other men in this ruin, and he could not stand the thought that one of them might get there first. He tore around that complex for an hour and blundered into the herb garden, which is high risk, and met the red spirit, and everything after that is somebody else's illusion. I opened the map I had taken out of the freshman manual and found the core area, and made a noise. I had already been there. It was the hall under the accommodation quarter, the round room with the vaulted ceiling and the passages labeled herb garden and soul breeding ground and experimental area. I had stood in the middle of that floor and walked straight through it to the library and never looked at it once. No, that's not right. The hall had nothing in it, which means the core area is under the hall and there is a way down from inside it. And the hall is marked low risk, no guardians at all. I sat there and let myself have one uncomplicated moment of gratitude toward Gideon, who had burned every document in this ruin and thereby guaranteed that the secret of the core area belonged to exactly one person, because if the other 3 knew, I would have had to kill all of them and then spend the next 40 years being investigated by 3 schools. He made me a murderer's alibi by being greedy. 2 potions, straight down, back to peak, and I went in through the front door. No puppet, no invisibility. I had the map, I had Gideon's memories, and I knew what lived where. The hall was pitch dark, and I can see in the dark, but I wanted resolution, so I put a sphere of white light up under the vault. It exposed a room that had not seen light in several thousand years, and the Trents got to work tapping the floor, and I turned around and looked at the carvings. Runes are individual objects. They resonate with each other, but they are separate. I walked a slow circle of that hall, and every pattern on those walls ran continuously into the next one. The whole room was one connected inscription. These patterns, why do they look like writing? Is this ancient fairy language? A wind spell took the dust off the walls in one pass. Chip, translate these patterns immediately. Fairy language does not work in fragments. You have to read a statement from end to end with nothing missing, and if the chain is broken anywhere in the middle, the whole thing becomes meaningless decoration. The legend is that it was born out of the soul, and only creatures with powerful souls can perceive what is in it. Ding. Analysis complete. Content obtained. Eternal soul meditation technique. I put my hand on the wall. An advanced meditation method, carved into the entrance hall of a dead academy in a language almost nobody can read, which is the most secure vault I have ever heard of and also the most arrogant. Truth said this: fairies are the spirits of the soul, famous throughout the ancient wizard world for souls and illusions, and a great deal of modern wizardry is adapted from what the old extraordinary races could do naturally. Chip. Pause everything else. Take the extreme meditation method as the main body, fold in the eternal soul meditation technique and the basic technique, and give me the improved version as fast as you can. Ding. Task established. Remaining tasks paused, and then, while I was still standing there, the wall started to crack. Fine lines through the carvings, spreading, and pieces of inscribed stone came off and hit the floor. I watched a 2,000-year-old advanced meditation method turn into rubble, and I nodded, because that is exactly what I wanted. Break the chain anywhere and fairy language is dead ornament. Nobody will ever read that wall again. I have no idea why the Soul Academy carved it in a public hall. Possibly it was Maximus, at the very end, leaving one more thing for an inheritor who could see it. The Trents found nothing in the floor, no array, no seam, no hollow. I swept it myself twice. Where is the entrance to the core area? I squatted down and put my hand flat on the stone and thought about the first door in this place, which had required a specific moon. And then I thought about the outer shell of the building, which is a cylinder pretending to be a hemisphere and which therefore has more structure on top of it than anybody standing outside can see. Underground. Why is this whole academy underground? Underground. I looked up at the fluorescent stone in the center of the vault, which was enormous, which was far, far larger than a lighting fixture in a corridor has any reason to be, or rather, which was never a lighting fixture at all. Cyan green energy took me up to it. Perfectly round, polished smooth, and to the eye completely ordinary except for the size and the quality of the workmanship. I put my hand on it and pushed mental power inside. As expected. Runes. An enormous number of them, arranged in perfect order, and I have built 2 spatial arrays myself, and I wear a third around my neck, so I know what I am looking at. The energy is completely exhausted. The array is undamaged, which is the best possible outcome, because a broken spatial array is not a repair job, it is a career. And it is one way. It sends you to a fixed point, and it does not bring you back. I turned the evacuator ring on my thumb with my other hand, and felt considerably better about that. Magic stones out of the bracelet, a large handful, placed under the stone. Mental power in. The stone drank them. It went from white to gray to black as the energy loaded, and space around it started to bend. Then 4 halos came out of it, and beneath them 4 spheres, earth, water, fire, and wind, turning. It really is different from now. Modern wizardry mobilizes space directly. This is disrupting spatial fluctuation through the resonance of the 4 elements to produce the same effect. The ancient wizards never cracked the structure of space. They could not open a door, so they built a machine to shake the wall until a hole appeared, and it cost them a fortune every time. We understand less about most things than they did. We understand space better, and that one difference is why a modern apprentice's teleport costs a fraction of theirs. A black passage opened with a silver rim, and it widened until it would take a man. Before I stepped in, I tossed a red potion down to the nearest little Trent and gave it one order. Then I went through. Behind me, the Trent sent the others running for the corridor, stood in front of the shaft on its own, and threw the potion into the fluorescent stone. The explosion cracked the vault of that hall. The one-way array was destroyed permanently, and now the only person in the world who can reproduce it is the one who has the complete rune data sitting in his head. Inside an ancient teleportation channel, there is pressure from every direction at once, not the disorientation of a modern jump. This was being buried in deep water, every square centimeter of me compressed, and the pressure fluctuating so that it pulled at the flesh while it crushed. Then silver light, and I was squeezed out of it like something coming through a valve. I went straight down onto my knees on stone. I was still blinking my vision back when the assessment arrived, and it was not flattering. I was blinded by greed again and stepped into a channel without taking any precautions. Constitution 8 and super speed recovery are the only reasons I stood back up. An ordinary wizard who went in there unprepared would have arrived as a problem for whoever found him. I patted my own forehead once, hard, and looked around. Dust. Centuries of it, undisturbed, and now with knee prints in it. The core area was almost entirely dark, only faint specks from dead stones in the walls, and I could see well enough anyway. An enormous cylindrical chamber, and standing in the middle of it, a smaller cylinder. That is the central laboratory. I wanted to run at it, and then I remembered the channel, and my sanity came back all at once. I swept the walls with mental power, and it would not go in at all. The core area's defenses are in a completely different class from the rest of the complex, and if the arrays here were live, I would not have been able to breathe in that room. No puppet this time. The Crimson Potion is too expensive to spend when I am already inside, and I had recently taken a permanent loss to my mental power and was not going to take another, so I used a projection instead, an incantation, and a copy of me condensed out of the air. Identical to look at, energy output below a third-class apprentice, because a projection always comes out 2 full stages under the original. Practically useless. The upside is that damage to a projection is not damage to me. Let's go take a look first, see what trial wizard Maximus left behind. The projection walked. I stood in the dark and watched through its eyes. One entrance. A massive wooden door under a finger of dust and no other way in anywhere on the circumference. The projection pushed it open, and the reasoning I gave myself for that was sound. A man who leaves a trial for an inheritor leaves a formal procedure, not an ambush. Otherwise, his legacy never gets claimed, and the whole exercise was pointless. Inside, the first thing was sunlight. A shaft in the ceiling let a column of gold down into a black room, and standing in the column was a hemispherical barrier covered in golden runes, and those runes were drinking the sunlight and feeding it in slow, deliberate beams into a golden stone floating in the middle. The stone put out light and it put out warmth, and standing next to it felt like standing next to something asleep. The projection walked all the way around the barrier and did not find a trial. What it found, on the floor, in characters so small you would never see them unless you were looking for something, was 3 lines. Inheritor. When you see this message, it proves that I have completely vanished, and you no longer need to undergo the trial I left behind. The real trial would have begun automatically the moment you pushed open the door. If you were not drawn into an illusion realm by it, then time has brought this ruin to the brink of destruction, and the trial spell has lost its effect. I must warn you, according to my calculations, once the time frame set by my spell is exceeded, the blood of the child of the sun that I left for you will continuously degrade. I do not know to what extent it will regress. Accepting the legacy may cause your progress to halt completely from that day on. If you still wish to obtain the bloodline legacy of the child of the sun, simply lay out the bloodline legacy array along the perimeter, and the barrier will disengage of its own accord. The projection shook its head and dissolved. I walked in myself and stopped at the door and took a breath and stepped through. Nothing happened. Not a flicker. I looked back at the wooden door for a second and let out a sound I didn't plan, because there had been a test on that threshold for 2,000 years, and it had died of old age about a century before I arrived. Then I went to the barrier and put my hand on it, warm and slightly resistant. Ding. Intensity analysis. Resists rank 2 spells only. The bloodline power loss is far too severe. Maximus had done everything a man could do. He had put it in a sunbeam and built runes to feed it, and left instructions for someone who might never come. And it had still been leaking for 2,000 years, and what was left in that stone was a shadow. Chip. Search the database. Is there a method to restore the bloodline? Ding. 225 solutions found. Display all? No. Filter. Solutions that fit the current situation and can be achieved with my current ability. Ding. 3 remaining. Solution 1. Flood it with energy. The degradation is starvation, not corruption. The essence is still noble. This is not the ordinary decay of a bloodline family line. Sufficient energy stimulus restores it entirely. Requirement. 10 million magic stones. No risk. I looked at that number for a while. Do I look like 10 million? Magic stones? Solution 2. The corpse of the child of the sun is still in the sky and still holds a trace of life. Send the bloodline up to it and the corpse will restore it on contact quickly and completely. Requirement. To get it back afterward, cut my own soul in half, put one half into the bloodline, ride up with it, and steer it home from the inside. Risk. The corpse may bind the bloodline and refuse to release it. The main body may permanently lose half of its soul. Absolutely not. I will gamble a great many things. I will not gamble a piece of my soul on whether a dead god feels generous. Solution 3. Build an array across the entire island and convert every skeleton in the nightly assault into raw soul energy, which would be visible from orbit. Take days I do not have, and announce me to everything in this ruin simultaneously. So I sat down on the floor of the central laboratory with the three of them in front of me and got nowhere for a long time. The light column moved as the sun moved, and eventually the edge of it came across the floor and onto me, and I felt the warmth of it on my face and looked up out of pure reflex at the sun, which is the corpse of the child of the sun. Isn't the corpse an energy source? I stood up so fast I nearly went over. The largest energy source in this entire world is hanging over my head and I forgot about it. Chip, analyze the feasibility of using the corpse of the child of the sun as the energy supply. Ding. Solution feasible, with room for optimization. If the array transmits the information signature of the child of the sun bloodline upward, the corpse will actively release energy in response. Success probability 83%. I started drawing immediately because the sun in that world moves and I did not know what its schedule was and I could not afford to wait a day. An energy conversion array around the perimeter of the barrier, optimized by the chip specifically for solar conversion, and carrying the bloodline signature up the beam as it ran. Bottle after bottle went down my throat while I worked. My hands were shaking by the third hour and my back had stopped being a separate opinion. I wiped my face and looked at an array that was more than half finished and wanted very badly to lie down on it. Then I looked up at the sun moving and kept drawing. When it was done, I stood and walked the whole circumference and checked every line and drank one more bottle and started it. The array came off the floor as a sheet of blue-white light rose and sealed itself into the opening in the ceiling. The temperature in that laboratory dropped in a straight line. Frost went across the instruments and up the walls. It has already started absorbing. Then gold came down, a vertical column of it, straight into the barrier, and the stone inside began to change, and I felt the bloodline wake up. And out of the array, a fluctuation went up the beam carrying the signature of a child of the sun. Boom! The sun brightened, visibly, from a fixed position, in a way that no astronomical body does, and the light and heat gathered with intent and came down into my array in a directed stream. The column thickened like it had swallowed something, and the recovery rate went vertical. I was standing 3 meters away and my breathing started to labor, and wave after wave of pressure came off that stone. That is the natural suppression of a lower life form by a higher one, and it is not an attack, it is simply what it is like to be near something that outranks you. No wonder bloodline warlocks were most of the profession in the ancient era. It is a pity that the shackles cap them. Here is the flaw, and it is a good one, because it is the flaw of a whole discipline. A bloodline. Warlock's power comes from a source creature. If he obtains the entire bloodline from that source, he has no ceiling. If he obtains a portion, one drop, one sample, one descendant's blood, the incompleteness itself becomes a shackle, and he will never advance past a fixed point no matter what he does for the rest of his life. And to obtain the entire bloodline from a source, the source has to lose control of it, which means it has to die. Which is why almost every bloodline warlock family in the ancient era was founded by an organization that went out during the Great Expansions and killed something irreplaceable, and why nobody has founded one since. If this had been anything but a primal bloodline, I would have walked away from that barrier and not thought about it again. Nobody sane installs a permanent limiter on himself. Ding, warning. The bloodline has recovered to level 5. The corpse of the child of the sun can no longer provide sufficient energy. The column thinned. The sun overhead went dim and then dull and then slightly gray. Chip. According to the estimate, the corpse should have had enough. How is it suddenly insufficient? Ding. The corpse retains a trace of the aura of life. When there is no necessity, it prioritizes maintaining its own existence. Of course it does. That trace of life, the one thing Maximus's whole 2,000-year farming operation had managed to grow back, was hoarding, so I lied to it. Chip. Send a distress signal to the corpse, use the bloodline's aura, tell it that if it does not provide energy, the last of its bloodline will perish, and then, because I wanted it to be convincing, I had the signal made intermittent. Fading. The way a call sounds when the thing making it is running out. Now we can only leave it to fate. The instinct of cellular inheritance beat the desire to survive, and it was not close. Because from the perspective of that corpse, its own resurrection is a distant and hopeless prospect that has been distant and hopeless for 2,000 years, and a descendant calling for help is right now. The sun over that island began to burn, violently, as if it wanted to spend everything it had in one go. And then it shriveled, and the whole thing came down out of the sky as an enormous falling fireball. What is this situation? It shrank as it fell, punched straight through my array, arrived beside the stone, and went into it. Ding. The energy of the Child of the Sun's corpse has completely disappeared. The Son of the Sun bloodline has been restored to level 6. Ding. The corpse of the Child of the Sun is judged to have given up all of its energy for the sake of bloodline inheritance. Main body, conduct the inheritance ceremony as soon as possible. I stood there for 1 second and looked at where the sun had been. Then I got to work because grief is not a thing you can spend at that moment. The inheritance array went down in seconds with the chip driving my hands. It came up blood red and started pulling, dagger out of the bracelet across the wrist. My blood came out and floated toward the array, and on the other side the golden stone began to melt, losing its shape, going liquid, turning back into what it had been before 2,000 years in a beam of light. Golden blood drifted out to meet mine. The array went from red to a crimson gold that lit the whole laboratory, and I stood in the middle of it going white in the face while my own blood left me, and something older came the other way. Red runes started peeling off the array and flying at my forehead and going in, and my mental space, which had been at a fixed size for a year, began to expand while they arrived. I laughed with a face the color of paper because nobody had told me that was going to happen, and it was free. When the bleeding stopped and the last of the golden blood had joined the array, I opened my mouth and said the words, half oath and half hymn, in the cadence of a bard, because that is how the ceremony is written. I am willing to follow the covenant of the bloodline, guided by blood and sworn by my soul, to inherit the power and responsibility within this bloodline. The second half of that is entirely decorative. A source inheritance carries no responsibility to anybody. There is nobody left to be responsible to. I said it anyway. The crimson gold came to me and went in through the open wound. Heat went up my nerves like something poured. My body swelled and went red, and every centimeter of me felt like it was being turned over a fire. Warning. Abnormal blood intrusion detected. Rejection reaction in progress. Should the chip intervene to accelerate fusion? Yes, I said, in a voice like gravel. Intervene. Now. This is where a bloodline warlock inheritance kills people. Poor compatibility means partial fusion, and partial fusion means the power in the blood burns off trying to reconcile with a body that won't have it. I had two things going for me, and neither was luck. Life affinity, which accelerates fusion and suppresses rejection, and fire affinity, which happens to be the element of the thing whose blood I was drinking. The heat came down fast once the chip was in it, and on my forehead a golden circle appeared, with flames radiating outward from it like a diagram of a sun. Ding. Bloodline impurities detected. Proceed with removal. Optimizable structures detected. Proceed with purification. Impurity removal plus purification will increase bloodline effectiveness by 23%. 23% on a 6th level creature's bloodline. Show me the plan first. I was not letting a machine improvise on the only irreplaceable thing I will ever own. A blue screen came up with a cell diagram in the middle, and then the cells zoomed until I was looking at my own chromosomes, 25 pairs, which is what everybody in this world has and nobody here knows. Then the chip did something I did not expect. It joined them end to end, the long chromosome of each pair into a large circle, the short one into a smaller, and then recombined the two, discarding pieces, until the whole set formed a single ring. And out of the junctions of that ring, helical gear structures grew inward toward the center. An extremely complex circular wizard array, glowing red, with the gears meshed like the movement of a mechanical watch. That is what a 6th level bloodline looks like from the inside. Not a substance, a machine. Parts of it were not turning. Whole sectors, disconnected from everything around them. I did not let the chip touch those, and neither did it suggest it. Inactive does not mean useless. Those may only engage under conditions I have not met yet, and I intend to live long enough to meet them. What it highlighted instead were fractures. Tiny ones, scattered through the ring, broken gear teeth so small they did not measurably affect the movement. Ding. These broken structures are components discarded during evolution. Removal will increase operating efficiency and free space for subsequent evolutions. Vestigial parts. The same thing my old species carries around in its own genome, from a design process that never cleans up after itself. Save the original structure first, then optimize. Caution in all things leaves no room for major mistakes. There was one other thing in that readout that I did not have time to look at properly, and it has bothered me ever since. My symbiotes had gone completely still, not dormant. Still. All of them, at once, the moment the bloodline entered, and through the link I could feel that they were doing something, and I could not tell what. The last of the blood went in. The blood-red array shattered, and the final stage of the inheritance arrived. I screamed. It came from a place under thought, and it went through my nerves faster than the chip could react to, and I was on the floor before I understood I had gone down. Ding. Main body unconscious. soul entering deep sleep, activating protective measures. The aura contracted. The mark faded off my forehead. Anybody walking into that laboratory would have found a young wizard asleep on the flagstones with no evidence that he was anything at all. And then I dreamed a life. I want to describe this accurately because it is the only part of that ruin I still think about. I had no body. I was an existence with no edges, drifting in a space full of flame, and the flame did not burn me. It fed me. I could move it, all of it. I was a king of fires, and I had never had to learn how. I grew, slowly, over what felt like an enormous span, and my strength grew with me, and the amount of fire I could hold grew, until one day I reached a threshold and understood that I could leave. And with that understanding, knowledge arrived, all at once, the way it does in dreams. I was born from the sun. I had lived inside it for my entire existence, so I went out. Outside there was an endless dark with stars floating in it, and I knew the word star without ever having heard it. They were nothing. Cold specks. No life in any of them, only a little energy leaking. I went up first, toward the top of the sky, and found a wall. Invisible, and so hard that I could not open it with everything I had, and I worked at that wall for a long time before I accepted it. So I turned around and went down, and before I reached the ground, the prayers began, countless of them from below, begging me to go back to the high heavens. I was young, and I was stubborn, and I did not listen to a single one, and I kept descending. I landed on a crimson plain. There was nobody there, no others of my kind, no one at all. So I wandered. And as I wandered, I radiated light and heat, because that is what I am. And it never once occurred to me that this was a thing that required restraint, any more than you consider restraining your own body temperature. I wandered for a very long time, and then one day something came to meet me. A small, fragile thing that the heat off my body could have ended at any second, and it stood in front of me anyway, the first living creature I had ever seen, and I stopped immediately and pulled everything back in without being asked, and through it I learned what I had done. The land was desolate because I had walked across it. The life of the world had died because I had come down to look for company. I went back up. I went into the sun and I stayed there. And I watched everything on the earth below like a god, and I never went down again. And the loneliness of that lasted so long that I began to forget, not events, myself. It got harder and harder to find the edges of what I was, and at some point I decided that I would like to sleep and not wake up, and that seemed reasonable. No, I am Arik. I am currently completing the Bloodline inheritance. I sat straight up on the floor of the central laboratory with my eyes open, gasping, looking at my own hands and not entirely believing in them. The dream had been more real than the room. I want to be honest. For several seconds I thought the man in the sun was who I actually was, and this, the stone, the dust, the body, was the thing that wasn't. Ding. Emergency. Memory confusion detected. Main body personality becoming indistinct, injecting memories immediately, eroding bloodline memories. My own life came back into me in a flood. Elder Arik tapping a table twice, a woman handing me arrows one at a time, a surgical light going out, and the bloodline memories went thin and then went transparent. I sat there breathing. It is fortunate that the chip has a backup of my memories. Otherwise, under that much, I might truly have lost myself. There was no warning about that anywhere. Not in the diary, not in the array, not in any book I have read on bloodline warlocks, and I understood something that afternoon that I have carried since. Extraordinary power is not dangerous because it can hurt you. It is dangerous because memory is a material and somebody can hand you somebody else's. Then I looked up. Through the shaft in the ceiling, the sky was black, no sun, and this pocket world had been running on that corpse. The day, the night, the weather, the reset, all of it. And now the cycle was broken and the cold was coming in from everywhere at once. This place is going to die, not soon by my standards, but it will decay, and then the pressure of the crack it lives in will close over it, and there will not be an island. I did not feel the cold at all, which I noticed with some interest. If I released what was in me, I could have raised the temperature of that chamber by myself. I did not check my own numbers. The chip was still making adjustments, and my mental power was still climbing, and reading a gauge while the needle is moving is a habit of impatient men. I looked around the central laboratory one last time and made the call. The exploration ends here. The two things that mattered in this entire ruin, the complete knowledge inheritance of the Soul Academy and the level 6 bloodline of the Child of the Sun, were both in me. There is a level 2 spirit in this complex, and I am not going to spend a fortune of luck buying a lottery ticket. Being able to restrain your desire is a quality a wizard should possess. There is a very long list of people who found that out too late, and a very short list of them who wrote it down. I pushed mental power into the ring on my thumb, silver-white light, black cracks running out through the space around me, until they had closed over the top. Then the sound of something breaking, and a vortex, and it took me and everything nearby with it. My own array was a great deal kinder than theirs, and I still came out of it and threw up in a bush. No pressure this time. just tumbling, hard, in a way that comes from the soul rather than the inner ear, which means there is no bracing against it and no potion for it. It stops when your soul advances and not before. I knelt in the grass under a night sky in the dark night forest with my hands in the dirt and no dignity whatsoever. Then I looked up and saw the stumps I had cut down before going in. Moss on them, rot in the cuts, opened into little black pits. Chip, how long does it take a freshly cut stump to reach this condition? Ding. Based on the degree of decay in the local environment, approximately 3 months. I sat back on my heels and put my hand flat on my chest. 3 months out here, 2 days in there, which explains the ruin. That is why it is still standing. Tens of thousands of years may have passed in the wizard world, and less than a millennium has passed inside that crack, and every enchantment in it has only had a millennium of wear. Fortunately, the time I spent inside was short. If I had been greedy and kept exploring, who would still be alive out here, and how old would they be? Then I thought about Elias. Elias went into that ruin once before, as an apprentice, and came out, and he could not have gone deep. The island's perimeter is full of man-eating trees that an apprentice does not walk through. He wandered the edge, and the ruin retreated into the crack and spat him out, and that was the whole of his expedition. If he had ever seen the library or the hall, he would have gone straight to both this time. I got up, took the armor off and put it in the bracelet, put on a white robe, and broke a bottle of white potion on the ground so that nothing followed me out of that clearing. 3 days on foot to the town on the edge of the forest, because the Dark Night Forest is enormous, and I had no horse. Shielding sorcery the whole way, I did not go back to the camp. There was no reason to. That expedition was, as Elias had said at the start, 5 men using each other to spread risk, and there was no friendship in it to honor. By the time I reached the town, the Chip had finished organizing everything from the ruin and finished the bloodline optimization. I rented the upper floor of an inn, sat on the bed, and finally looked. Auric, Strength 10, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Mental Power 200, Upper Limit 500, Innate Wizardry, Elemental Barrier 100 to 120, Resistant Constitution 100 to 120, with Fire, Light, and Heat resistance at 300 and Curse resistance at 300. Bloodline Talent, Fire Elementalization, Light Elementalization, Symbiote, Sleeping Evolution. I read the physical line twice because 8 to 10 does not sound like much, and these numbers do not run on a straight line. 10 is several times 8, which is worth less to me than it sounds, honestly. I avoid close combat on purpose. The fault tolerance is too low. Life and death get decided inside a second, and a second is not enough time for a supercomputer to be an advantage. I cannot read a readout while somebody is inside my guard. The mental power is where I actually laughed. 200 with a ceiling of 500 against an ordinary first-level wizard's 80 to 300 and against the 350 to 400 that my own school's members run at. That is not a margin. In a duel, that is the ability to lean on somebody with raw mental power until his hands shake and he cannot finish assembling a model. There are wizards I could beat without casting anything. And then the curse resistance at 300, which is the number I stared at longest, because curses are the one thing a barrier does not stop, and I have known that since I was a second-class apprentice with a note in large letters. But the 2 lines that changed my life were the bloodline talents. Fire elementalization and light elementalization convert me from flesh into element. In that state, physical attacks do not apply. Not resisted. Inapplicable. Only the corresponding element touches me, and I have 2 of them. Water suppresses fire, so I go to light. Negative energy suppresses light, so I go to fire. To damage me, an enemy has to bring both at the same time, and even then it is mutual suppression rather than a clean counter. In the elementalized state, I can also drive fire and light directly. Forming flames and light lances costs almost nothing, and hits like a continuously maintained first-level spell. And from the memory inside the bloodline, the line that made me put the mirror down, once elementalized, I possess the power of a higher tier. The numerical value sits at the very bottom of that tier, but the tier is real, and it holds all the way up to level 4. After that, it stops granting rank and starts amplifying within rank, and I do not need a bloodline meditation technique, which I do not have and cannot buy, because the chip can purify and concentrate the bloodline directly. Enough energy, and it advances on its own. Even if I did nothing else for the rest of my life, I would arrive at 5th level bloodline warlock. With a little effort, 6th. Being able to arrive in Rome at birth is a thing I have never once been offered before, and I sat with it for a while, and then I put it away, because the bloodline is a branch, and the orthodox wizard path is the road, and only one of those 2 goes all the way to the end. The rest of the harvest came in 3 categories, which is how I organize everything. Physical. 100-odd man-eater cores, polluted but ancient, which combined with modern potion theory may do something nobody has tried. the stack of conductive wall plate, which meant redesigning my wizard tool from scratch and needing even more of it, and the manhole cover, whose alloy I still cannot identify and which is going to be a weapon eventually, mental, the ancient illusion rune on my forehead, the bead of imprisoned souls, which I intend to turn into a mental power potion, because leaving it as it is would be a waste and there is nothing left in there to save, and the ragdoll's soul, that impossible stable structure, which I want to modify into a dependent of my own. I would rather have grown dependence from my own bloodline. A creature derived from a source bloodline physically cannot disobey it, but I cannot let anybody know I am a warlock. So, the doll it is, knowledge. The eternal soul meditation technique, already folded into the extreme method, which sent my meditation speed somewhere I have not finished measuring, and the complete library of an ancient academy, systematized, translated, sitting in my head, most of it inapplicable to the modern environment and every piece of it able to teach me something by analogy. My hands were shaking slightly when I finished the inventory, and it was not fatigue. And underneath all of it, the memory of a level 2 spirit standing in a doorway with red threads coming out of its fingers. If I had not disguised myself as a corpse, I would have died at that entrance. If those spirits had not been bound to their zones by a dead man's rules, I would have died in the corridor. The danger level of that ruin was not low. It was survivable, which is a different thing, and it was survivable because the whole place was built as an inheritance, and an inheritance nobody can claim is just a mausoleum. I still have to thank Senior Elias. If he had not called me along, this legacy would have had nothing to do with me. And the entire origin of it, 500 years of expedition, a dead god, a 2,000-year farm, and a level 6 bloodline, is that I once put an arrow through something that was standing on a man I had never met. I bought a cart and took 2 months to get home, on purpose. There was nothing waiting for me at the academy except waiting. The chip was translating an entire ancient library into modern terminology, and that is not work you rush, because one mistranslated term in a soul procedure is not an error, it's a funeral. So I sat on the driver's board of a cart in October with the leaves coming down and let it happen at its own speed, which is the most relaxed I have been in either of my lives. Out of the dozens of meditation techniques in the Soul Academy's library, almost all of them were built around transcendence water, because the ancients advanced on resources and treated methods as an accessory, useless to me, but one was not. Universal Advanced Bloodline Awakening. Ancient work, designed for any bloodline above the 4th level, and it does exactly one thing. It activates power already inside the bloodline. No amplification, no purification, no additional effects, which is precisely why it works on everything. My guess is that the Academy traded for it after they killed the Child of the Sun, because they were about to have a great many warlocks and no method to raise them. So I had the chip strip the basic meditation technique out entirely and fold 3 things together with the extreme method as the spine, extreme, eternal soul, and universal advanced bloodline awakening. And then, because I had 2 months in a cart, I sat down and worked out what I actually am. Extreme meditation method as the roots, soul studies as the trunk, potionology providing the nutrients, bloodline as the bridge. That is the whole plan for the next 400 years, and I wrote it on the inside of my own head. The Academy's gray-white walls came up in the middle of a working day, and I went straight to my mentor's laboratory and found it sealed. Critical experiment, no admittance. So I stood outside a locked door and wished her luck silently and went home to my villa. There was an arcane mark waiting on my finger, Elias's. It unfolded into a light screen, and there he was, standing on the edge of the canyon, alive. Arik, the moment I came out, I saw that your arcane mark was still glowing. I am truly fortunate to be able to see you again. That ruin was simply too dangerous. Good thing you are fine, otherwise I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. A mark records. It does not converse. That message had been sitting on my finger for I had no idea how long. It looks like you came out before me. I estimate you have already returned to the Academy, and I will be returning soon too. We can chat then. I watched it fade and felt nothing suspicious about it at all, which I mention because in my position paranoia would be reasonable. I erased every trace I left in that place. The only information that matters is in my head and nowhere else. Elias said those things because he was worried. That is the entire explanation. Being of Shadow Wizard descent, not everybody is a Black Wizard. Ding. Extreme meditation method optimization complete. Transfer? I had timed the journey so that this would land the week I got back, and it did, and I permitted myself to be smug about it for about 4 seconds. Transfer. It went in with only a mild wave of dizziness, which tells you what an official wizard's constitution is worth. The old extreme method went to 4 levels, and the 4th level was an incomplete conjecture that the practitioner was expected to finish himself, which in 2,000 years nobody had. The new one has 6. 3 stages inherited from the eternal soul side: perfection, transcendence, eternity. Perfection covers ranks 1 to 3. Transcendence covers 4 to 6. Eternity is rank 7, and the content for it is the chip's theoretical extrapolation and may be completely wrong. And at every single advancement, both my soul and my bloodline undergo a qualitative change together. A single qualitative change in the soul is a once-in-a-lifetime accident that turns an ordinary person into a first-class talent. This method schedules them. There is one problem with it, which is that nobody else in the world can ever use it. The entry requirements are a bloodline of rank 4 or higher and a soul above first-class aptitude. The best bloodline family on the entire East Coast is rank 2 and declining. A talent above first class has never been recorded. I have made a meditation technique with a population of 1. I sat down on the bed and started, and the difference was immediate, roughly triple, and my constitution was the only reason I did not black out. Then the blood in my body started churning gently, and I stopped and stood up and looked around my own bedroom. Fire elements and light elements had gathered so thickly that the air was visibly wrong, and the room was over 60 degrees, and my curtains were about 11 minutes from becoming a story. The extreme method now stimulates the bloodline. It releases aura outward without my involvement. The child of the sun bloodline is far too overbearing. It governs fire and light innately, and even doing nothing, the effect on the environment is enormous. If I meditated at full output without restraint, I could alter the elemental concentration of the entire academy, which would be noticed by absolutely everybody. I threw a shield array over the whole villa and had the chip suppress the leakage from the inside, both at once, and tested it, and the gathering stopped. And then I found the last piece. Meditating under direct sunlight is significantly faster, so I am being forced to meditate during the day and run experiments at night. For a wizard, inverting day and night is not a lifestyle change. It is Tuesday. Elias came back a month later, and he came back wrong. I was on a bench by the artificial lake in the main courtyard with my eyes shut and my face turned up. Since the inheritance, I had developed an unshakable fondness for sunbathing. I no longer bothered to pretend it was for any reason except that it feels wonderful. His footsteps arrived before he did, uneven and quick. The white robe was gone entirely, replaced by ordinary clothing. What was left of the clothing was torn in several places. There were untreated wounds on his face with lingering resentment clinging to them, which means a spirit and enough residual elemental aura on him to tell me he had been casting continuously for a very long time. Senior, how did you end up like this? He crossed the last few meters at a run and hugged me. Arik, it really is you. I owe you my life again. I let him, because the chip found no anomaly, and I felt no malice, and because a wizard behaving like that is not behaving like a wizard. Senior, calm down. What exactly happened? Arik, when did you leave? I thought about it and decided not to lie about the date. A day or two, I suppose. I felt the ruins were too dangerous, so I activated an escape device and left. I let my face do concern. Why? Did something big happen after that? His whole posture came down about 10 centimeters with relief, and then he looked genuinely impressed because it had not occurred to him that anybody would walk away that fast. That place was extremely dangerous, every kind of bizarre spirit and illusion, one after another. Then a day or two in, I don't know what happened, but the temperature of the entire ruin plummeted and endless skeletons came pouring in. They almost flattened the place. Even level 2 evil spirits were killed by them. He caught his breath. Blessed by misfortune, though, those skeletons had terrible perception. I blended in among them and got quite a lot. I kept my face exactly where it was. Then he waved his arm and put a book into my hands and refused to take it back. Arik, don't refuse. This is the second time you've saved me. This is the reward. The second time? You don't know this. My getting out of that ruin at all had a great deal to do with the little Trent you left behind. And then he told me, sitting on a bench by a lake, and I understood what had actually happened on the far side of that island. When the ruin retreated and began throwing everybody out, Alden and Oren attacked him, both of them, from behind at the same time in a coordinated pincer with his escape route already sealed over his harvest. He was not ready, and he was not able to be ready, and if he had not been carrying a wizard tool with an automatic defensive field, and if the two of them had not been in poor condition themselves, he would have died in the first 2 seconds. Elias could not beat either of them alone, and there were 2 of them. And the one factor they had not accounted for was that a boy from Shadow House Academy had left 100 little Trents in that ruin, and those Trents were not the mindless kind. They saw a man being attacked, and that man had my aura on him. They swarmed, and 100 1-meter wooden idiots piling into the middle of a coordinated pincer opened a gap in it, and Elias went out through the gap. He hid his aura and dodged and doubled back for a month before he made it home, and the state of him told me the rest of it, which he did not say, that Alden and Oren had hunted him the entire way. What do you plan to do now? I asked carefully. Those 2 untrustworthy things. And there was a small, satisfied light in his eyes. Although I don't know how they violated the contract, they have definitely paid a heavy price. Which was when I learned the last piece of it. Every one of them had signed a contract with Elias to get the location of that ruin. All three. I had gotten it for free. I did not say anything about that. I took 2 potions out of my sleeve instead, a life potion and an evil thought purification, and put them in his hand. Because he had clearly burned every potion he owned getting out, or he would not have had untreated wounds on his face for a month. He looked at them, then at me, said, "Thank you," and drank both. The color came back into his face. The wounds closed, and then black smoke came up out of the top of his head and formed a screaming face above him in the air. That was the accumulated malice. A month in that ruin, a great battle between spirits and skeletons that he had lived in the middle of without fighting, and an untreated spirit wound on top of it. It had gone far enough to be forming a natural curse. I waved my hand, and it stopped existing. "Go and rest, senior. Don't let anything remain." I watched him walk away across the courtyard, and then I lay back down on the bench in the sun. The matter of the ruins was finally over. What came next was a trip home, except that I had a ragdoll dying in a jar in my basement. I had meant to go straight into potionology, and the doll interrupted me the way research always interrupts research. Its soul had begun to dissipate. Too many overlapping wills in one shell, and the balance that had held them together for 2,000 years was finally coming apart now that there was nothing left to fight over. I gave it a month. Every method I had, and several I invented in that month, and I made no progress whatsoever. I could slow the decay. I could not stop it. The problem was internal and structural, and a first-level wizard does not repair the internal structure of a soul. There was nothing in the Soul Academy's entire library about it either, which is a genuinely disturbing sentence when you consider who wrote that library. So I made the call I make when a subject is going to die anyway. Let's give it a few more months. If it still doesn't succeed, I'll use the doll to refine the ancient potion. Tears of All Souls. 2 candidates came out of the ancient catalog. Soul Essence, which raises meditation speed and scales with talent and has almost no side effects, and Tears of All Souls, which is a different kind of object entirely. Tears of All Souls does not accelerate anything. It stimulates the soul directly and, through a mechanism the ancients recorded without understanding, converts your physical constitution into mental power. It does not make you learn faster, it makes you bigger. The materials for both still exist in this era, mostly. A small number needed modernizing. And here's the part that made me laugh out loud in my own basement, alone, at 2 in the morning. The book Elias had pushed into my hands on that bench, the one he insisted was a reward and would not take back, contained one of those 2 potions. Tears of All Souls. I now had a completely legitimate, verifiable, publicly witnessed explanation for where I got the formula, handed to me by a grateful colleague in front of an artificial lake. That settled which potion I was making. Ding, ancient potion, modernized modification of Tears of All Souls, 1,752 simulations, results as follows. Ding, with substitute modern materials, estimated mental power increase of 30 points per dose. Drug resistance accumulates at an extremely fast rate. The second dose is reduced by 50%. Complete loss of effect after the 7th. Possible side effect, malicious backlash. If the subject's physical fitness exceeds 7, the side effect is immunized, 30 points per dose, 7 doses. An ordinary first-level wizard operating at 150 points of mental power who has spent 80 years getting there. Then I sat down and thought about the part that was actually difficult, which was not the chemistry. Making a new advanced potion requires materials in quantities I could not personally buy, and it requires test subjects at apprentice or official wizard grade, which I could not personally source without becoming a story. Only a large faction can carry that, and concealment was pointless anyway. Shadow House Academy has an intelligence department, and that department watches herb purchases specifically, because purchasing patterns are the only reliable early warning of a new potion. Even wandering wizards get flagged when they buy with a purpose. An advanced potion needs a purchase list a kilometer long. As for being targeted afterward, have a look at the faction behind me. I am the sole surviving successor of the extreme school. If anybody comes, I will definitely screw them to death. So I carved the front half of the formula onto a scroll, the front half deliberately, and went to see the Dean of the Potion Academy. Dean Alder looks about 40. Black hair, white robe, gold-rimmed spectacles, and behind the lenses a pair of pupils giving off a faint blue light with enough mental power leaking out of them to press on the room. He read the scroll twice and then took his glasses off. Too perfect. Arik, Teacher Lady Arya's evaluation of you is indeed correct. You are a 1 in a million genius in potionology. He put the scroll down. Exactly what kind of soul could allow you to conceive such an idea? He had been watching me for years, incidentally. Every apothecary in that academy had. When you sell potions at a success rate 10% above the best man in the building, people notice, and the only reason my doorstep had not been worn through is that I have never once accepted a commission. Then he stopped being enthusiastic and started being honest, which I respected enormously. Your formula is extremely perfect, but your time as an apothecary is too short. If I submit this to the Academy Council, the probability that it fails is very high. He believed me, the council would not, and the council is who signs. So I smiled and waved my arm and put a bottle on his desk, black as ink, and the moment it appeared, roaring and desperate weeping came out of it and filled the whole office. Dean Alder was on his feet before the sound stopped. Is this made by you? His throat had gone dry enough that I heard it in his voice, and he was looking at that bottle the way a man looks at something that should not be in the building. Black evil potion. Since when can a first-level wizard pull one of those out of his sleeve at a meeting? I stood, put it in front of him, pointed at it, and released a thread of my own mental power so that he could verify the maker. Any competent apothecary can identify the hand that made a potion from its aura. Dean Alder is top tier. It took him a second and a half. He knew I made black evil potion incidentally. Everybody did. You cannot buy those herbs without announcing what you are cooking. And even if the specific product is a mystery, the direction never is. What nobody had known was the quality. He swallowed. And then he sat back down, slowly, and I watched a man who had built his entire self-image on being the best in a discipline recalibrate in real time. He got there fast. Second-level wizards have stable minds. It is more or less the qualification. I will apply to the academy, he said. I will add my personal guarantee. He looked up. I have one condition. After the experiment is completed, I will provide the materials and the compensation, and you will refine 7 doses for me. 7. I lowered my head as if I were considering it, and I was actually doing arithmetic on the pressure I had felt in that office. Dean Alder was sitting at the very edge of second level and had been for a while. 7 doses of Tears of All Souls is what you take before you attempt third. Being on good terms with a future third-level wizard is not a favor. It is an investment with a 200-year maturity. Of course you can. The academy moved with a speed I have never seen an institution move. What was in the warehouse came straight out of the warehouse. What was not was located and teleported in. Ordinary potions do not get that treatment, and I knew exactly whose hand was behind it. I did not mind at all, and as for the awkward problem of my success rate being impossibly high, whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on my mood. I stood in my laboratory in front of the materials with the door array sealing sound in both directions, and let the chip run the recipe another few tens of thousands of times, and confirmed there was nothing left to optimize inside my current knowledge. The original Tears of All Souls uses a large number of ordinary human souls. You extract the essence from each, filter the essence repeatedly, and what you end up with is primitive soul energy carrying life imprints, which the human soul cannot absorb, but which stimulates the mental space so hard that it grows. That is why it works. It is not nutrition, it is a beating. The chip's modification replaced the crowd with one soul. The price of that is that the single soul has to be much stronger, and in this world, that is not a limitation, because in Black Wizard territory, people sell those on the street. First, the basic material. A high-strength spirit body. The crystal ball came out of the supply crate black as ink and cold in a way that went past the hand and into the wrist. Inside it there was a blue translucent figure wrapped in churning black smoke, and I could not see its face, and I did not need to, because it had come to the inside surface of the glass and put its blood-red eyes against it and was looking at me. The malice coming off it was nearly a physical pressure. According to the paperwork, that was not a human soul. It was a soul of the sea race, and it had already reached third-class apprentice grade in life. And how the academy obtained, it was a question I did not ask because I did not want the answer in my head. Acceptable. Third-class apprentice. It has reached the minimum standard. Below that grade, the other reagents overpower the soul, and the batch fails. And a third-class apprentice grade soul sells for thousands of magic stones on the open market. There were another dozen crystal balls beside it, tens of thousands of stones of raw material delivered free to an apothecary the council had not yet approved. Being an apothecary is a money-burning profession. If I were not cheating, and without a large faction behind me, no ordinary apothecary in the world could complete the development of a potion like this. I looked closer at the thing in the ball while I set up. Humanoid, scaled, a long blue tail, hands like a lizard's with nails that meant business, and a fish's head. Not like the mermaid of my past life. More like the murloc, which is what you would expect, honestly. Every species optimizes for survival, and the murloc build is simply the better weapon. Then I picked up the first reagent and said the only thing I said out loud during the whole process. Now, for the great progress of potionology, offer up your soul. I laughed while I said it, and the words went through the crystal, and the thing inside stopped pressing against the glass and backed away from it. Its sanity was long gone. It was not stupid. My face had told it exactly what the next several hours were going to be. Step 1 is a diluted purification potion, applied to the outside of the ball, drop by drop. Diluted because full strength expels negative energy so hard that it destroys the soul, and I needed the soul intact. The liquid went into the crystal and became white mist inside it, and the mist began canceling the black. Ah, what is this thing? Spare me. I will definitely never violate the regulations of the six-ring tower again. So it had been a criminal in life of some description. That is how it got here. I noted it and did not stop. It rolled around inside that ball and howled, and it was, I will say this plainly, a genuinely terrible thing to listen to. So I put my hand on the glass and cut the sound off. Much quieter now. I kept dripping. It stopped begging at some point and started producing black smoke instead, at a rate that would have overwhelmed an undiluted approach, and that is a real defense, and it lost anyway, because my potion supply was effectively infinite and its negative energy was not. The ball went milky white. The figure inside stopped struggling and closed its eyes and floated. Ding! First purification complete. The spirit body's sanity and self-awareness have been eliminated. I put it in the center of the bench and went to sleep for 11 hours, because the next stage cannot begin until the purification has soaked all the way through, and the most dangerous part was already behind me. Day 2. A white wizard array around the crystal ball on the bench, putting out enough purification power to disintegrate any spirit below first level wizard grade. Inside the ball, the sea ray spirit had lost its shape entirely. It was a white sphere now, faint enough that if you were not looking for it, you would have said the ball was empty. The array came up to full, and the crystal shattered. The white sphere floated free, and the light poured into it, and it began to swell, visibly, steadily, like a balloon on a tap, as it took on more energy than a soul has any structure to hold, and then it burst. Right now, my right hand was already out because I had been watching for that instant since the array started, and a red rune array flew out of my palm and stopped above the explosion. At its center was a burning sun. That array is mine. I designed it after the inheritance, off the Son of the Sun bloodline, and it does one job. It burns impurity out of a soul with solar fire, and it leaves everything else alone. It put out an attraction hard enough that the fragments went into it before they had finished separating. Then it got fuel, and the temperature in that laboratory started climbing at a rate that would have set off alarms in any building I ever worked in on Earth. I hit the button on the bench. Ice blue light came down over the whole array from above, and the ambient heat dropped away. Inside, the milky fragments began to burn red, and one by one they went from white to transparent, and the moment a fragment cleared, the chip released the attraction on it specifically and let it drift out, until every one of them was transparent, and I could no longer see them at all, and only a mental power sweep could confirm they were still in the room. In this way, the second stage is also complete. Third stage. The transparent fragments were already dissipating in open air, so I threw a new crystal ball out, and its field pulled every one of them in, and then I carried the ball across the laboratory to an instrument I had built myself, a long horizontal tube with a large sphere bulging at the midpoint, a soul crusher. I reconstructed it from the equipment Gideon had walked past on the lowest floor of the Soul Academy's laboratory, through his eyes, in his memory, in half a second of contempt, and reverse engineered it with the chip. Mine is worse than theirs. It does not need to be better, because the soul going into it was only a third-class apprentice. The tube started with a low buzz, and the suction pulled the crystal ball up against the intake, where it stuck, because the ball is larger than the aperture. I stood at the other end with a test tube and a wizard array over the outlet and waited. Finer fragments came out. My mental power caught them, the array funneled them, and they went straight down into the glass. When nothing more came, I put the stopper in and held it up to the light. Ice cold to the touch. And when I tilted it, it moved like a colloid rather than a liquid. Now, the only thing left is the potion experiment. I did not go to Dean Alder because it had taken me 2 days, and 2 days is an insult to every apothecary in that building, and I have spent 8 years learning that being obviously superhuman costs more than it earns. I gave it 10 more days, and then I walked out of my laboratory with 3 finished doses of Tears of All Souls, having quietly written off enough materials to account for a plausible number of failures. The Academy has a dedicated potion testing room for exactly this, which is the difference between shadow organizations and black ones in one architectural detail. The black organizations use their own apprentices in their own basements and produce results that are neither human nor ghost. A glass wall divides the room into 2 worlds. On the far side, instruments for capturing soul fluctuations, humming. 3 volunteers were already inside, and none of them was calm. 2 men and a woman, second to third class aptitude, from the intake the Academy had accepted after the slaughter with the standards lowered. They were slow meditators in a place where slow is fatal, and they had read a mission posting with a very large reward on it and made a decision. On my side of the glass, a crowd of apothecaries had gathered to look at me because they all wanted to know what kind of potion made their own dean stake his reputation. I went in and handed the 3 bottles over personally. All 3 of them had visibly shaking hands. I did not say anything comforting. They had taken the mission voluntarily, and they had been told the risks in writing, and a choice comes with the thing you chose. Reassurance at that moment is a lie you tell for your own comfort. The door sealed. The one with the dark circles under his eyes and the scar across his cheek went first. He looked at the other 2, then closed his eyes, pulled the stopper, and drank the whole thing. The other 2 followed within 4 seconds because he had made it possible. 30 seconds. Then all 3 of them came off their chairs onto the floor. Their faces went into an expression I do not want to describe, and their bodies did not move at all because they had lost control of everything below the neck, and saliva ran out of the corners of their mouths. Then the convulsions started, tonic spasms, the whole musculature contracting at once. Their skin flushed an abnormal red, and a pale membrane came across their eyes from the side, the way it does in a bird, and covered the pupils. And out of their eyes, noses and ears came wisps of black smoke, so faint that it dispersed before it reached the ceiling. Negative energy detected emanating from all 3 subjects. Negative energy particles are eroding the bodies. Current degree, mild. No permanent damage will result. Every apothecary in the room came off the wall and up to the glass. They had all read my submission. They knew the documented side effect was bodily harm, and now the side effect was visibly happening, which meant the potion was doing something, and the only remaining question was how much. 30 minutes of spasms, 40 before the first one opened his eyes. And what all 3 of them did, the moment they could move, was check that their hands and feet were still attached. Then the joy hit them, and it was not restrained. Dean Alder was at my shoulder. As a second-level wizard, he could read through the isolation field, and he had already felt what had happened inside that room, and he was having trouble standing still. Bring them out, check their mental power, ask what they experienced. The moment the door opened, 3 sets of expanded mental power came out with them uncontrolled and washed over everybody in the corridor, because none of them had the control to hold that much yet. The apothecaries looked at each other. Then they went for the 3 apprentices and grabbed their arms and started scanning. Which terrified the poor things, understandably. A dozen official wizards converging on you at once with the expression of men who want to open you up. I coughed. They all remembered where they were and stepped back looking embarrassed, and I let it go, because I understand it. Modern potionology has almost nothing that directly increases mental power. Everything we make accelerates meditation. A potion that simply adds is not an improvement to the field, it is a different field. Tell me what you experienced. The one with the dark circles answered first, and in the most detail, and there was real fear under it. My lord, after drinking it, first I lost control of my body, then severe pain, and convulsions everywhere, but I could not move at all. Then darkness. And in the darkness there was a rotting creature covered in pustules. The shape of it was roughly like a murloc. It appeared, and it gnawed on my body, and I could not resist. I could only feel it. When it had devoured me completely, a violent white light burst out, and the creature melted in the white light, and then I was back. The other 2 described the same sequence with different creatures. I nodded and did not explain, and here is the explanation. The creature each of them met is the soul used as the raw material for their specific dose. That was its final resistance, the very last act of a thing that had been purified, exploded, burned and crushed, going down fighting inside the mind of a stranger. And the white light that melted it is the purification potion, still doing its job. The tears of all souls involve souls. It would be surprising if it did not. I scanned all 3 myself, thoroughly, and found nothing changed except the one thing that was supposed to change. Then I turned to Dean Alder and said, respectfully and in front of everybody, Lord Dean Alder, please check again whether the souls of these 3 are entangled by curses. He understood immediately because this potion was going into him, and a man verifies his own dose. He released his mental power, which pressed the whole corridor flat for a second, and then cast something and put a white halo over the 3 of them from head to floor and back again. No problem, no residual curses, no other malicious intent. And the way he looked at me afterward was not the way a dean looks at a junior colleague. I found out later what he was thinking, roughly, because he said a version of it to somebody who repeated it. That this Auric is the most talented apothecary in the entire academy, that it is a pity he has already joined the extreme school so there is no possibility of recruiting him, that if he tried, the extreme school would come and settle accounts, and he would not come to a good end. And then, being a practical man, that at least Auric is still a teacher at his academy, and therefore technically a colleague, which is better than being somebody else's. He was in a much better mood after that. Auric. You have successfully improved an ancient potion formula, and an extremely rare one. I will apply for a reward on your behalf." He raised his voice for the room. "Per the Academy's regulations, you will provide one copy of the production process and formula to the Academy. For 10 years, the Academy will not sell that formula outside. Whether you sell it yourself to other apothecaries is entirely your decision. And for the next 10 years, no one else in this Academy may produce or sell this potion without your permission." I agreed without negotiating. The preliminary experiments were free. I had stripped several hundred units of material out of that warehouse in 10 days and not paid for one of them. And a 10-year monopoly means that anybody on the East Coast who wants Tears of All Souls has to come to me. Then we observed the 3 subjects for a week, and something happened that broke the room. The theoretical increase is 30 points. These 3 had received a weak soul, so the actual figure was well under that, and everybody expected a modest result. Except that apprentice stage mental power is low to begin with. And once their mental power crossed a threshold, their runes started condensing at a speed they had never experienced. In 7 days, all 3 of them went from second-class apprentice to first class, and then kept going. The jaws in that observation room came down in unison. Nobody cared about the physique loss. Not one apothecary raised it. Bodies can be rebuilt a dozen ways in this profession. Modification, bloodline fusion, potion, and unless you are pursuing an extreme physical build, that damage is not damage. It is a rounding error. By the end of the observation week, I was being treated like a small moon with apothecaries in orbit, and materials were being pressed into my hands by people I had never met, and I had to physically escape the building. They were too enthusiastic. I could not stand it even a little bit. The news left the building the same afternoon, and after that, the Academy stopped being a place I could walk across. Wizards came to me directly, not through channels, to my door, with offers, and every offer was higher than the last one, and none of them made sense as prices. A one-time wizard tool that triggers an escape from anywhere, identical to the one my own mentor gave me on a ship 8 years ago. Tens of thousands of magic stones with all materials supplied in exchange for one refining session. Rare bloodlines that add 30 years to a wizard's lifespan, handed over the way you'd hand over a coin. Things that are close to priceless in this world, produced from sleeves, as if they cost nothing, and the worst of them were the ones near the end of their lifespan, because 7 doses is at minimum 55 points of mental power, and for a wizard with 40 years left, 55 points is 60 or 70 years of bitter cultivation that he does not have. It is not a potion to those men. It is the difference between dying at 2nd level and attempting 3rd. What else could you call it? It saves 70 years. I sat in the window of my own study with a book I was not reading and the sun on the side of my face, and instead of enjoying it the way I had for a year, I was peering out of the corner of the window like a thief in my own house. Damn it. This is too popular. Outside my villa, on my grass, wizards in white robes were sitting cross-legged in rows with their eyes shut, pretending to meditate. You could sort them into 2 categories from the window. The ones with mental power visibly escaping them, which means the verge of a breakthrough, and the ones whose souls had started to give off that particular thin decaying smell, which means the end of a life. They had been out there for 3 days. The Academy had also, without consulting me, cancelled my trip home. That is the part that actually landed, because the moment the news of Tears of All Souls got out, the leadership sat down and worked out what a black wizard organization would do about it. The answer they arrived at was simple. Put a high-level wizard on the recruitment ship and take him off it at sea. Recruitment outside the East Coast is run jointly by the Black and Shadow organizations. Both sides sail. The Academy could put its own high-level escort aboard, and the leadership's exact phrase was that guarding against a thief is much harder than being one. So my recruiting wizard slot went to somebody else, and I was told after the fact. And because the Academy is not stupid, they did not just say no. They brought out the compensation before I could get angry. Longevity potion. The kind that adds 100 years to an ordinary person's life. They found every bottle in the organization and put all of them on a ship. Dean Alder came in person to tell me, which is a thing a 2nd-level wizard and a department dean does not do. Look, Arik, the Academy has already found all the longevity potions and they are on the vessel now. When they arrive, they will be provided to your family. Your family will be able to live for at least 200 years. He was leaning forward, and I have personally provided the youth potion. Your family will retain their youth. There won't be any changes when you go back. And in the voice of a potionology master and a 2nd-level wizard, I heard something I had never heard from anybody above me in this world, which was a man placing himself lower. He had decided, I found out later, not to attempt his own breakthrough at all until he had those 7 doses in his hand. He was going to stand on the edge of 3rd level and wait for as long as it took because he had watched one dose take 3 2nd-class apprentices to 1st class in 7 days. I said yes, and I want to be honest about why, because it was not the negotiation. I was not going home to see a barony. There is no barony. Saladin has been building warships on that river for 8 years. I was going home because a man found a baby in the snow and checked afterward whether any child had been born in the whole territory that day, and decided the answer meant something. Because he gave a boy his own armor off a hook in a warehouse and never once said a sentence about it. Because his physique reads 0.8 and he has been walking around at 8/10 of a healthy adult for 30 years without complaining to anybody. And 200 years is a very long time to be able to give somebody. He is going to hate it, incidentally. He is going to drink a potion worth more than the barony was, and then go back to counting sacks in a warehouse and calling me young master in front of official knights. That is the correct outcome, and I would not change one word of it. Meanwhile, the shadow organizations were sending formal requests to Shadow House Academy. Some of them were offering magic stone mines. 2 of them offered entire resource regions in exchange for the formula. 1 potion had begun moving the balance of power on the East Coast, and the entire supply of it was 1 man in a villa hiding from his own front lawn. Even my front door had guards on it now, not to keep me in, to keep the queue from losing its composure and doing something irrational. I looked down and saw who was standing at the gate personally, in the sun, with his arms folded, not caring in the slightest what it looked like. Dean Alder, Dean of the Potion Academy, 2nd level wizard. The corner of my mouth did something involuntary. I want to put the whole distance in one line because I have never let myself say it out loud. 9 years ago, I woke up in a hay cart with straw in my throat, in a body somebody had thrown away in the snow. The ceiling of human achievement in that barony was 2 men who could punch through a wall. And my entire asset was that everybody agreed I would eventually be allowed to learn how to breathe properly. This afternoon, a dean of Shadow House Academy was standing on my lawn as a doorman so that the queue would behave. Sigh, I said out loud, to a window. In the next period of time, I'm afraid I'll have to get busy. And the moment I finished saying it, the light came. From the center of the academy, out of the great castle, a single beam went straight up into the clouds and did not stop. It started white and turned a faint red as it climbed, and fragments of light shed off it and drifted down around the shaft. Emergency summons. I was on my feet before I decided to be, and so was every wizard on my lawn, all of them at once, all in the same instant. There is a specific silence a crowd makes when everybody in it has recognized something. That signal had been used once in living memory, and that once was the day the Black Wizards attacked. Oh no, somebody below said. Could the Black Wizards be making a comeback? Go quickly, to the central conference room. They went, all of them, off my grass, toward the middle of the academy, and the queue that no institutional authority had been able to disperse for 3 days evaporated in 9 seconds. I put the book down and went with them. And halfway across the courtyard, walking in a crowd, something in me that is not me spoke up. My heart rate came up first, then the temperature under my skin, and the closer I got to the center of the academy, the harder it pushed. The child of the sun bloodline had woken up and it did not like the direction we were walking. I have had that bloodline for less than 2 years. I have never once felt it volunteer an opinion. It is a machine of gears and rings, and it does not have moods. It was telling me not to go. A bloodline that powerful does not produce a warning out of nothing. The stronger the bloodline, the better it perceives what is actually in the environment, and mine was reacting to something at the middle of that academy the way an animal reacts to a room it will not enter. I thought about a barony boy who died on an operating table and got a second one out of a snowdrift. I thought about the fact that in 8 years on this coast, the only reason I am alive is that I have always, every single time, chosen the boring option. And then I stopped walking and turned around and started back toward my villa at a pace that was not quite a run. Behind me, somewhere in the crowd, Elias called my name. I did not stop to explain because there is no version of that sentence that does not end with me telling a colleague that I am a bloodline warlock. I'm going back to get something. I went across that courtyard against the flow of every wizard in Shadow House Academy, and the further I got from the tower at the center, the more that feeling of standing in front of something with teeth fell away behind me, and every single one of them kept walking toward it.